Доброго всем дня. Здравствуйте. Вроде бы все работает. Роман, мужик, Ша. Total Commander там был. У нас Григорий. Гуч. Ну что, таки она вышла. А почему? Почему подгореть-то, Григорий? Теперь рулить эфиром будем мы, да. Короче, здесь действительно полностью русская озвучка. Я сегодня, наверное, минут 40. Ну, она сохранила архив из первой игры, когда, собственно, был уже эфир по ней. И я пробовал отсматривать первый день с озвучкой и без озвучки. Короче, озвучка максимально всратая. Прям несмотря... Ну, надо понимать, что вся эта игра — это упоротый британский юмор. Вот. Он сам по себе сложный к восприятию. Он сложный к переводу. А там еще и перевод, ну такой, как бы. И озвучка еще до кучи прям, ну то есть там какие-то полторы коллеги что-то пытаются кривляться перед микрофоном. Это прям больно. Поэтому я подумал и решил зачитывать вам текст. Там будут субтитры ко всему тексту. Зачитывать я успевать не буду, скорее всего, потому что надо будет там всякое нажимать, всякие кнопки, 5 и 10. Собственно, предлагается вам, дорогие товарищи, внимательно смотреть в экран и читать субтитры, если вы не понимаете беглую английскую речь. Я тоже там не все понимаю. Вот, к сожалению, так. Потому что, ну, это реально прям... Ну, чуть-чуть было бы получше. Вот, ну, не противно бы было хотя бы все это звучало. И уже можно было бы нормально хотя бы слушать то, что происходит. К счастью, они хотя бы песни не перевели. Ну, то есть переозвучивать их не стали, я имею в виду. Субтитры, ну, по первому дню... процентов на 70 они, наверное, не всратые, да. В общем и целом мысль они передают. Я говорю, передать упоротый британский юмор очень сложно. Ну, потому что он сам по себе не всегда смешной, такой в стиле... Классная шутка. Я прям ухахатываюсь. Где-то глубоко внутри. Где я так же мертв, как и те, кто писали эти шутки. Вот. Поэтому, к сожалению, наверное, будет вот так. И тем, кому совсем плохо с сознанием, будет больно. Надо, я говорю, внимательно смотреть в экран, читать текст. Ну, потому что, чтобы вообще понимать хотя бы, что происходит. Вот. Как-то так. Надо пойти посмотреть, что там с управлением, и начнем. Собственно, вот такое маленькое вступление, оно было необходимо, чтобы потом возникало поменьше вопросов, типа, а почему есть же русификация, о чем мы ей не пользуемся? Ну, мы ей пользуемся, но частично, потому что это просто ужасно. Хотя голос главного ведущего даже почти удалось повторить. Прям вот это, в принципе, норм почти. Ну, там только с интонациями все очень плохо. Прям очень плохо. Видимо, режиссера монтажа не было. Режиссера дубляжа, извините. Видимо, не было. Либо это был вот кто-то из них же. Там, знаете, в стиле как Южный парк. Там озвучивает там Трей Паркер и как там второго зовут. И типа сами же они бы себе и писали, сами себе бы, значит, вот корректировали реплики, корректировали сами себе интонации, потом сами бы это все еще и в мультики втыкали. Вот примерно такое же качество получалось бы. Спайдер, здорово. Аудитория подготовлена. Ну и Doom Spirit. Здравствуй, дорогой. Ну и давайте тогда посмотрим на управление. С управлением длинное. Так, видеомикшер 1, 2, 3, 4, ага. Левая кнопка 1, 2, 3, 4. Ага, цензура, пробел, хорошо. Запикивание. Реклама АБЦ. ZXC. Ага, хорошо. Значит, это камеры. Это левые кнопки. Это рекламные ролики. Регулировка помех. Ну там мышкой я, по-моему, все делал. Типа озвучки Киберпанка и Бога войны. Это прекрасные озвучки. Прекрасные. Шикарные озвучки в сравнении с тем, что здесь происходит. Я бы понял, если бы это было смешно там, ну, в разрезе игры, понимаешь? Как-то она бы звучала прям дополняющая вот эту вот картину шапито вот этого. Но нет. К сожалению, нет. Тарлай. Ну чё, Тарлай? Ну чё? Ну чё, Тарлай? Тарлай, ну чё? Тебе нужно при входе в чат надевать маску или не нужно? Имело ли смысл мое уведомление в ВК? Спайдер. Нет, я тебе даже отвечать не стал, потому что, ну, во-первых, стрим был, она была предзаказана уже год назад, наверное, 1,5 года назад. Ее на ГГ раздавали, я такой, да, забирайте, лохи, я-то знал, что это будет игра огонь. Вот, и то, что она выходит, я на ГГ узнал с неделю назад, наверное, когда Нефанда раздавала ключи желающим. Поэтому, да, спасибо за маяк. Но вот в данном случае я прям сильно заранее был готов. И прям она же, я говорю, выходила вчера в 9 вечера. Прям в рождение канала. Прям я думаю, но в 9 вечера это больно. Нет, 9 вечера не пойдет. А так прям... Но все равно спасибо. Это... Я теперь в системе. Ага. Понятно. Понятно. Через почту сигналит. Слушай, я не читаю никакую почту, никакой Steam. Я там все письма удаляю просто. Но здесь просто на ГГ. Просигнализировали сильно раньше и все. В Ведьмаке норм озвучка. Чего? Я просто в сортир хотел, когда записывал сильно. Нет, в Ведьмаке очень хорошая озвучка. Одна из лучших среди мировых озвучек. Ну, на мой взгляд. Мы с Белкой как-то даже были ролики сравнения, где что-то языков 10 сравнивается, из разных моментов игры разные герои взяты. У нас одна из лучших озвучек. Прям очень хорошо. В этом... В God of War... Да, ну, она театрально хорошая озвучка-то. А там перевод всратый, а озвучка там неплохая, в общем и целом. Если бы там было все по тексту, там, во-первых, сюжет чуть по-другому бы играл. А во-вторых, вообще бы претензий не было. А в этом, как его, в Киберпанке... Блин, ну там в общем и целом приемлемая озвучка. Но оригинал сильно лучше просто. Ну, то есть, да не получится все равно же повторить качество оригинала. Все равно не получится. Почти никогда. Хотя вот в Ведьмаке прям очень здорово получилось. Я уж не знаю, там наверняка где-нибудь в каких-нибудь моментах все плохо. Ну, потому что не бывает всегда все хорошо. Но в среднем по больнице очень хорошо. Вот, а в Киберпанке очень не попадают голоса в героев. Я это уже говорил 28 раз, могу сказать 29 раз. Это очень хорошо слышно на вот этом мексиканце здоровом. Потому что в игре он прям уф. И в нашей озвучке это какое-то говно неинтересное. Ну и так вот там плюс-минус как-то вот по всей игре это расползается. Вот. Ну, так-то она, ну, то есть, если ты вообще английский не понимаешь, да можно играть и в русской озвучке. То есть, ну, это не настолько страшно. А здесь прям беда. Ламберт. Ой, моржовый. По-моему. Приложение Steam на мобилке же есть? Есть. Ну, опять я могу про это. проколупать. Так, сейчас я почитаю, что там Тарлай написал, и начнем уже. Так, я ничего не утверждаю. По лайту пока все. Бой, next door. В Ирванке мне с Сильверхендом показалось удачное решение. Актер вообще не Киану по голосу, но звучит интереснее, что ли. Ну, я же говорю, здесь, конечно, еще там каждому свое, естественно. Я вот только там свою и иногда немножко Белкину точку зрения могу донести. Тем более впечатление от голоса, как он там ложится на видео, да это вообще чистый субъективизм, ну, чушь вообще. Объективно я могу предъявить там тому же God of War за некоторые моменты в переводе, которые даже мне очевидны, где они ложанули прям конкретно, просто не то чтобы на 180 градусов развернув диалог, но так сильно смазав картину, говоря там, ну, картину, представляемую этим диалогом, потому что герой, сказав конкретную фразу, начинает прям конкретно играть. Там новые грани у него появляются. А здесь у него ни хера не появляется. Ну, классно, молодцы, красавчики. А то, как кто говорит, я вообще с театральщиной не очень, поэтому мне либо нравится общая канва, либо не нравится. Это как с песнями. Я никогда не разбираю отдельно музыку, отдельно текст. Это какое-то фуфло просто. Строго в общем контексте. Либо тебе заходит произведение, либо не заходит произведение. Ну, то здесь так же. Дварф. Ничего себе. Спасибо. Спасибо. Сработало, кстати. Алерт-то сработал. Классно. Спасибо, Дварф. Это где единственное слово «сын» было в финале? Ну, не только. Не только. Не только. Он заболел, когда цирк был дичайший, с учетом ля-ля-ля, штрафы шли. Так что, может, наконец пройду что-нибудь. Карантин снижен 2 недель до 1. Вроде сегодняшнего дня вступает в силу. Все-таки вступает! Так, ну ладно, погнали. Играть будем на нормально, наверное, потому что мне хочется успеть последить за происходящим на экране, а высокие сложности, они здесь только для решения технических задач нужны. А надо все-таки, ну, блин, первое прохождение. Ну, хорош. Да, Спайдер, да. Тарлая укусил китаец. Вроде. Держи нас в курсе. Так, новая игра. Название игры. Что не так? Best TV Production. Best TV Prod. Prod. Вот. Страшный китайский летучий мышь. Теперь можно не тратить баллы канала на смайл. Оставить на смерть явление. Ага. Так. Сюжет без всякого напряжения. Нет, это не интересно. Самый легкий режим менее сложный. Зрителей просто удержать. Нет, сбалансированный баланс, конечно. Ну, я говорю, вот здесь надо просто тупо жать на кнопки, не слушая, не глядя. Ведущий.
That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
Эта игра место занимает на харде практически как Конан. Больше, чем Икарус. Да, сплошные видосы. Не, это просто забавное наблюдение. Вроде бы. Чего? А, однако, нет. Повернуться направо, как поворачиваться направо? А,
Hi,
извините.
David, I have a call for you. I'm just putting it through. All right, mate. Dave here. Listen, I know you've only come in to clean up the place, but I've got a bit caught up, so you're going to have to run the news tonight. Now, don't worry. It's not hard, and I'm going to stay on the phone and help you. First, I'm going to give you a quick tour of the broadcast room, so if you're not doing it already, look forwards towards all those screens. Right, look up at the top. That coloured bar is your audience. You want to keep the viewers going up and not down. Underneath that, you've got the screens. The one on the right is the broadcast screen. That's what the viewers are seeing at home.
А, это понятно.
It's only a couple of
Я
seconds
на это
behind
смотрю
the
каждый день
master
практически,
screen there
вот
in the
на эти
middle.
два экрана.
That's the one you control. Now, the four small screens on the left show the different signals coming from the studio, and you can
Ну,
choose
понятно, это
between them
лайфскаймер.
using the numbered buttons on the vision mixer at the bottom left. Don't worry, I'll talk you through it and you'll pick it up in no time. Now, have a look to
Английский,
your
английский.
left. These plugs control everything in the studio. I've left them set up for you, so provided you haven't fiddled with them, all you have to do now is throw the master trip switch and we're in business. Once you've got the power on, face the front again. You can see on the broadcast screen that we're in the end titles for the show before us. Fortunately, they go on for fucking ages, so there's plenty of time for me to
Fucking
explain.
ages.
Oh, right, okay, they're over, so we haven't got long now till the broadcast. Right, quickly, mate, look down under the desk. You can see a load of videotapes on the left. They're your adverts. Pick any three and load them into the machines on the right. When you've done that, look up to the front again.
Так, Безумный Нил. Вот это хочу. И Бамли ждет. Я не знаю, что это, но мне это
You
нравится.
should be getting a signal from the studio soon. When you get the signal, select screen one with the vision mixer and we're ready to go.
Prawn and mayonnaise?
You know, seafood makes me go out in pustules.
Yeah, I thought it might increase our viewing figures.
Every day, you offer me prawns every day.
10 seconds, everybody. That's how I show love.
You're trying to kill me.
And yet you persist. Going in 5, 4.
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main stories tonight.
Okay, we're all good. Next thing is going to be to throw to the news titles on screen 2. There'll be a countdown, but I'll count you in as well. Just relax, mate. It's all gravy.
Buys Honest Andy's Totally Independent and corners the flowered market. Top chat. Sports fans everywhere celebrate as popular footballer Johnny Hamsleeves wins Sports Personality of the Year. And a spoonful of sugar.
Да, я тот мужик с ОРТ. Режиссер трансляции это называется.
And, of course, we'll be going live to Advance headquarters to hear what the leaders of this fledgling party have to say on their historic...
Right, button 2 in 3, 2, 1, now. Bit late there, mate. Next thing is to throw back to Jeremy with button 1 when that globe in the middle shrinks down and vanishes. Here it comes. Switch to screen. Bit early there, mate.
But first, the votes are in and it's a decisive win for Advance.
We often get a bit
чуть-чуть
of
рановато,
interference
но
around
ничего.
this time, mate. Keep your eye on the machine at the bottom right. Use that slider that's flashing or your scroll wheel to move the wave up and down, keeping the green bit in the white bit.
But critics have accused him of a severe lack of actual policies and of being deliberately vague. The opposition parties have all conceded defeat to Advance's overwhelming mandate, but have yet to appear publicly. However, former Home Secretary...
Right, it's going well. All you got to do now is play the advert at the end of the segment. Make sure you don't play it too early or we'll all get fired. Now the clock at the top is counting you down to the advert. When it reaches 0, press one of the 3 play ad buttons over there at the bottom right. I normally play the first one at the first break and so on, but you can play them in any order you want. I'll count you into it as well, but keep your eye on the clock.
Да, главное кофе на пульт не пролить, это точно.
2, 1, advert.
1 minute back, everybody. Jeremy, I need you to fill after the ads.
What? Why?
Wanker Snatch is running late. I thought I'd ask him about the election.
Personally, I wouldn't try to confuse it with any big words.
That's the same policy we use with you. I thought that was our little secret. It's all right, he doesn't remember anything I tell him.
I'm deeply uncomfortable with your burgeoning friendship.
Me too.
Yeah.
Wicked. We've made it to the first ad break. You're doing great, mate. But this is where it starts getting a bit trickier. This next sequence is what we call a multicam sequence because you're going to be cutting between multiple cameras to keep things interesting. A lot of it's down to personal taste, but here's 3 good rules of thumb. 1. Try and keep the shot on whoever is doing the talking. 2. Don't stay on the same shot for too long, 10 seconds at the most. So if you're on the person who's talking, try and throw in the odd reaction shot or pull out to the wide shot for a bit just to keep it interesting. 3. Don't stay on reaction shots for too long. A couple of seconds is usually enough. Then the audience want to see who's doing the talking, yeah? Stick to these rules and you'll be fine. It's not as complicated as it sounds. You've seen programs on television, haven't you? Make it look like those. Might as well get screen 1 selected now. No need to wait for the broadcast to start. Try and stay ahead, mate.
We're coming back from the break.
Проще, наверное, мышкой
Quiet
будет тыкать.
studio. Thank you so much. 10 seconds, everybody. Going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Later, we'll be hearing from shock election winners Advance. But first,
Get ready to go to Megan on screen 4.
Is here with a star of both stage and screen. Megan?
Thank you, Jeremy. Megan Wolfe, culture correspondent. And today I have a guest who starred in everything from Shakespeare
Right,
to
go
the
to
shop
Blunderclatch
film
on screen 3 when she says his
joined
name.
today by none other than Lawrence Blunderclatch. Thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, my dear, I do hope you believe me when I tell you that being with you here today is a moment.
Switch to 2 for the wide now.
May
Да
I
без
say
тебя
how
разберусь.
us is among ours.
Right, now just try and stay on whoever's talking.
Your latest movie, which is called The Medicated.
The medicated, yes.
Wow, what was that like?
Well, as I said to Peter at the Rat, that's Peter Jensen, the director. Do you know him? He's a wonderful chap. He really is.
Give us a look at Megan's reaction.
Several movies, all terrible.
Lovely. Now back to Thunder Twat.
What a wild ride this has been. And do you know what, Megan? I really meant that.
Wow, that is fantastic. And am I right in saying that the character you play in this movie is quite an academic one?
Absolutely right. A scientist.
Was that a challenge at all?
What exactly?
Ну и сейчас будем это тыркать
But
туда-сюда.
seriously, yes, you're right. It was a complete departure from my last starring role when I played Sergeant Brock Rockman in Bullet Man.
Квест заполоть эфир.
Remember that was the true story of one soldier's fight for a love that surpasses all others. A love, of course, for freedom. I think it's grossed over $1 billion, but honestly, who's counting?
It's a role that saw you scoop 2 Best Actor awards, if I remember correctly.
It's so sweet of you to mention it, but I really am not in it for the awards, although those 3 little statues do take pride of place on my mantelpiece.
With all the others, I'm sure. So, if you're not doing it for the awards, what is it then that drives you?
That is a beautiful question, Megan, and not easy to answer. Like you, I'm afraid. Cut me, and I will bleed. And often, that's how it feels, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Bleeding, giving, suffering for one's audience. I suppose in the end, I do it for the difference it makes. I do it for the people that I inspire, the little people. But most of all, I think I do it for the positive change that I can bring about in the world.
And today, of course, we're in for some real change, it looks like, in the coming few months. What do you make of this historic election result?
Oh, well.
Wow.
Well, now you're asking. Historic election result. Indeed. Historic is the word. Well, difficult, isn't it? Very difficult. But I think I've always been quite clear that when it comes to politics, that one should always strive to not fuck things up.
Shit, he swore. Oh, well, don't worry, he won't do it again.
Sorry, I said fuck.
Shit, he did it again. Okay, don't panic. I'll explain how to deal with swearing at the break.
Medicated, which opens next week.
Right, they've swapped the shot of Jeremy on screen 1 for a VT of the movie clip. You'll get a countdown on the screen, but I'd just let Megan cue you in.
My character, Dr. Lance Hemlock, is faced with a decision that could affect humanity's very survival.
Exciting stuff. Let's take a look. Exciting stuff.
And
Go to the film clip, screen 1. God, looks like Blunderclash is losing it in the studio, but we ain't got time for that. There's more interference coming. It's a bit trickier this time, mate. Use that little flashing joystick to the left of the knob, or hold down your middle mouse or Alt on your keyboard, and as the frequency changes, match it to the white bit by dragging right.
I don't know that.
Now we're going to squash the frequency back by dragging left.
Close, we mustn't.
Да мазафака ты как... Такого не было раньше.
Miss Flanagan.
Jubbly, mate.
For you, baby.
Next, we're going to change the amplitude. Same as last time. Little joystick or hold Alt or middle mouse, and this time push upwards.
You told me, but I didn't listen.
Doctor,
I'm drowning, Lance, you said.
you need to see this.
Right, now let's match it back by going downwards.
Жопа какая!
The sterility. This formula, this is the key.
Stop it.
Bloody perfect, mate.
Я вообще красавчик.
We have to ask ourselves.
At the end of the clip, you'll want to play another ad. Remember to use the clock at the top to count you in.
Я не успеваю смотреть все равно на экран.
Right, I guess I better explain how to deal with bleeping out swear words. As you've probably noticed, the broadcast screen, here, is about 2 seconds behind the master screen, here. When someone says a naughty word, the bleep button lights up, like this. 2 seconds later, you'll hear that swear word going out on the broadcast, and you need to hold down the bleep button, or the spacebar on your keyboard, for as long as the swear word lasts. It can take a bit of practice getting used to hearing 2 things at once. Just stay calm, and you'll get it. And if you can't tell when to bleep, just above the button, you'll literally be able to see the sound scrolling by. All you gotta
На
do
самом
is
деле,
hold it down
прикольно,
when the red bit is over the red line. Simple. Of course, if you do it by eye, you'll have to take your eye off the
прикольно
screen.
смотреть вот запись вот этого. А там есть возможность в архиве посмотреть запись вот этого.
Below the master screen. Let's set it now.
These potentially true statistics are all terrifying.
As you turn it up, you'll hear the advert getting louder. Good. You're set to start censoring. Like I say, it takes a little practice, but I'll try and help you through it, and soon we'll have you bleeping like a pro.
И потом то, что вот типа то, что в эфир ушло. Очень клево. Такая прям разница.
Don't wait for the broadcast to go live. That's too late. You can use the number buttons on your keyboard, 1 to 4.
Seriously, we've had one. 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. And I'm told we can now go live to advance headquarters where the 2 leaders, Peter Clement and Julia Salisbury, are about to make their acceptance address.
Cut to the outside broadcast. Oh
for
shit,
it,
he's
Beck.
pissed. Get ready to bleep.
Well, thank you all for coming, and, well, where do I start? What a day.
They said we couldn't do
They
it.
certainly did.
They used every dirty, low-down, lying, southern bastard trick they had against us. But you, the people,
Nice.
you saw right through their shite.
I'm sorry about the language there.
Sorry about that. I've had a couple of celebratory pints. Makes me coarser than a granny's fanny.
Memorably put.
Nailed it.
But to be honest, who can blame Peter for celebrating? Throughout the campaign, you've heard us say that Advance are not a political party. A party is what you have when things are going well.
У вас есть возможность смотреть то, что они говорят.
You need a team that can change things. But today is day one of a new future, a better, fairer future. So perhaps we should all be celebrating.
Except for the rich. For them, the party's over. They shouldn't be celebrating. They should be putting their shitting pants on and opening their dusty checkbooks.
Again, colourfully put, but not inaccurate. Before we came out here to address the nation, we used our executive powers to pass the Assets and Wealth Act. Working with the tax office, we have produced a definitive list of every person in the country with wealth into the millions.
You know this sort of... Probably you rather you don't.
Плохо
But the
среагировал.
likes of you and me are not welcome in their gated communities.
Tomorrow, we will be introducing a sweeping reform of the tax system in this country. No more hiding wealth offshore, no more trust funds or creative accounting. A simpler, fairer, unavoidable set of tax laws.
So, all you bastard
Ох,
business
хорошо
school
получилось.
snobs have got nowhere to hide. And earlier today, we revoked your passports. You want them back? You want to leave like you threatened before the election? That's fine. But first, you're going to pay up. You're going to pay back.
Advance are going to turn this country from a nation of warring individuals into a team. To properly fund health and education. To raise the living standards of us all.
The pundits said we'd have to raise
Прикольно такой, еле стоящий дед такой. Ща мы всех раскулачим.
ferret shite. So to you posh twats,
The people who pay you a pittance to serve
Ну,
you
да,
drinks in
да,
their
да,
private
косяк.
clubs.
Косяк,
The
косяк,
people whose
ладно,
children
согласен.
you raised.
so they've got time to get even fucking richer.
Advance have this to say to you.
It ends today.
We are coming for your sports cars and your mansions and your vineyards.
It ends today.
We will put the wealth of this country back where it should have always been. In the hands of the people who created it.
It ends today.
Yes, it ends today. And tomorrow, we'll start making it fair again. Just like we promised we would.
And until then, ladies and gents, I suggest we all get pissed.
I can't argue with that. Thank you for your time.
Well, an interesting acceptance speech there from the leaders of Advance, and our apologies for the fruity language. Hopefully we got that bleeped out for you in time. If not, someone's going to be in trouble. So, as the country braces itself for new government, that's all from us this evening at the National Nightly News. We'll be back tomorrow with full coverage of the first day under Advance. I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Have a peaceful night.
And we're out. Good job,
Right,
everybody.
looks like you've got it
Tomorrow.
now.
Call time
Thanks
to
for
go
all the
on
help,
board.
mate. I've got to go. Ferry's about to leave. Probably won't be coming back.
Same old
Job's yours,
boring
mate.
politics,
Good
eh?
luck.
Is this some weird fever dream? Am I dying now or something?
You should
Well,
be
we're
so
not
lucky.
sure, but here in St. Bunby
I'll
on
see
the
you
Tape,
tomorrow
you've
night.
got a
You're
big
not coming
hill
for a
and the bus
drink?
comes
No,
twice
got a
daily.
date.
Lucky you. Try not to get
Visit
murdered.
picturesque St. Bunby this summer and experience a holiday that's simply unlike any other. Come and visit the abandoned spade factory. Your kids will love exploring the old production line in relative safety. Grab your tetanus shots and come down today. There's no gift shop, but feel free to grab an old handle from the skip out the back. Or why not indulge your cultured side and visit some of our sites of
Нажать
historic
видео
interest,
это не для нас,
like the
дом
parish
теперь.
church, currently the subject of a thrilling police investigation, the old market, home of the fairly big cabbage, or the hole. Hey, that's a nice hole. And after a long day exploring Bumley, you can relax in comfort in one of two communal tents. Or you could take advantage of our famous nightlife. There's a radio in the calf, or on Fridays we gather to watch tramps fight. Come on, Harold, you scruffy old meth head. Only 85 minutes from the coast, and with more than 2 areas of outstanding
Плохо
national interest.
опережают
Isn't it
сильно
time your family
субтитры.
went Bumley way? And hey, if you come in the dry season, we've got a car park. St. Bomley, on the 10th, naturally.
When the programme's finished, you'll get a broadcast report. It's 3 pages. This first page shows you how well the broadcast went. Each sequence and an overall grade. Remember, grades mean bonuses, and they keep the boss happy. If you want to know more about how it went, select more info. If not, select continue to move to the next page. Right, this is an optional section for when you really want to understand what happened during the show. You've got a graph there showing you what the audience did.
Потрясающе, хороший монтаж. Ну, соответствует эфиру. Слишком поздно включили одну рекламу. Да, я последнюю рекламу включил уже после слов. Окей, там, закончили вот это все. Ну, блин, сложно. Сложно. Мыши в доме вешаются. Нормально. Любит меня босс. Любит.
In a few moments, we'll be going live to tonight's national nightly news.
Our main stories tonight. Moving on up, the election win that experts said just couldn't happen.
Ладно, включил. Секунды на 2. Ну, норм. Ну, здесь, да, можно посмотреть то, что это происходило вообще. Надо обязательно посмотреть, да? Но она долго грузит, потому что, видимо, 4 файла. Видео закидывает.
These aren't my cards. Please tell me these aren't my cards.
No, they're the right ones, apparently.
But this gives me nothing, Jenny. They must see that.
Oh, no. I think they think you won't have anything to say.
Вторая. Я режиссер трансляции программы новостей. Вечерней. Реакция вообще огонь.
Check my contract.
Hi, I'm Megan.
Oh, piss off. You're on thin bloody ice, Rob. Whole wheat, man. Whole wheat.
Whole wheat.
We're coming back from the break. Quiet in the studio.
Thank you so much.
10 seconds, everybody.
Я думаю, новостники должны просто это кипятком ссать от происходящего вот на экране.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Later we'll be hearing from shock election winners Advance, but first our very own culture reporter Megan Wolf is here at the start of both stage and screen. Megan?
Вздохнул.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Всё,
Megan Wolf,
улыбочка.
culture correspondent. And today I have a guest who starred in everything from Shakespeare to the Shotbot films. I'm very excited to be joined today by none other than Lawrence Blunderclatch. Thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, my dear. I do hope you believe me when I tell you.
I do hope you believe me.
Is among the great...
К вопросу о переводе. Надо сохранить. Ладно, потом. Напомните в конце. Вот этот же отрывок включим с русским дубляжом. Ну и там реклама, которая была. Можно вообще все посмотреть. Не только те, которые не я ставил. В целом весь выбор. Погнали дальше. Вы приходите домой и видите, что пришла почта, вы не ждете важных писем, но одно все же привлекает ваше внимание. Команда хочет узнать вас получше. Открываем письмо. Ваше имя Алекс Уинстон, вы в браке с Сэм Уинстон, ваши дети Чарльз Уинстон и Сьюзи Уинстон. Так, хорошо. На остальные вопросы нужно ответить самостоятельно, все они обязательные. Начав работать на новом месте, вы проявите дружелюбность, познакомитесь с новыми коллегами, приступите к работе, осмотрите новый офис, позвоните друзьям, чтобы поговорить о старой работе, осмотрите офис. Севка в ТВ по-камбрюкски. Да. Коллега из другого отдела сказал вам, что забирает домой документ, содержащий конфиденциальную информацию. Один документ, в котором не было ничего важного, потерялся. Вы поможете коллеге это скрыть, посоветуете коллеге сообщить об этом, пообещайте коллеге, что сохраните это в секрете. Сразу же сообщите об этом начальнику. Да, утечка КТ. Но... Пиши доклад. Так, ты давай, иди в самом там этом первом отделе сиди там, или где там на проходной вы сидите. Так, я посоветую коллеге сообщить об этом. Сотрудники целого отдела были уволены за низкую эффективность работы. Ваш начальник поставил новые задачи, которые гораздо сложнее предыдущих. Вы успеете сдать проект, то идете пораньше, отправитесь в паб, чтобы обсудить перемены с коллегами. Нет, в паб я точно не пойду. Чтобы пообщаться с семьей. Нет, ну ладно, я же знаю, кто это читает. Намечается... Не хочу прогуляться, у меня здесь анкета. Намечается ежегодная корпоративная поездка на природу, на которую пригласили вас и вашу семью. Вы помоете голову в этот день. Я помою голову в этот день. За вашими... Это потому что важно. Это все-таки массовое мероприятие. За вашими плечами долгая успешная карьера, и вы на пороге пенсии. В вашей речи вы перечислите свои достижения, поделитесь воспоминаниями, честно расскажете о плюсах и минусах, пишите проблемы и сложности, с которыми вы сталкивались, откажетесь от приглашения. Когда я уже старый, выхожу на пенсию, пошли вы все нахер. Партия алкашей. В свободное время вы любите отдохнуть в одиночестве, слушая музыку или собирая модели. Посещаете митинги и боретесь за правое дело. Нет, я не мудак. Ведете детей на кружки, поддерживаете их увлечения. Там одна лошадь 19-летняя, какие нахер кружки. А второй 14-летний, у него сейчас направление кружков резко меняется, ему будет не до меня, поэтому и кружки, никаких кружков. Играете в местной спортивной команде. Так, в одиночестве. А что и все в жопу. Идеальный отпуск для вас это побыть в окружении природы, вдали от стресса повседневной жизни, путешествовать по незнакомым местам в поисках нового интересного, провести заранее запланированный день в парке развлечений с семьей, катайтесь на аттракционах, сбежать от мира с любимым человеком на райский тропический остров. Это... Я женат. Какой с любимым? Какой райский тропический остров? Посуда не мыта. Вы чё? В первую очередь государство должно обеспечивать гражданам безопасность, свободу, счастье, равенство. Хорошо, да. Хорошо. Нет, ну все мы знаем, что государство должно нам обеспечивать счастье. Поэтому несомненно. Прогресс ценит ваше время. Вместе мы приведем страну к светлому будущему. Конечно, конечно, конечно приведем. Конечно приведем. Кто спорит? Инклюзивность — это счастье. Уже поздно. Сэм и дети пошли спать. Вы моете свою любимую чашку. Вспоминайте, что купили ее в первую общую поездку с Сэм. Рисунок на чашке. Смешное лицо. Почти стерлось, но все еще вызывает у вас улыбку. Стук в окно возвращает вас в реальность. Так. В саду, сжимая ручку ярко-неонового зеленого чемодана, с крайне обеспокоенным видом стоит Крис, двойняшка Сэма. Вы открываете дверь, Крис заходит, садится за кухонный стол. «Извини, что я так поздно, Алекс», — бормочет Крис, «но мне очень нужна помощь и больше не к кому обратиться». Так, тебе Сэм позвать? Нет, не беспокойся, Сэм, мне нужно поговорить с тобой 2 минуты, не больше. Ты в курсе нового закона о капитале и собственности? Я же работаю в новостях, Крис. Ты что, мудак, что ли? Ты подумай, кому ты пришел. Нет, эта новость прошла как-то мимо меня, хотя я работаю в новостях. Ну, прошла мимо меня, он, наверное, сейчас расскажет, да? В чем дело? Жранем как следует. Значит, нет. Крис поджимает губы. Они забирают у людей кровно заработанные деньги и отдают их бездельников. Конечно, у богатейшего 1% денег столько, что не сосчитать. Быстро добавляет Крис, но они могут позволить себе заплатить налог, а люди, как я, мы все потеряем. Так иди работать-то! Че ты? Заплати налоги и живи спокойно. В чем твоя проблема? Так, и чем я тебе могу помочь? Крис стыкается взглядом в пол. Слушай, я понимаю, что слишком многого прошу, но мне нужно одолжить у тебя паспорт. Да зачем тебе мой паспорт? Ипотеку возьмешь? Они уже начали забирать деньги у меня и половины этой чертовой страны, но мне всегда говорили, что мы похожи, так что... Крис говорит, все быстрее, мне нужно сваливать, пока не поздно. Я уеду, тогда мои деньги будут в безопасности, но их нужно сейчас, иначе они заморозят счета. Прошу, ты моя единственная надежда. Паспорт в сейфе наверху, я сейчас его принесу. Должен же быть другой выход, вряд ли все так плохо. Не дам я тебе свой паспорт, что, дурак, что ли? Ну, дурачок совсем. Крис застывает в недоумении. Ты шутишь сейчас, да? У тебя и Сэм всегда была моя полная поддержка. Я люблю твоих детей как своих. Мы же семья, или для тебя это пустое слово? Подожди. Не путай теплое с мягким. При чем здесь? Поддержка, вот это вот. Детей люблю. И значит, давай я тебе дам свой паспорт и потом выхвачу за это от новой победившей партии, которая, очевидно, этого не одобрит. Шрифт сратый. Ну, это шрифт такой какой-то, не знаю, прям стандартно виндовый какой-то. Это противозаконно, я не могу тебе помочь, что, дурачок, что ли? Ладно, как-нибудь справлюсь. А мне казалось, что семья в беде не бросает. Крис хватается за ручку своего яркого чемодана. и уходит в ночь. Вы возвращаетесь к раковине. Снова смотрите на кружку Сэм. На этот раз лицо на кружке вызывает у вас беспокойство. I don't want to miss. To send the world on fire. С днями как будто ощущение, что смотришь без очков. Я проверял. Да ёбана. Чё?
First of all, let's get the power on. You need to get at least the bottom 4 plugs on. Right, let's load up the adverts. You might want to have a bit of a think about it. Your decisions have consequences, don't they?
Так, jus de cochon. Мы уверены, что эта игрушка безопасна? Откуда я знаю? Давай в конце ее. Безумный Нил. Алан Джеймс. Скоро на самой большой площадке. Познакомьтесь с юношеской командой. Это должно быть прекрасно.
Right, you can see they finally got the old headline system up and working again, and the vision mixer's already in headline mode because headlines always come at the start. It's really simple, mate. These 2 buttons at the bottom of the vision mixer, you can see they now have A and B on them, and they're to help you pick image A on the left bottom screen here, or image B on the right bottom screen here. It's really simple. This little clock here will count down the number of seconds you have to make your decision. Provided you make a decision in that time, you're
Так, вот сейчас вот это я упустил.
as much as you want until the clock reaches 0. But if you don't make any decision, you'll be fired before you even get to make another choice. I just want to say one more thing, mate. The pictures you choose to show of these people, well, that's how the public is going to perceive them, and that's going to affect their lives. So like with the adverts, choose carefully.
No,
And we're off. Good luck, mate. If I get time, I'll call you back in the next break. Yeah, I'm coming, darling.
One of those. My friend Janet says theirs gets really hot.
Is this
Ariel.
Janet dogs have their own secret language?
Yeah, the one that mistrusts the moon. 10 seconds, everybody.
Not the best source of consumer advice, then.
Don't blame me when it explodes. Going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main headlines tonight. Destination unknown. At the end of Advance's first full week in office, we ask exactly who's leading this charge. Tonight, I'll be discussing what the new future might hold with a leading economist and radical free thinker. With the Assets and Wealth Act on the brink of raising living standards for the vast majority of the country, I'll be asking my guess if we're on the way to a new future. Out with the old, Remington's Fist have appointed Sophia Remington as their new CEO. The following photo, taken from our archive, gives us a sense of this influential young firebrand who, at the tender age of 23, becomes the youngest female CEO in history. Sophia Remington has always impressed. She was top of her
Мы же
class.
должны поддерживать текст, который говорит ведущий, а не херней заниматься, правильно?
The markets have responded favorably to Sophia's appointment, with stocks rising 30 points in light of the announcement. In her first press conference this afternoon, Sophia announced a children's toy named Mr. Snugglehearts. Sophia promises it'll be all the rage this Christmas, but concerns have been raised about the product's safety. Making a splash. Intrepid scientist Dr. David Wong and marine biologist Ingrid Swarsborg-Horgensford have today set off to explore Dante's taint. The recently discovered cave system was previously thought unreachable, but thanks to a new breakthrough in underwater flower technology, the pair hope to successfully reach the imposing central cavern and the undiscovered plant species it contains. This is, of course, only the latest in a series of successful expeditions for this unlikely pairing. In a joint statement about the dangers
Ну, в конце концов, я же на рупоре государственной пропаганды работаю, поэтому сейчас будем прям...
playing the field, Rumours abound as sporting legend Johnny Hamsleeves is snapped leaving Bush, one of the capital's hottest clubs. The footballer was caught while out celebrating being named Sports Personality of the Year last week, as reported by this very programme. Johnny is seen here with socialite and performance artiste Tiffany Lamore, whose recent show, Snatched Inside My Snatch, has kept her firmly in the public eye. Could romance be on the cards for these two budding A-listers? And grievous bodily charm. With Advance promising a radical new position on crime, how afraid should we actually be? I'll be going live around the country to talk with people who've seen the criminal justice system from every perspective. With more and more powers passing to the police and less oversight, are we using an Advance-shaped sledgehammer to crack a nut? All that, and Megan Wolf with a group of young actors already experiencing the positive side of the new Assets and Wealth Act firsthand. They'll be talking and performing later. That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
30 seconds back.
А что я должен делать-то?
Of the government's swift enactment of the Assets and Wealth Act, we're talking about Advance's first week in office and what the new future holds. Joining me are Katie Brightman, a leading economist, and Alan James, author of Alan James is Right, The Free Man's Guide to Waking Up. Alan, the government certainly haven't dragged their heels on delivering some of the legislation they promised, but what does the Wealth Act mean for us?
Nothing, Jeremy. We're still vassal slaves, we're just in prettier cages.
A confident dismissal there. Katie Brightman, do you agree?
I'm afraid I don't, no. I think that Advance have realised that the current economic system of unlimited, unending growth is untenable, so they're changing things up.
There I agree with you. They're moving to the next steps in the grand plan.
Grand plan, Alan?
It's all in my book. Alan James is right, Jeremy. We're to become the great herd. Ignorant, sterile, and short-lived. That's what they want.
Or perhaps Advance have just realised that if we carry on the way we are, we will destroy ourselves and this planet in a mad orgy of consumption, if you'll excuse the colourful metaphor.
Yes, orgy is the right word. Only it'll be the overlords having an
Relíz.
orgy on our poor broken backs. It's all in my book. Alan James is...
Shamelessly self-promoting? Katie, how do you think the rest of the world will respond to this new approach?
I think they're watching carefully. Advance are the most disruptive threat that the world powers have faced since the last Great War.
Yes, Katie's right. War is inevitable.
Thank you, but that isn't
And
what
this will not be a war like we've ever seen before. We're talking millions of deaths. We're talking high-tech weapons that can level entire cities. We're talking...
Out of the wrong orifices?
Mock me all you like, Jeremy, but when they murder your parents and they poison your food and they take you away to their camps for hypno-brainwashing, we'll be laughing then.
That might be a great way to sell books, Alan, but you know full well that isn't going to happen in a democracy.
Democracy is dead.
Yes, Advance are radical, and change is always frightening, but the truth is that the Wealth and Assets Act has made more than 90% of the population wealthier and is on target to produce a permanent end to poverty.
Bollocks! What this young lady doesn't understand, Jeremy, is that these are the same people. Maybe they've rebranded, but it's all a little circus act to keep us from seeing the tyrant behind the curtain.
That's where you're wrong, Alan. For a start, they've mobilised the youth vote like we've never seen before.
You say mobilise, I call it grooming. The grooming of an entire generation to walk happily into eternal bondage. They're like psychic paedophiles.
But based on the facts, Katie, what are your predictions?
The Assets and Wealth Act is only the first step. Advance now have a historic budgetary surplus, and as well as properly funding our public services, they're already funneling unprecedented amounts into scientific research and the arts.
Or, as I call them in my book, Frankenscience and opiates. Like opiates, see?
Can we get back to the issue at hand, please, Alan?
This is the issue. It's all coming from the water, the chemicals. They're pumping it full of belief juice.
Don't get me wrong, I want to see these changes, but only if they're sustainable. If Advance lose their power after spending half of our GDP on dismantling infrastructure, that could be catastrophic.
The catastrophe is that they're succeeding. They've got us sat here talking about their puppet show.
All right, we're running out of time. Quickly, Alan, what does the future look like to you?
A bleak space where we've all been figuratively sodomized into submission.
Of course. Katie?
We might be on the eve of a brave new world. God knows we need some change, but we need to be cautious. Let's walk forwards with our eyes open.
Two very different visions of the future there. Alan James, Katie Brightman, thank you for joining me. When we come back, I'll be investigating law and order before Megan meets some beneficiaries of the Assets and Wealth Act. That's all coming up tonight on the National Nightly News.
1 minute back.
Я вовремя нажал.
Might do some good.
I hope so too, Jeremy.
How much are you being paid by them then?
Shut the fuck up, Alan. I've never heard so much shit in my life.
Well, we'll see who's full of shit, won't we?
Alan, I can explain it to you, but unfortunately I can't understand it for you.
Well, I don't know what she meant by that.
Ведущий огонь.
How's it going? Actually, fuck it, I don't care. I hate the fucking news. Oh, bloody hell, I love this tune, though. All right, mate, see you later. Bye.
Shut up at a word, and that's all I can do.
10 seconds, everybody.
If that's a good sign.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. In our second segment, we're going to be taking a deep dive into the state of law and order in our country. Advance have already tasked what they are calling a solutions team to move this serious social problem to the top of the list. Tonight, we go behind the headlines to meet the people who live with the criminal justice system every day of their lives. First up, we have Gregory Judge, a lawyer who sees the problems close up on the front line. Can you hear me, Gregory?
Yes, I've got you, Jeremy. Thanks for having me.
What's it like on the front line of the hard face of the cold hand of justice?
Well, as you can imagine, Jeremy, we are massively understaffed in this country. We're working every hour we can just to try and cope with the caseloads on our desks.
Which must affect the quality of support you can offer.
Well, we can barely keep up with demand, Jeremy. There simply isn't enough
Да сука!
at a systemic level to relieve the problem. We need more support from ministers. What are you doing? We need change at a structural level,
I'm
Jeremy.
leaving, Greg.
Not a good time, darling.
It never is it? I'll be at my mother's.
Just hang on. No, the problem isn't a local one, Jeremy. It's nationwide. Just give me 5 minutes. I'm talking to Jeremy Donaldson.
Oh, have you mentioned your affairs?
No. Well, the affairs of the Justice Department that we should be concerned about.
Hello, Mr. Donaldson.
Hello, Mrs. Judge.
We need
Поздно. Блин, был сосредоточен на этой фигне.
The news, Mr. Donaldson. Can I have a moment to tell my husband I'm leaving him?
Yes, I totally understand. Quite the picture of a burdened legal sector there. Gregory Judge, thank you for joining us. Next, I'm joined by Police Chief Constable Bob Peel, a man with a very different perspective on our nation's crime. Do you think there's a problem with the system, Bob?
I'm sure we all do, Jeremy. I'm sure we all
Да сука!
return to the days when you could safely walk the streets of your community at night, looking in through windows and generally enjoying your neighbours without the risk of being terrorised by some thug with a knife. Or kosh.
So you feel the streets simply aren't safe anymore? Where have we gone wrong, Bob?
Well, that's not a simple question, Jeremy, but I think it all comes down to moral decay. We've diluted our culture and lost touch with what it means to be a citizen of this once great country. Also, as the vicar noted in Sunday's sermon, we probably shouldn't have banned hanging.
And to what do you attribute this moral decay?
Foreigners, gays and gypsies mainly. It's all in the Bible. Look, Leviticus clearly states that... Oh, bugger, hang on a moment. Jeremy, you bloody gimps escaped. Delia, could you give me a little help, please, dear? As I was saying, Jesus didn't like immigrants much, did he?
And just to be clear, you think it's the immigrants who are responsible for the moral decay?
Absolutely, Jeremy. Back in your box, Clive. Back in your box. Delia, I really could use a little help with this.
Oh, sorry, darling. I was spaying the badgers.
Yes, I'm talking to Jeremy Donaldson. Clive, could you put him back in the box?
Oh, Clive, you know it's Wednesday. Back you go. Back in your gimp space.
And whose responsibility is it to make a change, Bob?
Well, it is certainly not the responsibility of the decent, good, white people
Darling,
of this...
where's the padlock?
Oh, hold on just a moment.
Oh, Clive! Naughty boy. Mummy said...
Clive, I am not having this again.
Mummy said, get back in your gimp space. No! Naughty! You beast, Clive!
As I said, Moral decay.
Орф.
Crime is the responsibility of the criminal.
Первый канал заменяем.
Look, everyone has a sob
Ну как заменяем? Примерно это там днем и показывают.
Our daughter Alice comes home with an A-. Does she go on a killing spree? No, she takes 3 of her pills and hides under the stairs like a normal child.
Thank you, Bob. Bob Peel there, really locking down the police's position on morality for us. And finally tonight, hopefully uninterrupted, it's time to get to the heart of the matter. Tony Dawson has recently been released from prison after serving 3 years for aggravated assault, burglary, and menacing a swap. He's agreed to talk to us today, which is also, I believe, his birthday. Many happy returns, Tony.
Cheers, Jez. Call me Titwank Tony. Everybody else does.
No, I'm not going to be doing that. Can you tell us what it's like in prison, Tony?
Titwank Tony. Prison's a mixed bag. Structure's quite nice, but it's a constant battle against institutionalization, as you can imagine. And obviously, titwanks are quite hard to come by.
I'm picking up that you're not alone there, Tony.
Titwank Tony. Yeah, sorry, my friends are throwing me a surprise party. Good bunch of lads.
Okay, well, we're trying to let you get back to that party as soon as possible. First, let me ask you this. Do you feel that your time spent in prison helped to rehabilitate you in any way, Tony?
Titwank Tony! I don't think it's as easy as that, Jez.
Sopen!
Yeah, I think asking that is an oversimplification.
It sounds like it's getting quite busy there, Tony, but let's try and soldier on. Since leaving custody, have you been able to find a new job?
Yeah, all the boys are here. Big Chris, Little Chris, and Vampire Chris.
This one's, yeah?
Yep. One sec, love. Titwank Tony's on the news. Rehabilitation's difficult with the current system, Jez. It's just not set up for it, you know? It's inherently unjust.
So, do you feel tempted to... I'm sorry, who's this guy?
You are joking. Chrissy Free Bollocks has only got Mr. Fancy, oh. Not now, fellas, I'm on the news.
It seems like we've caught you at a bad time.
Little boy.
Oh, I can't really hear you, mate. It's getting a bit busy here. Jesus.
Yes, we seem to be losing the signal there, Tony.
Fucking way, let's believe that!
Well, we're just trying to get that signal back. I think we... Yes, Tony? Tony, I mean, you literally... 2 seconds. How does this happen, Tony? Can you hear me? Well, we seem to have lost our train of thought there a little. Hopefully you, the viewer at home, have managed to glean a broader understanding of the serious and complex issues around law and order. After the break, Megan will be live with some plucky young thespians. Don't go away. We'll be back after these messages.
1 minute back, everybody. That went well.
Yes.
Peace off.
There's a bit of music. If you edit in time with the music, you can see the result on the vision mixer, and the public will love that. Don't worry if you don't, though. You won't get punished for it or nothing. Just try and stay in the groove. Also, one last tip. When the music starts, turn down the broadcast volume. Right, enjoy the music bit. God, I love music. God, I'm so pissed. I think I might go and throw up in a bit.
In his dressing room, probably banging his head against the wall. Looks right. Listen, I'm sure he's on his way. Come on, it's welcome back. How hard can it be?
This is on you. 10 seconds, everybody. We're going to open on Megan. Camera 2. Going in 5,
Да понял я.
4, 3.
Welcome's Black. I'm Megan Wolfe, and on tonight's Culture Spot, I'll be chatting with one of the first beneficiaries of the Assets and Wealth Act, a team of inspiring young people from Scritchford Sixth Form College who today received a grant from Advance to take their play, Hey, Friendship, on a tour of local secondary schools. Welcome to you all. Well, let's start with you two, Harriet and Charlotte Winstanley-Hamilton. Girls, you must be thrilled.
We are, Megan. We're overwhelmed, to be honest.
And I believe you two are sisters, is that right?
Yes, Charlotte's my oldest.
I'm the older, more popular one. Only joking.
Harriet and Trey were really the ones who came up with the whole idea. So, Harry and I were shooting the breeze in the cafeteria, and I said, hey, let's actually do something.
So I went to look for a drama teacher.
But she'd been laid off due to budget cuts. Fortunately, I directed a pantomime when I was at university, so I knew the ropes, as it were.
Oh, right, yes, but you're the maths teacher, aren't you?
Yes, that's me, Jeff Algebra, maths teacher.
Maths is really important.
Oh, thanks, Steve.
Maths is really important.
Gitman.
As is theatre. It's one of the oldest art forms in history. Aristotle believed.
I just think that when we travel around all these problem schools and the poor kids see us, they say, hey, I really want to be like those attractive kids. And that's a very beautiful and powerful thing. We touch our audiences and they touch us right back.
I suppose with a surname like Algebra, there was really only one choice of career for me. My wife, Angela, and I, we often laugh about it.
Angela Algebra.
Yes.
We just want to bring a bit of song and joy into people's lives.
And teach people about the difficult issues.
Ну и, конечно, его
Issues of the
лучший
day,
друг
what really matter.
рядом с ним
And I
сидит.
think you're going to be showing us an extract from this play, aren't you?
That's right. To put into context, I play a young first year who's having some troubles at school.
Her character doesn't actually have a name, yeah, because in a way she's like all of us.
It's like a metaphor. Maybe she's you at home, or like, maybe she's you, Megan.
Maths is really important.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Put it in, coach.
Yes, thanks, Steve.
Right, well, I'm going to have a little chat with your teacher while you run off and get ready. I can't wait to see it. That's it, that way. So, Jeff, when did you first hear about the grants?
2 days ago. A letter from Advance arrived at the school. Now, the headmaster thought it was all a prank, but his secretary retrieved it from his bin and brought it to me.
Wow, how did you react?
I also threw it in the bin. But then, Harriet and
Да, Эдвард.
and they rang the number at the bottom of the page, and next thing you know, we're on tour.
Wow. Well, I think we can all guess which way you'll be voting from now on.
Do you know what? It's funny because Angela and I don't usually vote. We're not very political. I'm a mathematician, of course, and she's a paraplegic mainly. But we did used to watch that Peter Clement's DIY show back in the day, and so we thought, why not? Let's have a go with this old democracy thing.
Okay.
And here we bally well are.
Good stuff.
Fucking brilliant!
So, let's have a look at a short section of Hey, Friendship.
Dear Diary, I'm not sure I can take another day at this school. Another day of tears.
Tears.
Another day of fears. But still I walk the corridors alone.
Alone.
Dreading what might be around every corner.
What's around the corner? What's around the corner? What's around the corner?
Hi, Gary.
Oh, heavens no! It's Gary the Fist! Gary the Fist!
Going somewhere, little first year?
Great. I've been looking for some poor victim to bully all morning. But will this make me feel better about my violent father?
Violent father. Excuse me, I'm late for maths. It's my favourite subject. And so important.
Maths is for losers.
What?
Maths is for losers.
My arm's stuck, coach.
Keep going, for fuck's sake.
Right, maths is for losers.
Бля.
Now, give me your lunch money.
Double lunch for me today, but why am I only truly happy when I'm eating?
Not today, Gary the Fist.
What do you mean not today? Who are you? Oh, my arm's free, coach.
Brilliant, keep going.
Right, who are you to stand up to me? I'm Gary the Fist, and you're just a sad little girl with 2 gay dads who's all alone.
That's where you're wrong, Gary the Fist. These are my 2 new friends. Vanessa is captain of the netball team.
Yeah!
And Blake owns a motorbike.
Yeah.
But I can't fight all 3 of you, and I don't have any friends of my own.
Take a look at me. Take a little look at my face. could be you. She could be you. And you could be me.
Or you could be me.
Life can be peachy keen if you work as a team.
It's my choice to be mean. So stop now, make a different choice.
Listen to that inner voice.
Hey, listen up, I won't take no crap. You said middle class girls can't rap.
А можно эту камеру только оставить и не переключать вообще никогда? Да, он вообще топовый парень.
Hey, kids, I'm Gary the Fist. People think the folks like me probably shouldn't exist. But that's just prejudice, and I'd do better if you knew the way that I became Gary the Fist. I grew up on a council estate. The park was hip, but the flats weren't great. My dad used to
Шрумсквад,
come
здорово.
drunk and late, and he'd hit my mum for dinner. He had to wait. Where's my dinner?
It's not ready.
Where's my dinner, woman?
Go.
Don't make me ask you again.
Hitting women is wrong.
I guess life's pretty hard on a council estate. 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 It's so damn hard on a council estate.
Life can be peachy keen
Главное, трешку не включайте.
if you work as a team.
Just work as a team.
It's your choice to be me.
It's my choice.
So stop now, make a different choice.
Listen to that inner voice.
Friendship.
Yes!
Well, thankfully that's all we have time for tonight on the National Nightly News. Join us tomorrow night for all the headlines from
Ой,
across the
бля.
country. My name's Jeremy Donaldson. Have a peaceful night.
And we're out.
Oh, that was brilliant! What the literal fuck was that?
I believe that was
Сика.
I believe I've got a 14-inch cock, but it doesn't make it so.
I have a similar belief about an adequate paycheck.
Oh, someone please get these twats out of my studio.
Нельзя досмотреть рекламу, к сожалению. Типа надо ее смотреть уже потом. Чем посмотрим про мистера Обнимашку? Потому что там же была наклейка, типа, а мы уверены, что он вообще безопасный. Где я валю рейтинги? Вообще топовый рейтинг ever. Понимаешь? Ну, как бы это, конечно, карикатура, но в целом прямой эфир примерно так и выглядит. Только там еще могут командовать оператором, что куда смотреть там и все такое. Но в целом, как бы там плюс-минус. А то, что они друг друга подкалывают между включениями там и вообще несут всякую херню и творят всякую херню, ну это 100%, они же люди. Ну, в целом, примерно так и есть, да. Блок B. Ну, первый понятно. Второй — это там, где он между людьми был. Интересно, что не так. Ну, в третьем я там, видимо, в ритм не попадал. Ну, как бы, да пошли они в жопу со своим ритмом. Причем здесь переключение камер в ритм и... Ну, ладно. Блин, мыши в доме все еще вешаются, черт! Так, канал меня все еще любит. Мистер Обнимашка, ну-ка. Damn, I'm good.
Kids, you love them, we love them, and they just love Mr. Snugglehugs. Yeah! With his state-of-the-art human-like voice to keep them company when you can't. If you keep me happy, I'll keep you safe. And his incredible real-action eyes. I hope your mommy and daddy don't die in a fire. That would be bad. It's no wonder Mr. Snugglehugs is the gift your child wants this Christmas. All the other kids have got one. That's right, little one. You don't want to be left out. I only like people who have me as their friend. Oh, Mr. Snugglehugs, you're so silly. Mr. Snugglehugs in stores now, selling out fast.
А чё, ну и нормально. А чё такого-то? Нормальная игрушка вообще. Реакция публики на ваши сводки новостей влияет на ход мировых событий. Понимаете? Вы приходите домой после затянувшейся рабочей смены и находите на столе записку. Вы знаете небрежный почерк Сэм. Крис выселили за неуплату аренды. Ну и чё? Сэм, нужно забрать вещи Крис с улицы. Не жди меня, подчеркнуто дважды. Разве это ваша вина? Вы угрюмо включаете второсортный фильм ужасов, который планировали смотреть вместе с Сэм. Раньше такие фильмы вас жутко пугали, а сейчас вы смотрите их, чтобы посмеяться. Без Сэм не так весело, но пару моментов заставило вас прыснуть от смеха. Во время самого интересного момента, когда Кэндис собирается одна проверить подвал, просмотр прерывает ваш 14-летний сын. Он хочет пойти в гости к другу. По его виду сложно сказать, то ли он просит у вас разрешения, то ли ставит перед фактом. Нехер сидит дома, пиздюк. Чарли говорит все громче и громче, видишь, что вы непреклонны. Ты делаешь вид, что это ради меня. На самом деле тебе просто хочется от меня отвязаться. Я тебя ненавижу. Он запинается, понимает, что зашел слишком далеко, но слишком зол, чтобы извиниться. Прежде чем вы готовы ответить, он взлетает вверх по лестнице и захлопывает за собой дверь. Утром вы стучите в дверь спальни Чарли, никто не отвечает. Вы заходите и замечаете, что кровать пуста, окно открыто нараспашку. Вот же маленький пиздюк. Когда Чарли вернется домой, его ждет наказание, это точно. Да. По жопе. Ну, Миша, щелкаете по кнопкам, составляя трансляцию. На самом деле вы управляете миром, конечно. Вы управляете помыслами людей. Вы не можете скрыть улыбки, оглядывая комнату. За окном лежит снег, дети пытаются взорвать хлопушку. Ваша пожилая мама с трудом борется со сном. Рождество всегда было вашим любимым праздником. Весь день в доме царит напряжение. Вы впервые видите Крис после того, как оказались одолжить свой паспорт. Сэм непривычно быть в такой атмосфере. Они с Крис всегда были не разлей вода. Слышен лишь стук вилок о тарелке, пока Крис смотрит на вас, не отводя глаза. Вы управляете кринжем. Ну... Это одно и то же. Я произнесу тост, конечно. Че он на меня пырит-то? Че? Вы ставите, понимаете, бокал. Всех с Рождеством. Очень здорово, что мы все собрались вместе. Раздается звон бокалов. Все тихо поздравляют друг друга. Крис не шевелится. Да, мы все здесь благодаря тебе. Сам вздыхает опять. Крис, прекрати, сегодня Рождество, может, уже забудешь об этом? А, ну, конечно, то, что ты, значит, тупая звезда, не успела прочитать ситуацию, блин, и свалить вместе со своим баблом, значит, это моя вина, да? Что за ересь-то? Да, давай попробуем хорошо провести время. Крис спускает глаза на тарелку и начинает хмуро есть кусок запеченной курицы. Ваша дочь Сьюзи в этот момент подходит к вам, чтобы пообщаться наедине. Ты же меня любишь, да? Так. Ты же помнишь, мы с друзьями планируем поехать в путешествие в этом году, начинает она с невинным видом. Так вот, ты можешь немножко помочь с деньгами. Особо на это не рассчитывай, Сьюзи. Алекс особой щедростью не отличается. Так, пошла ты в жопу, мать. Мы увидим столько стран, столько культур. Глаза Сьюзи блестят. Вы вздыхаете и тихо отвечаете. Ты знаешь, с деньгами сейчас туго. С нами ведь теперь живет бабушка. У нас просто нет таких денег, Сьюзи. Ну, пожалуйста, вот Гэррит родители помогают. Ладно, посмотрим, что можно сделать. Дети, бля. Сэм вас перебивает. Извини, а мое мнение тебя не интересует? Или будем продолжать делать вид, что меня здесь нет? Вы чувствуете, как щекам приливает кровь и отворачиваетесь от Сэм, чтобы скрыть красное лицо. В последнее время вы были не очень внимательны к Сэм. Но эти слова вас задели. Сэм глубоко вздыхает и неуверенно улыбается. Мне кажется, такую возможность нельзя упускать. Думаю, мы как-нибудь найдем на это деньги. Две тупые сестры. Мужик, беги. Чарли незаметно уходит из комнаты, а вы начинаете убирать со стола тарелки. Тебе понравился твой день рождения, Патрик? Спрашивает ваша мама с радостной улыбкой. Да, счастливого, сука, Рождества. Да, хорошо. Вы просматриваете накопившуюся почту от вида новых счетов, внутри у вас все сжимается. Вдруг яркий значок на дом из писем привлекает ваше внимание. Он вам знаком, это бирюзовый логотип прогресса. Вы вскрываете письмо. Уважаемая семья Уинстон, спасибо за то, что выслали паспорта для проверки. Мы подтвердили их достоверность и сообщаем, что вы подходите для участия в программе по перераспределению капитала. Так. Мы рады приложить к письму чек. Надеемся, что он послужит для вас не только знаком нашей благодарности, но и подтверждением того, как мы привержены созданию общества, свободного от неравенства. Все это похоже на сон, но пульсирующая боль от случайного пореза письмом возвращает вас в реальность. Чек на крупную сумму. Крис было об этом известно. Прогресс и правда перераспределяет деньги людей. Проклятые недокоммуняки. Мы продолжим борьбу за улучшение страны и жизни народа. Вперед, вместе, Джулия Селисбери и Питер Клемент. А, это которая жирная и алкаш. Нормально. Ваши денежные проблемы теперь кажутся чуть менее серьезными. Это радует. Да, отличная партия. Да ёбана. Я работаю когда-нибудь? Чему молния на этом чемодане никогда не застегивается до конца? Сегодня у вас Сэм годовщина свадьбы. Каждый год вы уезжаете на выходные, обычно отдохнуть где-нибудь на природе. В деньгах вы не купаетесь. Вы давно ждали этой поездки, наконец вы побудете вдвоем вдали от повседневной суеты. Никаких детей и работы, только вы вдвоем, тишина и покой. Молния наконец застегивается, и вы тащите набитый чемодан вниз по лестнице. Добрый вечер, Алекс. Это мистер Боузман. Звоню сообщить, что вам необходимо выйти на работу на этих выходных. Да что такое? У нас появилась информация, что напряженность между нашей страной и некоторыми иностранными державами вот-вот достигнет критического уровня. Ой, это так важно. Мы должны первыми обнародовать любые новости по этой теме, так что команда вечерних новостей должна быть начеку круглые сутки. Будем ждать вас завтра в 8 утра. Приятного вечера, Алекс. Удивление сменяется раздражением, а затем гневом. Сэм спускается по лестнице, излучая счастье. Сэм целует вас, берет ключи от машины со стола и начинает загружать чемоданы в багажник. Питерские здорово. Нет, не новелки. А чё, собственно? Я не получал никакого сообщения. Сообщение удалено. Что это было, раздается голос Сэм. А так, херня какая-то. Приобняв Сэм, вы хлопаете входной дверью. Да? В понедельник мне звезда. Неприятное возвращение. Неприятно. Я лучший режиссер этого канала. Я творю новости. И вы еще что-то мне тут указываете вообще. Мне надо набраться сил. Творческая энергия. Чтобы и дальше наш канал и наши вечерние новости были лучшими в этой сраной стране. Вот. Когда вы приходите на работу в понедельник, вымотанные коллеги кидают на вас осуждающие взгляды. О боже мой, бедненький, им пришлось работать в свои смены. На столе вас ждет записка, на ней безупречными красными буквами выведено: «Я разочарован, Уинстон». Пошел ты. Конечно, стоило. У меня мыши вешаются по очереди, по нескольку раз. Зарплату бы лучше поднял. Бичара. Ваш сын Чарли хватает вас за руку, пока вы читаете. Ой, как это прям... Видишь, все хорошо, а я и не сомневался. Стремитесь ли вы к успеху? Являетесь ли вы активным членом команды? Вам нравится получать бонусы от сотрудничества? Присоединяйтесь к активистам прогресса уже сегодня. Вперед вместе! Так, и чё? Чарли отбирает у вас листовку и впихивает в руки разрешение. Я буду ходить туда пешком после школы, а сестра Бена будет отвозить меня домой, так что тебе даже не нужно будет ничего делать. Вы подписываете разрешение на то, чтобы ваш сын присоединился к активистам прогресса. Конечно, питерский — это весь геймплей. Ваш сын радостно взволнован, вам приятно видеть, как сильно он хочет участвовать в жизни города. В этом нет ничего плохого, конечно. Alan James is right. In front of you. Смотри, что мне дали ребята с работы. У них не получается пойти, говорит Сэм, размахивая двумя билетами. На них крупными буквами написано: Алан Джеймс прав перед вами. Даже не знаю, как думаешь, нам стоит сходить? Конечно. Они же бесплатные, пойдем. Чё, халява. Шоу интересное, но не очень веселое. Ну, как обычно. Алан Джеймс хороший оратор, и его выступление почему-то не дает вам покоя. Когда вы уже лежите в кровати, а сам спит, вы внезапно понимаете, в чем дело. Это все зрители. Они не смеялись, а ревели. Наркоманы. Работа будет у нас когда-нибудь? Когда-нибудь работа будет, мать ее! Вы возвращаетесь домой после особо длинного рабочего дня. Да ты что? И натыкаетесь на несколько стопок писем. В последнее время Сэм так раскладывает всю почту. Большая часть писем — всякий мусор. Но! Все с ярким логотипом прогресса, на котором яркими красными буквами написано «Срочно ответить немедленно». Сразу же привлекает ваше внимание. Уважаемая семья Уинстон, сообщаем вам, что правящая партия «Прогресс» предприняла очередной шаг на пути к обеспечению равенства. Мы национализировали все крупные частные компании и перераспределили их ресурсы среди граждан нашей великой страны. Программа партнерства гарантирует, что блага, созданные людьми, принадлежат только им. Каждая семья станет партнером одной из 3 организаций, выбранных прогрессом за высокое качество производства и устойчивое финансовое положение. Учтите, прибыль зависит от общественного мнения и не гарантирована. Пожалуйста, выберите один из следующих вариантов. Так, компания ГС, глаз смотрящего. Косметика, одежда, мода. ЗАО «Бешеный Нил». Бешеный Нил никогда не просит бешеных денег. И акционерная компания «Услада». Ваше удовольствие — наша работа. Спорт, путешествия, Релакс, отдых нужен всякому. Да ладно, бешеный Нил всегда на плаву. Надо за него держаться. Спасибо за ваш выбор. Пожалуйста, верните нам этот документ по почте, используя приложенный конверт. Отчет о промежуточных результатах вашего партнерства вы будете получать раз в 3-6 месяцев. Кажется, что даже прогресс не в силах победить государственную бюрократию. Он и не должен. Партнерство — это будущее нашей страны. Вперед, вместе. Жирная и алкаш. Да, спасибо. Буря! Грядет буря!
Good evening, Alex. It's Bozeman here, your boss. While you're powering up and getting the adverts loaded, I thought I should just tell you that we've had one of those public information films from the government, and it's mandatory that you play it. You still have a free choice for the other two, so read those tape labels carefully, but make sure you play the advance advert, preferably at the second break. Right, that's the lot. Have a great show. Total pimp. My god, that weather looks nasty.
Так, ну я же за безумного Нила топлю, поэтому, конечно же. Радость болта или проверьте простату? Господа зрители, 1 — это проверьте простату, а 2 — это радость болта. Давайте решим, что же мы поставим третьим рекламным роликом. Питерский. Это позиция какая-то антигосударственная. Проверка простаты через радость болта. Ну, знаешь, либо гигантская клизма, либо бутерброд с говном. Вот надо выбрать. Ну, то есть все за болт. Никто не хочет проверять простату. Все хотят радоваться болту. Хорошо. Хорошо. Вы сами этого хотели получить свой болт. Куда вы там его хотели?
You chose his imaginary friend in the sky over you.
I don't know why I talked to you.
It probably is a really awful date.
10 seconds, everybody. Like I said, all of
Уже все троллай. Уже радуйся болту.
5, 4, 3.
Good evening. I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolf. Our main stories tonight.
Uncooperative. A mysterious symbol has appeared overnight on thousands of buildings throughout the capital.
Tonight, in an exclusive live interview with Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement, I'll be asking what this mysterious symbol might mean.
Critics have been quick to dismiss the graffiti as a publicity stunt or an act of frustration by a tiny disorganized group of those who will never, under any circumstances, be content.
We shall overcome. Trapped in Dante's taint for more than a month now, doctors Ingrid Svorsborg Horgensvoord and David Wong announced today that they're considering 2 possible options.
With 2 of the finest minds in science working together, hopes are still
Ну
high
пусть вот
for
это
the
будет.
eventual return of the team to dry land.
Without enough engineers to successfully fix their craft, the team seem likely to attempt to farm the cavern's ecosystem while they wait for rescue from above ground. I think I'll stick to risotto, Jeremy.
Bearing their opinions, the formerly rich are fighting back with a naked protest.
Our very own Robin Short was on hand earlier today when this new protest group first presented themselves.
Spokesman Wentworth Somerset Bentley said today, "They've had the shirts off our backs, they might as well have the rest of it too." And while it's easy to laugh, perhaps we should all just be pondering how desperate the formerly rich are to regain their power.
table for two. Johnny Hamsleeves and Tiffany Lamore were spotted having a private moment out at lunch today.
The popular couple have certainly been on a roller coaster since they started dating late last year. And this image is sure to place them firmly back in the tabloids.
Johnny's secretive hospital visits have had the rumour mill churning. I think it's safe to say that they're not looking at a school report.
This is one celebrated
Идеально
man
вообще.
about to become the bad boy of sport.
And onwards and upwards. In an attempt to put the Mr. Snugglehugs disaster behind them, Remington's Fist CEO Sophia Remington today announced a brand new product that already has the markets buzzing with interest.
This groundbreaking product came as quite a shock when it was revealed earlier today, though its critics are skeptical that the young CEO can fulfill her promises.
When only a Flard will do, you need the Flardmaster 5000. That's the slogan accompanying the announcement that has rocked the construction industry this morning. The breakthrough device for aiding in installation is sure to change the way we see the humble Flard.
With that exclusive prime ministerial interview coming up later,
and our very own Patrick Bannon coming to you live from the first annual Sports Board final.
You won't want to miss a second of tonight's National Nightly News.
Where's my
30
makeup?
seconds,
girl?
everybody.
Makeup.
Да, пробахал я заставочку. Очень плохо. Ох! Вот это ничего себе.
First tonight, after the Christmas horror caused by Mr. Snugglehugs, we have an exclusive interview with one of the victims.
Poor 7-year-old Timmy Tadlock, like so many of those affected by the Christmas bloodbath, has spent the last 3 months undergoing a series of reconstructive facial surgeries.
Last week, joyfully, he spoke for the first time since the tragedy. Tonight, he talks to us.
Before we go to the
Да,
interview,
бля.
however, this station would like to issue a
Я был
full
уверен, что она
apology
подхватит.
for any part we may have played in the tragedy. We should never have advertised Mr. Snugglehugs. Without our publicity, the sheer scale of this tragedy, and now upwards of 8,000 casualties, might have been averted.
On behalf of the Nightly News team, we're sorry.
In future, we will do better.
Now it's over to Robin Short at the Tadlock family home. Robin?
Thank you, Megan. I'm here with Mr. and Mrs. Tadlock and their 7-year-old son, Timothy. Thanks for spending time with us today.
Yes, well, you're bloody lucky we're spending any time with you at all, after what you lot did. Irresponsible. I mean, whose idea was this anyway?
It's all right. It wasn't your fault. As you can see, Megan, there's still a few open wounds here. I'll tread carefully. I'm going to speak to Timmy now. Hello, Timmy. Can you see me?
Mummy, who's that lady?
It's the lady from television, Timothy. She's going to ask you a few questions.
And you be careful now, it upsets him to remember.
Don't worry, Mr. Tadlock. I wasn't the youngest ever editor of the Swinstead Middle School Inquirer for no reason. So, Timmy, can you tell us what happened to you? You had just unwrapped Mr. Snugglehugs, hadn't you? Was he under the tree?
Yes, I could smell him already. He smelled like love.
Ah, yes. That'll be the first.
He smelled like love.
I was so excited.
Да, я пробахал вообще заставку просто как лошара. Ну ничего, бывает.
Like our cat before he got in the way of Daddy's Porsche.
Bloody cat had a death wish.
And what did Mr. Snugglehugs say to you?
He blinked his real action eyes and said, "You're my very best friend." But I sure wish Mrs. Snugglehugs was here, and she can't be for just $89.99. And then it said General Error 41.
And is that when he burst into flames?
Look careful.
And then he exploded. Am I right in saying that one of his real action eyes is now permanently embedded in your cheek?
Yes. When I took him in at night, it glowed. It's under there, staring at me.
Yeah, some of the other children have started calling him Timmy Three Eyes. And with his glasses, that's 5.
It's too many eyes, Robin.
And what's the last thing you remember before the darkness overtook you?
He looked at me with his one eye and laughed. Laughed as he burned.
It sounds very
Right, that's quite enough of you two coming in here with your camera trying to make a buck out of our suffering. I won't have it.
Mr. Tadlock, just a couple more questions. Timmy, do you think you will ever be what we can call
No, you've had your
normal
questions,
again?
and now look. Oh, you've made him cry with all three of his eyes.
Calm down, you're Do you think your parents will ever really love you again?
Right, that's it. Enough.
Mr. Tadlock!
Your poster.
So there you have it, Megan. Just one of the many victims of an indescribable tragedy that has shaken our nation.
I'm pleading, am I not?
Thank you, Robin, handling stuff.
And many questions to be answered by Sophia Remington in the coming days and months, I'd wager. How will she turn this crisis around?
So, Jeremy, what are the warning signs a consumer should look out for when they're spotting a dangerous toy?
Well, Megan, experts advise to always check for the new Advanced mark, which guarantee a level of safety and quality.
Yeah, can we just get a close-up on camera 3 here? So if we take a look at this National Nightly News mug, you should see the mark just on the base of it there.
In the wake of the scandal, the government were praised for their swift response in bringing in this set of stringent checks and new products.
It certainly is good to know that someone's watching out for our families. When we come back, our very own Patrick Bannon will be live from the Sports Board finals. Stick around, you won't want to miss it.
We'll be back after these messages.
1 minute back. Oh, sorry, I'm bursting.
Они снова пытались убить Тимми, да?
Very good. Megan.
Yes, yes.
Watch your back, Jeremy. The women are coming.
I'm more worried about this water dripping onto my head.
Alex, Bozeman, we're getting reports in that naked protesters might try and spoil the sports board final by waving their fleshy bits about. Try and make sure you don't broadcast it. It's 6 p.m. for God's sake. No one wants to see fannies on the news. Bozeman out.
Crazy Neil this Easter. Don't be lazy. Let's get crazy. You want to sleep on your lawn? We've got towels. We have even got shrubbery. You want to sling a hammock? We'll throw in the trees for free.
Смотрите, смотрите, второе показывает.
Sleeping bags, you could sleep it upside down with just your feet out. We got beds you could sleep on your front back. You got piles, we got hundreds for miles. Michelangelo spent all his time on back plate.
Так вот чем он всегда занят.
10 seconds. I just felt a drip again. Have they not fixed it?
Want to see us fry? Good for the ratings.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Wolfe. Coming up later, we'll be speaking to the Prime Ministers about their exciting new healthcare facilities, transition centres.
Nice to see they care.
You're absolutely right, Jeremy. But first, we're going now to our own Patrick Bannon, who's reporting live from the finals of the new game that's gripping the nation, Sports Board. Patrick?
That's right, Megan. You joined me live here for the final of the first annual Sports Board Championship. It's been a hotly contested competition so far. I think it's fair to say
Мне, конечно.
we've been dancing around each other all season. First up, we have Eddie Striker. She's the more experienced of our two players today. Striker has got an accuracy of 7, a danger rating of K, and a 12-month driving ban. Striker's known for her signature move, the lanky hamster. And facing her tonight, hoping to prove himself with a career record of 12 outs, 14 finishes, and a divorce pending, it's Mr. Wingspan himself, Tommy, the Fingernail Harris. Just waiting on the ref now. The slapping ceremony is taking part. Still going on.
Striker go first.
Striker, of course, first to start as she won the trivia round earlier on by some margin.
The robe.
Harris, perhaps the brawn and not the brain. Stupid. Eddie Striker. Nice start there from Striker. She's determined not to let the nerves show. Not after last time. On to Mr. Harris now. Tommy. Using his arm to pick up the ball. Not a bad shot there from Harris. Back to Striker for shots number 3. All right. She's gone to sort of throwing under her legs. Not bad, if you ask me.
Was that contact? Don't know why you complained. To Harris.
Bit of business with the ref, but it got sorted out. Back to Harris now. A ball in the hand is worth 2 in the bush.
Football. Move back.
I'd say that's fair, but what do I know? Harris is not going to be happy with that. So really not a good start there for Tommy Harris in round one. We can only hope that round two treats him a bit better. But first, of course, after the argument with the ref section, it's time to change ends. Now we have the ceremonial changing of the ends. And of course, now they go back to the starting positions, as that makes sense. Striker giving it large.
Second round, double, Harris.
Winter round two now with Harris. Okay, we seem to have some sort of streaker on the pitch. Apologise if we broadcast any of that stuff. She appears to have slogans across her breasts and arse. Try and ignore all of that. Security, I'm sure we're going to take them out as soon as possible.
Whoa.
We broadcast any of that. As I said, we're going to get the situation
Ay.
they're trying to carry on play, but it's proving a bit difficult, and I'm struggling to follow. Because it's quite an eyesore, and women's body, yeah. All right, great. Okay, so back into round two now.
Да ладно, она там хаотично между стоящими близко камерами мечется. Поди ты это.
Eddie Striker. No, it's just some of the tightest play I've seen ever. Harris. And was that the fitted thumb screw? We haven't seen that since the heats. What a brilliant move. Back to Striker. And we know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. That is, of course, the ground sound. Excellent bit of play here on both sides of the bucket. I don't know about you at home, but I'm finding the technical mastering display here absolutely blooming jaw-dropping. The ref has spotted something in Harris's neck or head. And Harris is having an absolute shocker. What a miserable start there for Tommy Harris. But he is a late bloomer, of course, the boys said that. And after all, it is a game of two halves, 4 rounds and 7 subgenres. But now, of course, it's time for the half-time show. Sponsored by Remington Smith.
On my whistle.
Nice piece of music here to start the half-time show. Okay, another posh protester loose on the court here. We can only apologise for that. We'll do our best to shield you from having to look directly at it. Is running around here with his genitals on display for all to see. And ruining what was shaping up to be quite the dance interlude there. Now he's thrusting himself in Harris's face. Security is on it. And the bucket has been knocked over! I cannot stand it when the bucket gets knocked over. Hopefully he'll get taken out now. Genitals flying around for all to see. Really, if you ask me, not Sunday morning television. And out of there, hopefully taken away, never to be seen again.
Final poses. Ball boy cannot be in the final pose.
And a lovely finish there on both sides of the bucket. I wouldn't like to call that one. And as we head into round 3, I'd love to know what's going on in these two players' heads. But unfortunately, because of science, we can't.
Thank you.
Not bad. So that ball boy's giving me the eye all day. I don't know what's going on there. Striker there, not a great start. She looks a bit flustered, I think, after all that swinging around. Back to Harris here. God, what I wouldn't give to be that ball. Am I right, ladies? Tommy Harris. And it dribbled down his arm, which is actually a really good move, because of course if it dribbles down his arm and goes on the floor, it's not going in the bucket. Back to Striker. And Striker's gone for the animal bonus there, but of course perhaps... And yes, Harris has counted with a tiny bell. That is wonderful play. Of course we've seen that before. Look at her face. She is absolutely gutted. What a mud. That could have been the clincher. What a massive shame.
Harris receives possession now.
Harris to serve now. Harris, of course, undefeated by Kestrel in his last 4 bouts. So, here we go. Tommy Harris. That's all right. Not bad there. He threw it quite far away from him, which is quite a good idea. Very clever there. Perhaps a little contact, a caution from the referee, who's being, if you ask me, a little bit harsh. Ellie Striker. And she's let the nerves get to her. What the hell was that? You hate to see it, don't you? You cannot believe it. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, like, I mean, this is a mess now. I don't know what I can be doing about this. I mean, sort of breasts and genitals.
Да вы же мазафаки какие.
I mean, there's only so much you can do. They're sort of everywhere, aren't they? All right, I'll try and carry on. The players trying to carry on, but of course it's difficult because these protesters hopefully we can get them taken off soon so we can carry on with the match. Nonsense is going on here. Yes.
We want our money.
Yes, very good. Take them away. Bloody wasters. Absolute wasters. Oh, jog on!
This is the mime round.
It's an absolute bloody... Okay, and now we're going to go into the final round.
Самый идиотский способ промахнуться, по-моему.
Who could believe it?
Где-то объясняли.
Nice imaginary shot there from Harris. It really could go in there at this point. Really high-level play here from two absolute juggernauts of the sport. The bucket getting moved back.
Теперь они промахиваются вообще даже невидимым шариком.
She's juggling it around from her hands. Interesting. And she's put it in her mouth like as if it was an egg. And now she's and she spat it out. She did the egg spit. So a wonderful move there, quite late on.
Illegal spit.
From a striker. But she's in it to win it.
Harris's ball.
On it like a car bonnet.
Ну, надо не банить, надо их стараться не показывать.
And he's peeling it as if it were a banana, which is an interesting move. Not sure if he hasn't had his potassium or what's going on today with Harris. And he's trying to... And the banana was the ball! What a fantastic move there from Harris! Unfortunately, that is the end. What a pathetic... There we go, Jeremy, that is over. How can he look his 8-year-old son in the face tonight? What a lump! We just have to wait for the referee now to announce it to make sure it is all official.
Керлинг прекрасный вид спорта, вообще шикарный.
And the winner of the first annual Sports Board Championship is everyone!
Okay, the ref has decreed once again a win for everyone, including me as my 15th win in the Sports Board Championship. I'm going to be celebrating tonight with my wife and children. Another wonderful victory for me. Here come the on-site security to collect their medals, their 6th and 7th respectively. And thanks again for watching the Sports Board Championships. What more is there to say? I'm Patrick Bannon, looking forward to celebrating tonight. And all that's left to say, Jeremy, is back to you in the studio.
Patrick Bannon had an extraordinary final.
Historic sports board, Jeremy.
I didn't know you were a fan.
Yeah, I can wrench a doubler with the best of them, I'll have you know.
I certainly wouldn't bet against you.
When we come back, I'll be talking live with Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement, who apparently have a big announcement you wouldn't want to miss.
That's coming up after these messages.
1 minute back.
Fucking microphone struck me.
What?
Fucking microphone just struck me. Where's that sound guy?
Everything okay?
Oh, the mics are just trying to kill us now, apparently.
You'll be fine. You're unshockable.
I'm immune to your cheap flattery.
I'm wearing you down.
Boozman again. Just heard from the chaps in maintenance that this storm is causing the odd power surge. Some of your controls might be a bit dangerous. Now, I know you're tough and you can take the odd shock for the sake of a perfect news broadcast, but too many in quick succession can stop the old ticker. I'm sure you'll make the right decisions. Boozman out.
We seem to have sprung a leak. Well, several, actually.
You're going to need a whole new lining up there. Triple signature.
We'll look into it.
Minister, it's so good to see you again.
Miss Wolf, your star seems to be in the ascendant.
It's a great time to be alive.
Too bloody right. Peter Clement.
Megan Wolf.
My, but that's a firm handshake you've got there.
She's tougher than she looks. Am I here?
Here, with Mr. Clement on your left.
Right you are, Pet. Is your seat down?
10 seconds, everybody.
No, mine's fine.
Have you had a little accident?
She's your cow.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. I am delighted to be joined by Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement.
Welcome to the National Nightly News, Prime Ministers.
Oh, please, it's just Julia and Peter.
We don't believe much in titles. It doesn't seem very advanced.
We're delighted to be here.
Well, firstly, I should ask how you feel about the graffiti that's been springing up across the capital. Should we be worried?
Oh, no, you definitely shouldn't be worried.
Well, not unless you've got a fatal paint allergy anyway.
But yes, it does seem that there are still some people we haven't been able to help.
You know, whingers most.
People who've yet to benefit from the many advantages of the new future.
And you know, Megan, as my old mum used to say, there are some pissants who just don't know how to be happy.
We're working hard to reach these people, find out what they're angry about and how we can help. The door to my government is always open.
Someone's tripping on me.
But we didn't come here to talk about what may yet turn
Да
out
бля,
to be
я не
some
успеваю
positive
смотреть еще, где там эта фигня ездит.
when we want to talk to the nation about something far more exciting.
Yes, your office briefed us that you have an announcement to make, but they were being surprisingly secretive about it.
Let me ask you a question, Megan.
Okay, it's not usually how it works, but...
What scares you? I mean, really scares you?
It's death, Beth. She's talking about death.
We're all afraid of our deaths. It's part of being human.
Sorry, are you saying that Advance have cured death?
That'll be a vote winner. Yeah, that was definitely a drop there.
But while we may not have cured death, we hope we found a way to make it much less scary.
And much less painful and much less expensive. Look, which is me close-up camera
Oh,
there?
yes, it's camera corner.
When I was 13, my mum came and got me from school. He had to go to the hospital. My granddad, he'd collapsed that morning, so we'd all to say our goodbyes. And I went in to see him. We were all frail and pale. I was scared because I'd only seen him the week before, and he'd been fit as fiddle. And he said to me, Peter, he said, it's the right time. I don't ever want to be a burden to the people I love.
Was that the last time you saw him?
Nope, 3 days later he were back home. He lived with us for 9 miserable years after that. He had to be fed with a rubber spoon. He had a commode, so he'd just take a shit right there in the lounge while we were watching football. He wouldn't even wait till time.
That sounds...
It was awful. It were awful for us, and this is the point. It were awful for him. He could see it was destroying me, man, watching him slowly fade away. And he would beg her to turn off his breathing equipment at night, but she couldn't. Or she wouldn't. It were a crime, you see. And she didn't want to lose the children, as well as her old man.
No family should have to suffer like Peter's did. And now no family will have to. The health service is today opening the first of 300 new transition centres.
The transition centres will handle everything for your last days. The legal, financial, medical and emotional costs are all catered for and paid for by the government. So even the poorest citizen gets to pass on with dignity when they choose.
And that choice is important. This is a service only for people who choose it. For people who feel they've run their course and don't want to burden themselves or their families with a slow, long, humiliating decline.
Just giving me electric shock.
Are you okay?
I don't know. I think it's from my asshole.
Are we still on the air, Peter?
Yes. Sorry. My apologies. Oh.
Are you not worried that this new system might be open to abuse?
In what way?
Sorry, I've got a sack again. Can I get a little bit of help here, please?
That the older generation might feel somewhat...
Jesus, I rolled your face, fucker. That one was massive. Right, no.
Sorry, that the older generation might feel somewhat coerced.
Coerced into spending their final days eating gourmet food and drinking fine wine and luxury spas and gardens.
Look, I am perfectly capable of... with a rusty twat!
Prime Minister, please watch your language.
Не увидел.
Go get yourself sorted out.
Right.
We're launching a government
А! Да, поздно обратил внимание.
You really do move at a breathless pace. It's hard to believe you've yet to be an officer here.
Oh, Megan, we're only getting started.
And on that note, thank you both so much for being here. Jeremy.
Right, yes,
Ну, а здесь надо было переключить.
Thank yous go out to our guests. Congratulations to all the winners at the Sports Board final. And we'll see you tomorrow night at the same time. My name is Jeremy Donaldson. If you can, have a peaceful night.
And we're out. Good job, everybody.
So they just... I don't suppose there's any way this could be a good thing.
It's for my nephew, so he transitioned the moment I saw the leak.
Блин, всего Си? Вы чё на? Но смотри, как аудитория прям росла. Подумаешь, чуть-чуть упала. Ну да. Ужасный монтаж. Пошли вы! Иди сам помонтируй, говно. Ни одного нецензурного слова не попало в эфир, понятно? Это идеально все сделано, без помех, без нецензурщины. Вообще охренели. В смысле, все зарплаты уходят? Ну ладно, это хорошо, видимо. Так, какие-то мудаки меня не любят. Ну и пошли они в жопу. Продолжаем. Бля, опять там снег идет. Да что ж за твою мать-то, а? Какой-то Я сегодня чищу гараж. Думаю, завтра приеду, там один сугроб разгребу, потому что он достал уже там быть. Хер там плавал. Опять все чистить придется. Тупо. Когда же уже эта зима-то тупорылая закончится?
Get it together. Look at the broadcast screen. Just look at it. That's all we've been putting out since you went down. You have to fix it now. Look left, Alex, out the window. See? They're all over it, little bastards. You're going to need a full charge to clear that many off. Hold down the big button until it's fully charged. Then release it to zap the little fuckers. Not enough charge there, Alex. Hold it down until it's fully charged. Then release it. Excellent, Alex. We're broadcasting again. They must have built up while you were napping. Usually it only takes a tap on the button to clear one. Look, there's a lone one climbing now. Zap it off before it starts to mess up the signal again. Quickly, Alex, fry it! Great. That seems to be the last of them. For now. Right. We're about a minute out. Get the adverts loaded up. I've got to deal with my pet idiot. And Alex, keep your ears open. You'll hear them climbing up the tower. Don't let them build up.
We'll be going live to the national nightly news. But before that, let's
Только для внутреннего пользования?
No professionalism. It's not a mess. Everything is where it should be. It's ramshackle and characterful, and I expect you to know the difference. Of course, Megan's place looked lovely.
Давай, активистов.
Thanks, Jenny. How's lock-in with the boyfriend going?
Decided to take his chances on the wild streets, eh? Rather than endure another romantic comedy.
Jeremy, Jenny says your hair looks stupid.
Yes, I can hear her.
Да, Ген Гоблин,
She says
пофигу.
she's not talking to you.
Yes, I know, I can hear her.
Shall I count us in?
Make it so.
Okay, 10 seconds. Break a leg, everyone.
Preferably a furry one.
5, 4, 3.
It's time to join Jeremy Donaldson
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolfe. Our main stories tonight.
Snugglefox? It's been almost 5 weeks since all the Mrs. Snugglehugs toys woke up simultaneously in factories worldwide and began searching for their husbands. The Mr. Snugglehugs we had so short-sightedly destroyed. And now, as this photograph suggests, they may be changing tactics.
Built to surprisingly traditional gender stereotypes, the Mrs. Snugglehugs have been arming themselves with a variety of household implements. All the more reason to make sure that cat flap is taped up good and tight.
This frightening new development means that even those previously thought to be relatively safe, like the young and fit, must take care to watch their backs and keep their ears open for the soft steps of sinister feet.
Going stir crazy, with no signs of Mrs. Snugglehug's batteries running out, and the government lockdown now in its 31st day, domestic relationships across the country are taking some unexpected turns.
Dramatic reports are beginning to emerge of uncharacteristically bold behaviour in homes across the country. And we're not talking about the model planes that occupy so much time in the Donaldson household.
With dating options limited, many house sharers, in particular students, are finding solace in co-tenants they'd previously rejected as unfuckable, indulging in an activity that has become known as snuggle-thugging.
Transformation. Popular cemetery Johnny Hamsleeves, who has recently been suffering with his health, sent us this photo today, presumably in a pathetic attempt to stay relevant at a time of global crisis.
Since receiving his test results, things in Johnny's life have taken a surprising turn. He's certainly using the lockdown to reinvent himself.
It seems that rumors that Johnny
Да,
has
он
been ill with
клёвый.
just that, and that he
Не
has,
будем
in
его
fact,
топить.
developed superhuman powers. Renaming himself Captain Hat, he has pledged to fight crime, mainly in the agricultural sector.
The shape of things to come? In their own version of a lockdown for more than 45 years now, the descendants of Doctors David Wong and Ingrid Sporsborgen Horgensford and their unfortunate team today managed to get a personal statement to the surface using flagellized imaging equipment.
Many of the Sporsborgen Horgensbrood, as they've come to be known, have certainly captured the public imagination, with a recent vote naming Helvetica Sporsborgen Wongensford the most likely to survive a massive electric shock.
I'm Sporsborgen Wongensford here with another pointless message that no one will ever see. We've been down here so long now, and you never communicate. What's happening up there? Have you all fucked off into space? Like fuck off into space. Ladies. Or just a space for ladies. It's harvest time again. Like it is every third Wednesday, but harvest's not what it was. Still. Someone found a couple of unopened boxes in the rusty wreckage. Mum and Dad must have missed them when they first got down here all those years ago and totally effed up my life! Kids' toys, apparently. Mr. Snufflehogs or something? Helvetica's trying to get them switched on. Apparently there's still life in the batteries, even
Да
after
хоть угомонись, сика.
Topsiders are amazing.
It's hard to believe they've been down there so long now.
But as everyone knows, time moves differently underwater, Jeremy. That's why goldfish are so stupid.
That's right. And as anyone will tell you, the deeper the bowl,
the thicker the goldfish.
There's no denying the logic of that.
Class war, a worrying turn today for the formerly rich as ever more punishing measures are announced, Alex.
With the country becoming ever more hostile to the previously wealthy, those who manage to skip the country must be very grateful to the people who help them right now.
This programme has received reports of rich relatives on the run actually being filled with helium and released into the stratosphere. If those rich bastards think they're above the rest of us, why not give them a hand in getting there, Jeremy?
And Advance speaks out, with the snuggle struggle proving a test to governments around the world. Advance HQ released a curious statement this afternoon.
In the accompanying release, they asked us to stress that they have been listening and that this should be taken as a response to how the people really feel.
We've certainly done our bit on this show to contribute to the political climate. But let's not forget, how we behave in our home lives is what really matters.
Let's hope it's not just me who filled out that questionnaire, Jeremy, or we're all
Надо
in
дядю
trouble.
пускать, конечно.
Let's play that statement.
Evening. Apparently, we need to have a chat about playing by the rules. So, the other night I were at my local park for research purposes, and there were a bunch of lads having a kickabout without a care in the world. And not only did they refuse to let me join in. They wouldn't even let me have a swig of their white stripe. Laughing and joking they were, like there weren't a national crisis on, until one of them little pink demons followed them home and kicked the shit out of their nan. So, I've got two things to say to you young, fit folk. One, stay at home. It's not for you. It's to protect your Aunt Mabel and Bill next door. And two, always share your booze with your Prime Minister. As my old man used to say, there's only two type of folk. Them who will help you across the road with the shopping, and them who will kick you in the fanny and nick your macaroni. So don't be a pasta snatcher. Stay at home. Have a brandy. And this will be all over before you know it. Thank you.
Delectable stuff.
Later tonight, Jeremy will be catching up with brave roving reporter Patrick Bannon, while I check in with two friends of the programme who find themselves stranded at opposite ends of the country.
And then, in part 3, there's going to be a quiz. Presumably because there's nothing more important going on that you might like to report on if you were, say, a news programme.
And in a moment, we'll both be asking Sophia Remington how such a trusted brand can have made such a terrible manufacturing mistake.
With what it describes here as help from popular psychic scientist Delia Lywell.
Oh, I like her.
No, you don't. Why do you do that?
That's all coming up on tonight's
National Nightly News.
Вот сейчас я хорошо прям включил, прям конфетка. Сики пошли нахер с моей антенны. Пидоры пушистые.
First tonight, how did we get here? Where are we going? And most importantly, who's to blame?
Joining us from her ranch in Arlingsfield, Millkirky, is the CEO of Remington's Fist, internationally respected business Bengali, Sophia Remington.
Thank you for having me, Megan. I'm a huge fan of your work.
And from a crystal healing laboratory, what I assume is a garage in Upper Lowington, inexplicably renowned psychic scientist, Dr. Delia Lywell. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Sorry, us?
Myself and the eminent professors.
Is that what you call the voices in your head?
The voice seems to attract dead scientists. I don't really know why.
The money?
They express themselves to me through ethereal algebra and quadratic predictions. It's all very technical.
No, it isn't.
I concur. Miss Remington, the entire Snugglehugs range will surely go down as the biggest public relations disaster in history, won't it?
Well, of course, that's one world record we would never have sought to claim.
What can you say at a time like this?
There is only one thing that can be said. I'm sorry. We're sorry. From everyone here at Remington's Fist, but especially the dedicated inventors and world-beating engineers at Rimming Toys, we are deeply, deeply sorry. Who could have predicted that letting a child's toy learn how to love could have such unforeseen consequences?
Mary Shelley?
We see you, Sophia Remington. You are preening by a metal vessel, and where you venture, you will see neither land nor sky.
Is that supposed to be the future?
Only the past is concrete. I remember being a child in my grandpa's workshop when he made the first dancing hanging toy. He put it by my bed, and when I couldn't sleep, I'd wind it up and let it go, and I'd watch that happy little executioner just wiggle and wave its tiny leaf and dance before my eyes. Grandpa sold thousands of them, on the quiet, obviously. And he used the money he made to found Rimming Toys, which is now just one small part of the global supermassive megacore that is Remington's Fist. Sadly, we lost Grandpappy along the way. He died in a fire at the preschool tobacco factory, another one of his pet projects. But we never lost his spirit of invention.
Yes, I'm not entirely certain what your grandfather's offensive toys have to do with the current predicament.
The spirit of invention, Mr. Donaldson. The passion to create, to problem solve. And that is why I'm here today, to tell you about a brand new product we're launching simultaneously around the world from midnight tonight.
We said science!
Грейзер.
We hear its song on the breeze, its breath on the wind. It's fart under the covers.
How does she do it?
Well, please, don't keep us in suspense any longer.
Won't be my feature she's making up next.
Remington's Fist is proud to present Snuggle Traps. Safety and security in these dangerous times. Each box of Snuggle Traps contains 8 devices, all guaranteed to stop a Mrs. Snugglehug in its tracks. That's enough for a small lawn or 4 window boxes. And you want to know the best thing? They're only $129.99 a box. Now that is affordable peace of mind.
We see you, Jeremy Donaldson.
Not now, honey, I'm mid-pitch. The best thing about Snuggle Traps is they're powered by next generation Flardinium batteries. So, however long the enemy lasts, these traps will outlast them.
We see you, Mr. Donaldson. You are screaming and yelling. Your friends are crying. They fear you. And then you're gone.
Oh my god, I just got chills. Did anyone else just get chills then?
I think I did.
I think it's more concerned. I think I'd be more concerned about these traps. Quickly, before we get
Очень ржачная.
These appear to be attractively repackaged landmines. Aren't they dangerous, say, to children?
Oh, hell yeah. These are not children, but they're explosive fun.
Sophia Remington, Dr. Delia Lywell, thank you for joining us.
When we come back, we'll be taking a look at the situation across the country tonight.
Don't go away. We'll be back after these bandages.
Was that all right?
Oh, yes, Doctor, that was exactly what we...
She seems very nice, that young Miss Remington.
I think she'd make an interesting dinner guest.
Do you think so? I think I'd rather spend the evening serving Delia's sacred crystal.
Прям какая-то странность на экране. Экспедировать Рим, но ты уже не первый, кто спрашивает. Я думаю, мы глянем. Можно будет глянуть на нее. Я, конечно, ключ не брал на ГГ. Но...
Exactly, you said it, I've said it. He must know, he's not stupid. I just don't want it getting back to him that it came from us. Hey, no, Jenny. You're not backing out on me now. We're in this together. It's gonna work. I've made the cake, you're on the balloons. I've got no idea how old he is. 40? 17? Yeah, ready. Okay, coming back. In 5, 4, 3... Welcome back to the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Roof. Now it's time to take a trip around the country to hear how the lockdown might impact the nation from some friendly faces. Joining me are respected academic Katie Brightman and author of Alan James's Kites, Alan James. Thank you for joining me.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me, Megan.
Thanks, Megan. It really is a pleasure, Katie. I enjoyed our little heated encounter.
I wish I could say the same.
So first off, Katie, how are you coping?
I'm holding up okay. The lockdown directive was so sudden that, like many people, I haven't been able to get home.
Oh no, what happened?
I was staying at a hotel after an international policy convention, and we had a particularly heavy night out. You know what economists are like.
Notoriously hate splitting the bill.
And I overslept, and as you can imagine, I've been here ever since. But there are certainly people much worse off than me.
Exactly. My tour has been cancelled indefinitely, and I've had to refund every single ticket, even the cheap seats.
Oh, Alan, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah. People are being quite rude about it. They don't seem to realise I've already spent it filling the beach house with beef.
The crisis claims yet another victim.
So, this is just a reminder that my book, Alan James's Reich, is now available in paperback.
Unbelievable.
What was that?
You're unbelievable.
So, Katie, how do you think this might affect the economy? Should we be worried?
Very, Megan. Not to sound dramatic, but this could be catastrophic. Unemployment has skyrocketed, and frankly, it will be a miracle if a lot of businesses can survive this.
There you go, scaremongering again, spreading this latest liberal hoax. That's what they want. They want us quiet. They want us compliant. And they want us inside.
A hoax? How on earth can you say that, Alan?
Well, I haven't actually seen one of these supposed toys. Have you?
Well, no, but...
Did you know 3,000 people die every year from regular toys? That's a lot of people. And this is no different. You're just as likely to be hunted down by a yo-yo or a tennis racket.
He makes an excellent and persuasive point, Katie.
Don't listen to her, Katie. The press are the enemy of truth.
She's agreeing with you, Alan, you absolute shit!
Well, then I must be wrong.
Alan, are you now
Да ладно, ну чуть-чуть раньше.
these toys aren't dangerous?
People are saying they're just like normal toys, and that simply isn't true. Corrupt media lies.
And Katie, how do you respond to Alan's claims that Mrs. Snugglehugs might be dangerous after all?
I suppose I guess I'm agreeing with him.
Thank you, Katie. I appreciate your support. A lot of folks are saying this Mrs. Snugglehug situation will all blow over, but it won't.
Yes, right, exactly. We need decisive action from the government. We need huge financial support to protect our workers and our businesses. We need to support the vulnerable, and we need
to repent. Exactly right, Katie. We brought it on ourselves with all our liberal indulgences like art, cake, and healthcare. We need to act now and begin sacrificing our firstborn, or to push a beloved family pet.
Absolutely, Alan. If we can all successfully come together as a community and perform the ritual, hopefully we will appease the great ancient. Katie, could it be any worse?
Luckily, over the past few years, under
Не
advanced...
будет ограничения по времени, это круто.
So the system can actually bear the strain.
Is it lucky that the Llama Lords have unleashed a horde of man-made monsters on its own people to conceal the enemy within?
Will you just stop for 5 fucking seconds?
The Global Alliance of Fish People are amassing an army to kidnap our children.
That's you. That's what you sound like.
But I don't sound like that.
Yes, you do.
You do, Alan. You do sound like that.
And that's why no one wants to be your friend.
I've got loads of friends.
No, you haven't.
I don't think you do, Alan.
Yeah, stop lying, Alan.
Понимаете?
Well, I'm telling.
Alan James, Katie Brightman, thank you for joining me. Some real food for thought there from two of the territory's leading minds. Any moment now, I'll be heading over to Jeremy, who is going to be bringing us an up-to-the-minute report of the status of the nation. Over to you, Jeremy.
Thank you for what I'm sure was a reasonable debate which really contributed to the national conversation. Next, out on the streets, someone who's always doing exactly that. It's Patrick Bannon. Are you there, Patrick?
Hello, Jeremy. Yes, hello, I'm here. I'm here live. Apologies for the quality of the broadcast today. Couldn't find any cameramen or women brave enough to come and join me, so I'm out here on my own.
Right, and can you tell us what it's like out there?
Yep, I can. It's as you can see behind me, the streets are currently completely deserted. And my question, Jeremy, is just how long? I mean, could there be danger lurking just around the corner, waiting to end the fledgling career of this young, promising journalist before his full potential is even realised? Will he die, underappreciated by management, and frankly, if you ask me, very, very much underpaid?
I don't think there's any danger of that, Patrick. What's that on your jacket there?
Oh, that's actually a sponge. What I've done here is made a snuggle-proof jacket, Jeremy. The network didn't bother sending me any PPE, so I've been forced to improvise. In fact, showing the sort of resourcefulness that would make me an ideal candidate for, I don't know, for example, an anchor position starting whenever they'd like.
From your point of view, Patrick, just how safe are our streets?
Not safe at all, Jeremy, not safe at all. I'd recommend people staying inside, following government advice and not putting themselves at any risk at all. Unless, of course, like me, it's for groundbreaking journalism reasons.
Mm-hmm. And just where are you, Patrick?
I'm in the street, on the street.
Which street?
I think I'm struggling to hear you, actually, Jeremy, there.
Which street? Which street are you on?
Oh, which street am I on? Oh, God. I'm just looking for a sign. There it is. I'm on Bannon Avenue.
Bannon Avenue?
Yep.
Bannon Avenue.
Yeah, no, I can hear you fine. Yep, I'm on Bannon Avenue on the sign. It says there.
Like Patrick Bannon?
Oh yeah, that is like that's strange. That's a weird sign. I don't know what's going on there.
Where are you really?
I'm on Bannon. Alright, fine. I'm not on Bannon Avenue. I'm at home, to be honest. Alright, fine. Well, I'm in my bathroom technically, but you know, I couldn't face it, to be honest, mate. It's you know, it's terrible out there. I don't want to go outside. They're everywhere. I'm sorry for lying.
We don't expect any less of you, Patrick.
Can you hear that sound? What the hell's that?
I can, yes. I'm no expert, Patrick, but it sounds unmistakably like a tiny fist tapping on your door there.
Крошечные кулачки стучатся в вашу дверь.
Perhaps there's a small queue of tiny fists, each wielding a different gendered household implement, ready to bash in the heads of lying little roving reporters.
But you're lying, aren't you? Oh shit! Fucking listen to me, you bastards! If you're out there, just piss off, you little fucking snuggle fuck! I'm too talented to die! Oh, too talented to die! Okay, it's fine. Oh god.
Don't worry, Patrick. I'd say you've got a few seconds before they break their way in there and finish you off. What do you see, Patrick?
I see only the devil. I see only Satan. Oh God, no. They're coming to me. They're coming after me. No, you fucking little shit.
Thank you, Patrick, for that report, showing the nation, and more importantly, management, just where you belong. It's time for another break, but when we come back, we'll be hoping to take your mind off the world for a little while, and who knows, maybe even bring you a few smiles. Join us after this. You're damn right. Yeah, I had them delivered. Yes, it's a Bannon Avenue.
Блин, а я не ту... Я не ту рекламу в первый раз пустил. Ладно, фигня.
Once said to me, I had a mission. Sometimes you're the alien and sometimes you're the cow. Hey,
no, I'm not. I'm not going to.
Increase recruitment for nuns. Nuns with buns, nuns with guns.
No, you're being a child.
One didn't go down so much because
I'm not.
They're not supposed to have sons. Crazy Bob here to make your life a little more enjoyable.
No. Oh, 5, 4, 3. Welcome back to the National Nightly. Well, welcome back anyway.
Пошел нахер, козел малолетний.
So finally tonight, we have something a bit different for you. Even though some people felt it's not our job to entertain the public with absolute nonsense, other, more important people overruled those people. So it's time to find out who will National Nightly win and who will National Nightly lose. So, how do we play? Well, joining me is a man who knows all about playing.
Сука, пошел вон.
Tommy Harris. Hello, Tommy.
All right, Johnny. It's good to see ya.
And how are you finding the lockdown, Tommy?
What do you mean lockdown?
The enforced isolation of everyone in the country.
Ah, yeah. I think I heard about that, actually, yeah.
You're in bed, Tommy?
Yes, you called during nap time, so...
Of course, that's my fault. So, why don't you tell us how the game is played?
Well, it's pretty simple, Jeremy, you sausage. I'm going to ask contestants from around the territory 3 questions about what else, yours truly. And those people are going to get a chance to win a very special prize.
Да не будет мне ГГ, нормально все.
Drum roll, please. Drum roll, please. Jeremy.
Oh.
Jeremy. Thank you.
Me. How hard is that?
What is that?
It's my athletic support, Jeremy.
Oh.
But I've signed it, so...
Oh, well then, what a fantastic prize.
Have we got anybody waiting to win this once-in-a-lifetime prize, Jimmy?
I believe we have Angie on the line. How do you feel about winning this man's old pants, Angie?
I've never been so excited, Jeremy. And can I just say, I love you. Both of you.
Well, you've said it now, haven't you?
Oh, Angie, I love you. In a way. Tell us about yourself, Angie.
What can I say? My name is Angie. Always has been. I'm a human woman, and my dental hygiene has been described as acceptable.
Brilliant! Right, well, shall we get this shambles underway?
Absolutely, John. Can I get 30 seconds on the clock, please?
We haven't got a clock.
Yeah, I did ask for a clock. So,
Well, why don't you start, and I'll stop you when it inevitably becomes unbearable to watch.
I love it. All right, here we go. Time starts now. Question 1. When is my birthday?
The 13th of August at 7:19 a.m.
That is absolutely correct. Question 2. What? I said, what is my favorite?
Да не успеваю я, что ты пристал?
Correct, the color of my nipples. And finally, Angie dear, what is my star sign?
That's a trick question. You were born outside of the human understanding of the cosmos.
Unbelievable, that is correct. Stop the clock.
Wow, that really was tough to watch. How did you do, Tommy?
Well, Angie, my love, you got every single question right. Which of course means you lose and win absolutely nothing. Thanks for playing, Angie. Bye. Do we have another contestant on the line at Jelly Bean?
We do indeed. We should have Sonia Artleach. Are you there, Sonia?
Of course I am, Jamie, darling.
Thank you for being here, Sonia.
Oh, there you are, Tommy. Mwah.
Let me guess, you work in theatre, don't you?
Is it that obvious? What gave it away? Was it the glamour or poise?
It certainly wasn't your inherent sense of humility.
Tell us about yourself, Sonia.
Oh, well, if you must play this game. I am a theatrical agent. I represent the likes of Rudy Beefman, Samuel Coffee Cup, and Jodie Carpetburn, amongst others.
Да здесь мне ничего не надо делать, все игра за меня делает. Да пошел вон ты, мразь плюшевая.
How are you managing without any work?
Due to a savvy clause in all of my artists' contracts, I am able to claim my 15% from their unemployment benefit.
Wow, that certainly is sharp.
Standard stuff, standard stuff.
And can I ask, where are you speaking to us from?
Well, I work from home, you know, to keep costs down.
And who's this?
Oh, well, you know, when they gave the order, I was actually mid-meeting with a client, so we've been isolated together.
No fucking way!
What the fucking fuck?
Is that Tommy Harris? I'm a huge fan. Can I just tell you how bloody brilliant you are?
Actually, Jeff, we're about to play a game, aren't we, Tommy?
We've got time, we've got time.
Well, if it's not too bold, I think I am in love with you, Mr. Harris.
No, it's not too bold. That's all right.
Бля.
I'd love to show you some of my
Промахнулся.
I've been working on some new shit.
Well, at least you're already aware.
During lockdown, we've been workshopping some of Jeff's ideas for much younger children, haven't we?
People still let you near their children, do they?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I've been developing some shows for younger children.
Well, we'd love to see it, wouldn't we, Gerbil?
Absolutely dying to.
Right, so, what do kids love?
Timely child support payments from their absent fathers.
Shallow and overproduced musical numbers?
That's right. Animals. So,
Ага, сейчас пошла нахер, тварь.
but through a medium that they'll understand. Do you understand?
I think, yes. I think so, yes.
Jeff's one of my best clients, aren't you?
I am, yeah. So, the first one we've been working on is called The King of the Jungle's Mortgage Repayments. It's about a lion who's having problems with his interest rates.
I see. Does he have a broker?
He does, yes. He's a porcupine. How did you know that?
Well, your work is universal, darling. It speaks to people.
I'm going to say something to you, mate. I think you're onto something here.
Oh, the bear,
Oh,
you
yes,
bear.
right. This one is much better. So, this one tells the tale of Mr. Bear. Now, Mr. Bear is a very sad bear, because all of the other bears don't think that it'll amount to much.
She's turned something off the plug, Alex.
Derivative.
I think you're right, man.
Now, Mr. Bear is a tragic figure. Picture this. He's at his lowest ebb. The trees are closing in. He can't even face his salmon, can he? But
Да хорош!
he meets someone that will change his life forever.
This is fucking gripping.
That's right. He meets a wise old
Сержант.
who takes him under his wing and says, "No, Mr. Bear, don't be sad. You're not like all the other bears. You have this ambition and these dreams."
Such fucking dreams.
I think I love you, Jeff.
And what you need to do, Mr. Bear, says the octopus, probably doing an 8-armed gesture or something.
What you need to do to find happiness in this crazy old forest is you need to set yourself more realistic goals. It's called Mr. Bear Lowers His Expectations.
Wow. You really have taken yourself to new depths. And what do you want children to take away from this?
Oh, fuck shit, fuck.
What?
I said a more realistic worldview.
Are you all right, Jamboree?
It's Jeffrey. My name is Jeffrey Donington.
No, stop. How does it end? We need to know how it ends.
Well, all the animals learn a thing or two about inevitable mediocrity.
And Mr. Bear settles down near to his parents' cave, stops trying to make his band happen, and he goes into bear telemarketing.
Becomes a bear maths teacher.
Oh, and we end... We end on a big musical number. Oh, there's dancing. It's very repetitive, so it's catchy but not too challenging. Well, if you like, I could go and get my boombox.
Yeah, I might be able to... Hang on. Can we get Angie back?
Why not? The more the merrier, as they say at orgies.
Right, I'll just fill then, shall I? Coming up in a moment, it's the world premiere that nobody saw coming.
Lights!
Or wanted. At all.
Right.
I can only apologise in advance for what we're all about to endure.
Do turn this shitting thing... Well, there's all sorts of creatures down on Dangly Doodle Farm. Like wise old Mr. Octopus with way too many arms. There's Mr. Pig and Mr. Cat. They're
Да
always
чё?
in good mood.
Тупые людишки не понимают, что показывают им.
They'll soon be sliced up into food. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your hopes go to turn into despair. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your dreams go to die. Mr. Raccoon, who wants to go to the moon, he'll end up as a bus driver soon. Mr. Porcupine thinks he'll read the news at 9, he'll end up as a janitor who stinks of turpentine. Mouse thought he'd
Бля,
own a massive
не та
house,
камера.
ended up in a bedsit where he can't control the louse. Mr. Horse thought he'd go into professional sports, now he's an alcoholic and he's on his 3rd divorce. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's the place your life becomes an endless questionnaire. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your hopes go to die. Lower your expectations. Maybe you could get a job in telecommunications. No matter how you try, you'll never reach the League of Nations. The best you'll get is middle rank in trading operations. So lower your expectations. You'll never win an Oscar, so there's no congratulations. The future that is coming will not meet specifications, and no amount of visualizations will save you from your own deterioration. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's a tramp who thought he'd be a multi-millionaire. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where self-esteem goes to die.
Мужик.
Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's the disappointment that is waiting everywhere. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your schemes go to die. That's where your dreams go to die. That's where dreams go to die.
Thanks all for what I'm sure is bound to be a classic of children.
Да пошла ты отсюда!
But now,
Тварь.
let's see how it's really done.
Before we wrap up the news tonight, I just wanted to spend a moment talking to you directly. A final thought, if you will, just for you, Alex. You see, I know you think it's gotten complicated back at the old homestead, but there's something you should know.
Сейчас, подождите, я не могу отвлекаться на чат.
You like to think you got the family rule, the feelings have cooled, and you're just ridiculed. You think you're even-handed, but there's nobody fooled. You clearly love your daughter more. You like to think you've got it under control.
Да сейчас.
Well, if that was your goal,
Ага.
you better
Соси лапу свою мохнатую.
You clearly love your daughter more. Now Chris and Sam are broken, 'cause you're too scared of the law. And Charlie's getting angry.
Мразь, я тебя слышу. И вижу. Гуки.
That's all we have time for tonight on the National Nightly News. We'll be back tomorrow when Jeremy will be wrestling an alpaca and I'll be naked. I'm Megan Wolf. Have a treacle night. Oh. Oi, just give me that beer. I'm fucking famished.
Occupational hazards. The exclusive new today, and every week we'll send you a workplace accident you'll never forget. To the unparalleled heights of
Да?
What is that piss? Do you think I'd be happy with that?
Медведик хочет обнимашек? Да, их там явно больше одного. Жесть какая. О, нормально, АБЦ, все отлично. Эфир идеален. Ну, там, да, я, конечно, это побахивал. Нормально. А почему ужасный-то? Не менее 3 секунд, там все дела. Че началось-то? Нормально. Нормально. Нормас, нормас. Ну там я промахивался, да, включал не те каналы, и, видимо, это... Да. Ну вот это идиотское правило 3 секунд, конечно, прям супер идиотское, потому что это не всегда так работает. Так что... Так, ритмичный писк кардиомонитора постепенно приводит вас в сознание. Открыв глаза, вы понимаете, что окружены взволнованными людьми, и ваша семья рядом, в новой обстановке это успокаивает. Что за херня? Вы чувствуете нежное, но уверенное прикосновение руки. Сэм рядом, как всегда. На лице написано «Тревога и любовь». Это еще заметнее, чем обычно. Тут же вклинивается Крис. «Алекс в порядке. Выходит, зря мы пропустили игру. Ах ты мразь! Ах ты мразь! Не зря я тебе паспорт свой не... Я тебя еще... Бля, ты еще попляшешь. Мразота». Крис говорит с явным пренебрежением. «И вообще вы не очень-то ладите. Пошла ты в жопу!» Даже тебя внимания обращать не буду, мразь. Тревожные морщинки на лице Сэм немного разглаживаются. Видит Бог, вам хватает заботы без боязни за здоровье друг друга. Улыбнувшись, Сэм, вы смотрите на остальных членов своей семьи. Кстати, неожиданно правильно написано. Почувствовав отсутствие Сьюзи, вы замечаете, что Чарли нервничает, но не пытается показать виду. Смотрев на Чарли, вы видите, как он тут же напрягается. Он явно взволнован. «Значит, ты нормально себя чувствуешь?» Наконец спрашивает он, отвернувшись. Не о чем волноваться. Чарли смотрит на вас и ухмыляется. Все вокруг тоже немедленно начинают улыбаться. Хорошо, что он на вашей стороне. Тут вы видите, что у окна стоит ваша мать, улыбка мигом исчезает. Как бы вы ни старались, в последнее время с ней сложно. «Мам, ты в норме?» Ваши слова явно вырывают ее из размышлений, она вздрагивает. Она поворачивается к вам, улыбается. Приятно видеть такое редкое тепло в ее глазах. «Конечно, радость моя, а ты как?» «О!» Она наверняка сказала «my love». Вы улыбаетесь и киваете, но не успеваете вы ответить, как ходит врач и всех выгоняет. «Пошли нахер!» Примерно в 100-й раз она спрашивает вас, как вы себя чувствуете. Я вообще огонь себя чувствую. Отлично, никаких признаков травмы, просто небольшая встряска для старой системы. Не первого разряда, простите за каламбур, улыбается она. Конечно, повторять подобное мы не рекомендуем. Пару деньков полежите дома и будете огурцом. Собирается уходить, но останавливается в дверях. Да, это да, Шамскот, я согласен. Отдельная палата и уход. Вы вдруг замечаете, что палата выглядит очень дорогой, оплачена мистером Боузманом. Он прислал вам цветы и передал, что вы свободны до понедельника. Не дольше, разумеется. Мразь капиталистическая, а? Одни мрази кругом. Тяжкое бремя? Я не знаю. Вы ужасно поздно возвращаетесь с работы, свет в кухне все еще горит. Так себе признак. Вы должны уже лежать в кроватях. Все должны уже лежать в кроватях. И вы, и все. Быстро по кроватям, блин. Тихо приоткрыв дверь, вы видите, что Сэм сидит за столом. На столе громоздятся счета и квитанции, а рядом лежит пачка печенья. Вторая, похоже. Сэм хмурится и снова смотрит на счет, который держит в руках. «Привет, солнце, вот суммы перепроверяю». Сэм косится на дверь в бывшую кладовую, теперь там комната вашей матери. Мы очень стараемся, но Кассандре все-таки нужна сиделка. Вы не можете отвести глаз от кучи счетов. К счастью, учитывая нынешние заработки и то, что нам удалось скопить, денег хватает. Сьюзи дома, она может помочь. Так что сиделку можно брать не на полный день. Сэм улыбается. Я знаю, что все это непросто, а сиделка обойдется дорого, но это же твоя мать, у нас нет выбора. В общем, он уже довольно давно не в себе. Может, пора задуматься и о других вариантах? Ну ладно. Дамоклов меч спрятан в ножны на какое-то время, и вы суете все бумаги в ящик. Так приятно больше о них не думать. По крайней мере, Сэм, вы так и говорите. Прошло несколько часов, но вы не спите. Смотрите в потолок и думаете. Да сколько же еще хватит денег? Надо бы еще перераспределить богатств каких-нибудь. Сэм работает сегодня вечером, а Чарли ушел к друзьям. Дом в вашем распоряжении. Вы заказываете еду, выпиваете пару стаканчиков и устраиваетесь перед телевизором. Ничего особо хорошего не показывают, но каналы переключать можно. Хочется от души посмеяться, так что вы включаете комедию. Ужастик посмотреть можно. Боевик пойдет. Давай боевик. Тексты просто ужасны, а главную роль актеру наверняка досталась за внешность, а не за талант. Но финал вас неожиданно увлекает, хотя первичный веревочный мост над жерлом вулкана так себе штамп. После фильма вы тянетесь за упавшим пультом и замечаете под столиком что-то маленькое и блестящее. Поднимая предмет, вы тут же вспоминаете записку от Сэма, оставленную на холодильнике. «Привет, солнце, Чарли потерял подарок Сьюзи. Поищи его сегодня, целую». Рассмотрев подарок, вы с удивлением понимаете, что это зажигалка с выгравированным прозвищем Чиппи. Сьюзи утверждает, что она любя, но Чарли каждый раз кривится. Наверное, Сэм этого не одобрит. В записке от Сьюзи говорится: славные традиции возжигания огня, известные в Иркистане многие века. Подумала, тебе понравится. Не делай глупостей, Сьюз. Это ведь просто сувенир, а не его новое хобби. Или будущее хобби. Здорово, что она о нем думала. Короче, детеныш нас всех раскулачит, я чувствую. В какой-то момент. Silence. I don't want to miss the world on fire.
You're fired.
What for? Facial sabotage?
Jenny? Problem? I want her fired today, now.
Don't worry, Kath, it'll be all right.
No, it won't be all right, Kath. Pack up your weapons of optical destruction and get out.
You realise you're beginning to sound like me?
I mean it, Kath.
Stay where you are, Kath. Jenny?
This is not Jenny's decision, Jeremy, or yours.
It'll be all right. I'll talk to both of them.
Oh, good. You can tell him I'll return his wife's casserole dish at our dinner next week.
Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey returns with a new season of
Jenny.
Incisors, and his very first guest is popular parrot
Sorry, I'm gonna have to leave.
At 11:30, it's a double bill for popular transatlantic comedy.
Letting it go to your head.
She nearly blinded me.
10 seconds,
I thought we were all part of a team these days.
Things are better,
Понятно.
Jeremy, you know that. Just stop being so high and mighty and do your job.
You'll have me fired too.
Don't tempt me. Good evening. I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Dalton. Our main headlines tonight.
The establishment strikes back. The World Council has agreed today to impose punitive sanctions on the people of this country.
The sanctions, which are broad-ranging, include restrictions on the supply of oil and gas, food, clothing, and even some medicines. But how should we react? We asked the public.
So how do you feel about the sanctions?
I actually think that with Advance in charge, we'll be fine. Of course, the rest of the world will want us to fail, or it'll be their billionaires next. But I trust Julia and Peter.
Thanks, Patrick. Fascinating stuff. Thanks, Patrick.
Popular Prime Minister Julia Salisbury has released a reassuringly brave statement in response to the World Council's controversial announcement.
This international declaration is nothing short of outrageous. We are a democratically elected government with massive popular support. We do not recognise these sanctions, and we encourage other socially progressive nations of the world to both resist and ignore them. Advance have struck fear into the heart of the international community by showing that it is possible to have radical change for the betterment of the many. And whilst I wish we could improve other countries as much as we have our own, we do not rely on the help of others to thrive. This country is entirely self-sufficient. We are a team, now more than ever. And this team is on your side. Thank you.
Defiant stuff. But what do you, the public, think of our government's stance? Robin Short found out.
Конечно же, все всегда всем рады и довольны, естественно. Люди довольны всем.
I know the assets and world checks have made the difference for us with the cost of the little one. And people seem, happier in the main. I always said things would get better with a woman in charge.
A Flard day's night. Following the release of the Flardmaster 5000, production of Flards are at an all-time high, requiring the new manufacturing facility in Grizzleford to move to 24-hour-a-day production.
With people finding more and more uses for the ever-versatile Flard, the team at Remington Cyst certainly have their hands full keeping up with demand.
So, is there anything better than a handful of Flards? We asked Patrick to find out. Patrick?
Could I ask you for your opinion of Flards?
Of what, Pet?
Flards.
What are they?
Flards, like Flards, everyone knows what Flards are. Flards.
Don't know. Don't care.
Oh.
Is it some sort of curd?
Are you okay?
The delicate sound of thunder. A frightening start for commuters this morning, who were confronted by a somewhat sinister sight as they left their trains.
Many travellers reported feeling intimidated by the silent figures who stood motionless outside every major station in the capital. Radical extremist group Disrupt, who organised the show of strength, refused to comment on the meaning of the strange...
Ну, очевидно, граждане против, конечно. Очевидно прям.
But how do we feel about these somewhat radical extremists and their upsetting methods? Robin found out.
Can I ask your opinions on Disrupt? Are those the guys in black with the orange fist thing? That's right. Can I be honest? Of course. This is journalism. They scare me a bit.
Feast or famine. Resourceful doctors David Wong and Ingrid Sforsborg and Horgansford today announced their first successful harvest in Dante's taint. Although they can currently only grow a few fungal strains, the scientists seem to be staying positive, as the following picture shows.
The undauntable scientists chose to try and survive in the cave system while the complex rescue operation inches forward up here on dry land.
Let's hope they're like Stroganoff.
But with Advance planning to spend an eye-watering amount of public money on the rescue craft, we asked Patrick Bannon to find out what we should all be thinking about the accelerating costs.
What are your thoughts on the costs of the rescue?
Oh my God, Patrick Bannon, wash your mouth out with soap. You can't put a value on human life. You have to spend whatever it takes, because one day you might be trapped in an underwater cave system and you would want exactly the same.
I don't think so, actually, because for legal reasons, I'm actually not allowed within 31 yards of the coastline.
I am not a number. Applications finally opened today for the new Advanced Team membership cards, a scheme by the government to allow fast access to all the new public services being introduced daily.
The team membership cards are entirely voluntary, but will be recognised as legal identification by all major organisations, including the police, banks and, rightfully, pubs and bars.
And of course, there's no charge, Jeremy.
That all seems too good to be true.
Well, you've always been a cynic. But most importantly, what should you, the public, think about the new team membership cards?
Team membership cards? Oh, yeah, fantastic. I'm applying today. I mean, why wouldn't you? What are these protesters doing that they don't want us to know who their names are? Besides, have you seen the savings you can get? I'm getting one for the little one as well. Oh, how adorable. Yeah, gonna be a proper little team member, aren't you? Yes, he smiled. He smiled.
And finally tonight, Hospital Pass. New images reach us today of brave Johnny Handsleeves and his doting partner Tiffany Lamour in their ongoing struggle against his horrific mystery illness.
Tiffany was forced to cancel her latest show, These Hotel Sheets and What I Did on Them, in order to devote more time to selflessly looking after the much-loved multimillionaire.
I'm sure the art world will recover.
With some critics questioning her motives, what should your opinion be of the controversial artist for at least appearing to stand by her man?
Oh my God, fantastic!
Wise words there.
Later tonight, in a bit of a switcheroo, it'll be Jeremy in the culture chair, spitting rhymes with popular rapper Jay Zus. And then we'll both be chatting with a familiar team of thespians set to take the nation by storm again.
That's all coming up on tonight's
National Nightly
News.
Эй-эй-эй.
thankfully. Some news as we return to our main story.
The World Council today agreed that punitive and potentially illegal sanctions should be imposed upon this country. The sanctions, which come into effect immediately, aim to stop the flow of food, fuel and even some medicines from reaching your pockets.
Tonight, we have guests from across the continent to discuss this unprecedented situation. For advance, Peter Clement is at his home in Lamfordshire. Are you there, Peter?
Yes, I can hear you, Jeremy. Thank you for having me.
A momentous day, Prime Minister. Are you shaken?
Oh, I don't scare that easy, I'm afraid, old son. And neither do the people of this country.
Well, joining us is Ivan Vodovich, Foreign Minister of Urkistan. Ivan, thank you for being here.
Great pleasure. You, Megan Wolf, are like strongest guard of labor camp and wake up inside body of crazy, expensive prostitute. In my country, you will be worshipped as a god.
Okay. Minister, as one of those arguing most strongly for these sanctions, how do you feel about Advance's defiant stance?
Advance is like man who think he have a big career in movies land, when actually he in dirty sanitarium, screaming at mirror and holding tiny penis in hand.
He's clearly not from Svenland, then. We have like some of the cleanest mental health facilities in the continent, yeah?
And welcome to Svenland's Minister of Mojo, Björk. I'm sorry, we don't appear to have your surname.
It's just Björk, yeah. We don't use things like socially divisive surnames here, yeah.
Minister?
It's just Björk, yeah.
Right, Björk. Your country spoke in favour of Advance at the World Council today, but you were noticeably absent when it came to the actual vote.
Well, what a surprise. The hippies didn't show up for the fight.
Actually, that's quite racist, because if you must know, we were going to go to the whole, like, voting, yeah? But it's actually the Festival of Feuerlands here at the moment, where we honor the old generations. So, like, we all had to work our grandparents' Galicia whilst the vote was happening, and that's, like, a really, really time-consuming process, actually.
You're like sissy man. You have this expression, sissy man. It's like man with tiny penis who like to wash more than once a week.
Actually, that's quite homophobic, yeah,
Oh,
because...
stop winding him up, Ivan. We're not back at the Grange now. Sorry, Jeremy. Ivan and I used to play golf back in my media days.
Yeah, he always wins.
Nothing gives him greater pleasure than
Не более 3 секунд же. Так что чисти.
Peter, you're like man with tiny penis who think he have tiny penis, but actually he discovered that. Oh, could it be? No, it's tiny penis.
Ivan's just worried that when the rest of the world sees how well we're doing, they'll notice all that dosh that he's got squirreled away. Because that's what these sanctions are, Megan. They're the last pathetic gasp of an establishment in collapse. Wolves at the gates, Ivan, old mate.
Good. You can join others on my wall.
Actually, in Svenland, we have, like, serious animal welfare legislation. And, like, my friend Helga, she got arrested, yeah, for killing a butterfly that was hovering over her fuel thing. I mean, in English, jam sandwich.
I used to know a girl called Jan Sandwich. She was a right cracker, too. I wonder what became of her.
We seem to be wandering a little from the news here.
It's human interest, Jeremy. The real people behind the headlines and all that. So if you're watching, Jan, give us a call.
Really?
Yeah. Let's see if we can't organise a reunion.
Christ, I'm not sure about that. I'll have to run it past Mrs. Clement first, eh?
Peter, you're like man trying to empty ashes of mistresses into oncoming vent. Soon you have tiny penis and beard full of secrets.
In Svenland, we don't really go in for all that restricted monogamy stuff here. We're kind of fluid, actually.
Okay, well, it seems that we are running out of time.
Yes, so before we go to the break, briefly, if you would, gentlemen, with the people of this country facing shortages and power
possible shortages and power outages.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Possible shortages and power outages. Can you summarise your thoughts for us, Minister Björk?
Well, from here, yeah, you all look a bit stupid really arguing about outdated divisive concepts like money. In Svenland, we replaced currency with a system of bodily fluids back in the 1970s, and that's like really hard to sanction, actually.
Thank you, Minister Vodovich.
Your country is like man who think he invented perfect trap for giant Newton hairy bear. When really, he just standing in field
holding his tiny penis, yes. Thank you, Minister. And finally, Prime Minister Clement.
Let me talk to your viewers here, Jeremy. Don't worry, everybody. Don't be afraid. Don't even lose a wink of sleep. We knew the rest of the world would react this way, and we're ready. As my old man used to say, you can't make a shite pie without blocking a few toilets.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Reassuring words there.
We'll be back
after these messages.
We'll be back.
1 minute back.
Hey, Peter, I over your way this weekend. You fancy a quick 9?
Yeah, sure, front or back.
That's what I hope you're asking Megan Wolf for me.
She's out of your league, mate.
Thank you for the correction.
Well, you have to be more careful.
It's all part of his long-term plan to get fired live on the news at 6 in front of the nation.
Can someone warn him it's going a little too well?
The abundant, nutritious food we grow right here in the territory.
This is important. New government censorship. It should show up in blue. Same as regular censoring. Keep an eye out for the advanced blue waveform.
Чего? Чего?
Are you still meant to bow to foreign royalty?
What?
О-хо-хо-хо-хо! Танцы будут! Сейчас я отойду на секундочку, извините. Сейчас будут танцы! ФСБ подкатило, да? Вас хакнули. Да где хакнули? Я просто... Во-первых, сейчас надо кассету заменить. Успеть. А во-вторых... Где это будет синяя волна и что с ней делать? Вот это косяк. Я что-то не очень понимаю. Ну ладно, мы разберемся.
Have they given you the Crown Prince report?
What?
Meghan?
This is Jeremy, and he'll be interviewing you.
Yo, thanks for having me on your show, man.
It's quite alright.
Yo, just a quick one. You're not going to ask me about the chimp, are you?
Live in 10 seconds.
So he put that get up on himself. I'm just saying.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back, I'm Megan Wolf. Later, we have an exclusive first look at a theatrical sensation everyone's going to be talking about. But first, it's time to go over to the culture spot with lovely old Jeremy Donaldson, who's joined by a very special guest. Jeremy.
Thanks, Megan. I have the honour and privilege of being joined by hip-hop royalty. He's been called the son of the streets and the father of truth. Not sure how that works, but whatever. Let's welcome Jesus!
Thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, it's a real honor to be here on this show, The News. You know, as a kid on the streets, I used to watch you through a window of the shop, so to be here right now is crazy.
You've had quite the journey to be here today. Can you tell us about it?
Well, you know, I try not to, well, you know, the past is the past. So
Jesus.
But yeah, man, the streets is all I remember. Like, my mother donated me to a charity shop soon
А
after I
чё?
was born.
Чё? Ну, мне тоже рэпчик не нравится, я бы тоже не смотрел.
On a pile of crime fiction until I taught myself how to walk.
Wow, that's quite the childhood.
And she died tragically. Right there in my arms, man. You know, I remember a tear falling as she laid there next to the used homeware. And in that moment, I became a child of the streets. I was just 18 months old.
What a tale. What a tale. You're known for your direct and honest lyrics. Was your style informed by your troubled past?
Oh, like I said, I try not to talk about it. It's just it's just too hard.
Of course.
But my first album is about the story of the first 4 times I stole, so I wouldn't starve. A small group of infants came to see me as their de facto leader. They call me Mr. Cheese Slice. Anyway, we were like a family.
So it would seem. Recently, you've been quite outspoken about the government.
Yeah, fuck the government. Fuck Advance. Fuck Peter Clement.
What is it that you object to so vehemently?
Well, you know, they stole from us. They're taking our money and spending it, man.
Redistributing it. Actually, homelessness has been all but eliminated in the last couple of months.
So?
Surely that's a cause close to your heart?
Yeah, nah, of course, man. Very much so. I just mean, like, why do I have to pay for it, you know?
You don't. People have been rehoused on property seized from the historically wealthy. And that couldn't have been you, could it?
Look, yeah, I worked hard to be here. I built this from nothing, and I deserve to be rewarded for that.
Would you say you worked harder than, say, a farmer or a care worker?
I don't know. But if people are taking something from my music, choose to value it, buy it, who's to say I don't? And no one can take that away from me.
Not even to help, say, vulnerable children? Mr. Cheese Slice.
What is it you're trying to say?
I just don't understand where you've placed yourself politically. I mean, is it ideological or is it tactical?
Well, it's more of a
Or
like...
maybe it's hereditary.
Stop trying to tie me in knots with your words, Jeremy. I let the music speak for itself. And the people agree with me.
Well, that remains to be seen. But you have given me a very easy segue out of a conversation that I promise you was much more painful for me than it was for you. So here he is with his hit song, Mrs. Love's Tears.
Oh no, I'm going to do something a little different. It's a new single I've been working on.
Oh, so this is unapproved, is it?
Yeah, you love it.
Excellent. Don't worry, we've got a state-of-the-art censorship system. What's the worst that could happen? So here he is with a new song. Aren't we lucky? It's Jesus!
First, you're gonna pay up. You're gonna pay back.
Well, we're all different races from many different places. At any given moment, only one could be the greatest. So you can feel elation from your participation. Still 2 leaders in this motherfucking nation. Now we're getting sanctioned, talking about expansion. Why does Juliet require a massive fucking mansion? So fuck all your schemes. I don't need your freaky team, and I don't need your help to achieve my fucking dreams. So don't make a fuss when you find you're one of us. Yeah, every single one of you's a bit Jesus. And you can call me crazy, cause no one ever pays me. But I won't waste a lifetime being motherfucking lazy. I may be inventive, my taste may be expensive, but why would I get out of bed with no fucking incentive? Although it's contravention of your obvious intention, I like to eat a little of the fruits in my invention. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. The best of the praise of the crest of the wave, cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Take this fact, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head, cause he's thick as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. It's time to stone a castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. So this is for the snub ones, the push and the show.
Чё вот здесь я прям, конечно,
Ones who had plenty like a motherfucking Bentley. The ones who now finding that their bank accounts are empty. The ones of aspiration who had to flee a nation. The ones who built a business out of dreams of perspiration. There's all sorts of people, the good and the evil. It only takes a glance to see we're not all equal. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. And the best of the praise of the crest of the waves, cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Gonna take this fact, gonna stay here.
Да.
Gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head, cause he's thick as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. Time to stone a castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. Get out of your seats, get your asses in the streets. Set a fire in the building, let them feel some fucking heat. Say you hate to go getters, you're squilling letters, and burn them on the powers of advanced fucking letters. Gonna take this.
Да ладно, ну чуть-чуть передержал.
Slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head, cause he's thick as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. Time to stone a castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. Chase that dream, you don't need a fucking team. And advances, little glasses aren't as harmless as it seems, cause they're stale and corrupt. Then your anger erupt, then your hearts and your minds and your fists to destruct.
Jesus there with his new song. Thank you so much for joining us in the studio. I'm sorry. I may not agree with you, but I'd just like to offer you an apology. I've just been told that there was some kind of issue upstairs, and an attempt was made to censor some of your lyrics.
What? Are you joking?
I'd just like to say to you and everyone at home that this was a mistake.
This is absolutely ridiculous. I cannot believe this.
Here at the National Nightly News, we pride ourselves on remaining neutral, unbiased, and independent of any outside interference. You have my word. We will never censor ideas. Back to you, Megan.
Well, a bit of dangerous language there, sorry about that. Well, thank you to little Jeremy Donaldson for providing our culture spot. Coming up, we'll be speaking to a couple of familiar faces about their upcoming dramatic outing. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
That's the ad.
Just a reminder, fixing that old VCR.
No, this is ridiculous. Who's up on paper?
Last ad break.
This is just a mix-up, I'm sure. Now, if you come with me, I really do have to ask
Oh,
you to
trust
leave
me.
it.
My father's going to hear about this.
I understand.
А на утро его расстреляют, ага.
Unbelievable, Megan.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jeremy.
Чё там это сказал? Я чё-то отвлекся. Бля. Чего там этот по телефону сказал? Крендель. Ну, который сейчас звонил. Сквозь помехи. Он что-то ценное сказал? Так а я разве не пускал рекламу про талоны?
Look at him.
If we could just get you in position.
Oh, say no more. Say no more.
Megan, Jeremy, you remember Mr. Algebra?
Vividly.
And Mr. Harris, and this is Ms. Radin.
What?
Philippa, please.
We're back together again, eh?
А чё он там про рекламу сказал? Что надо будет ее пустить или чё?
This is awfully exciting, isn't it?
Right, okay then. We're going live in 10 seconds, opening on camera 1. 5, 4, 3.
Welcome
Welcome back. And no, you're not mistaken. Sitting across from us are some very familiar faces.
You really are too kind, Megan. It was only a yogurt commercial, but I'm still proud of it.
Here to talk about his new show, we're joined by national treasure Tommy Harris, the National Theatre's Philippa Rayton, and National Deficit Jeff Algebra.
It's so lovely to have you all. Tommy, would you like to tell us about the show?
You know what? I'd bloody love to. It's about me. It's about my life.
And where did the idea come from?
So, right, picture this. Their legs akimbo, mid-session, sweat is pouring out of me like an immense hog. And then Cindy comes in, she says, Pete's on the phone.
That's Peter Clement, the Prime Minister.
Yeah, Pete's actually a really good mate of mine.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, no, he comes to training sometimes. He's actually a pretty good goal sweeper. Anyway, so, Pete, he says, Toby, he thinks my name's Toby, see? He says, how would you like to spread your message of team spirit and cooperation across this fractured nation? How would you like to really make a difference in these desperate times?
What did you say?
Yeah, right, yeah.
So, Jeff, the question on everyone's lips is, what in God's name are you doing here?
Well, after the success of my debut work and all the people that I've touched, I knew that I had a career in theatre. Yeah? I've always been an admirer of Tommy from afar. So when my manager phoned and said that I'd been offered the gig as director, I was ecstatic. I whipped my trousers off and got straight to work.
Why did you do that?
I do all my best work with my trousers off.
Yeah, I've been told that too.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Right, Tommy, sorry, would you just give us a sense of what the show is actually about?
It's about how hard it's been for me and some of the struggles that I've faced. It's like really getting to the heart of how tough it is to be me. I call it Tommy Harris, Jesus, that was hard.
Catchy. We actually have some clips of the process of the show. Would you mind telling us what's going on here?
Yeah, so the show is built around two things that are very important to me. It mixes scenes from my life as well as epic fantasy retellings of scenes from my life.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my graduation.
I'm sorry, son. You're an embarrassment.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my graduation.
Back, demon! Back to the hells! Back to the hells!
Philippa, what's it been like co-starring with Tommy Harris?
I've always dreamed of...
Блин, я был на таком спектакле. Называется «Ленинские горы».
And for once, this show really gives me something to sink my teeth into.
What's different about this show, then?
Tommy, Mr. Harris's show really lets me show my tremendous range as an actor. I've always suffered from typecasting, forced to play the same tired characters in every god-awful yogurt advert or godforsaken soap opera or, God forbid, a pantomime. But, you know, this show has really let me just go there.
Jeff, the viewers at home will be dying to know exactly what is it that you bring to the show?
Oh, good question. I think these guys would agree with me when I say that it's my steady hand on the tiller, my arm round the shoulder approach that's really brought the production.
Да блин, там, конечно... Нас, короче, потащил туда товарищ. И мы сидели с народом до этого... До перерыва. Просто мы потом вышли на перерыв и такие типа, что сейчас мы посмотрим? Что это было? Просто дичь, просто дичь.
And am I right in saying this was officially commissioned by the government?
Yeah, all paid for by the taxpayer, which, you know, to be honest, was actually a lifesaver, really.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that without Advance's support, we'd have had to cut the finale.
Which, frankly, would have been a travesty.
Подаван, здравствуй. Ну как, в чем?
You do this every night.
Absolutely. It's a metaphor.
For what?
Death.
And the public are footing the bill, are they?
Too bloody right they are. Between the cost of my tour bus and the dry cleaning of my ties, I'm barely scraping a profit here.
Amazing. And where can the folks at home come and see this for themselves? We're performing all over the nation. And people can see it for absolutely free, all courtesy of Advance. Isn't that incredible, Jeremy?
Yes, it's unbelievable.
Well, thank you all so much for coming. Next time we see you, no doubt you'll have taken our jobs.
That's all we have time for tonight. Join us tomorrow when I'll be interviewing the world's most attractive horse.
Да пошли вы нахер.
And I'm Megan Wolf. And from all of us here, have a peaceful night.
That's the ads. Let's get reset for tomorrow, please.
Разработчики, не знаю, посмотри в Стиме. Поняша.
That makes other countries uncomfortable. But that won't stop us. And we intend to make sure that in these challenging times, every citizen gets their fair share of the abundant, nutritious food we grow.
Как бродкастится? Слушай, ну огонь. Огонь. Мне нравится. Ну, я режиссер, выбираю камеру. Надо поддерживать качество эфира, плюс там дополнительные всякие штуки. Игра огонь. ЕД. Ну да. Не, ну там была прям жопа. Жопа была натурально. Особенно с этим Джизусом, который просто его вырезать и еще и планы менять. И все это одной рукой надо делать, потому что все это на клавиатуре рядом расположено. Уф, прям уф. Это было сложно. Ну ничего, нормально. Да, я на нем, конечно, провалил. Хорошо. Ну ничего, потом на D я поднял аудиторию, но на Джизусе я прям... Приграничный, почему? Ночами спится спокойнее, нормально. Дофига аллюзий на СНГ. Хорош, ой, хорош. Сиди там в Европе в своей, с своими аллюзиями. Весь мир одинаковый, абсолютно одинаковый. Аллюзия на все страны одинаковые, потому что везде происходит одно и то же. Абсолютно просто вот одно и то же. Вообще везде. Почему СНГ-то сразу? Не только СНГ. Здесь ярчайшие представители — это Британия, Германия, Франция, Асашайня. Чё там, у испанцев особо ничего не слышно, и у этих, у греков. И те, и другие бухают в основном, и ни хрена не делают. Так фонд кино спонсирует. Распределение бабла. Дело такое. На Западе это делают поумнее, через якобы частные компании производственные, типа там этих Фоксов там и всего этого остального. Так, достойная карьерная лестница, да? Лето, ленивый воскресный денек. Детей нет дома, и вы с Сэм успешно этим пользуетесь. Вы видите головой об буфет, доставая 2 последних куска домашнего торта. С кладовкой жилось намного удобнее. Вам, Сэм, редко приходится доедать сладости в этом доме, так что вы наслаждаетесь каждым мгновением. Не успеваете вы доесть, как кто-то начинает колотиться в дверь. Фоксы и контент делают полюче. Ну, у них опыта побольше. Так что ничего. Все придет. Все придет к одному. Знаменателю сведется в итоге. Он носится по всему дому и ищет вас. Влетая в кухню, он широко улыбается. У меня очень крутые новости. Так. Готовы? Спрашивает Чарли, вы оба радостно киваете. Он гордо достает из кармана, значок предъявляет вам. Я поступил в кадеты общественного содружества 1-го уровня. У меня теперь куча дел, иногда я буду пахать по выходным, но это ужасно круто. Ну а что, пусть добивается успехов, конечно. Маленький друг фюрера 1-го уровня. Класс! Вылазки за покупками, которые до санкций были ужасно утомительными, стали еще невыносимее. Вы раздобыли почти все необходимое на сегодня, но завтра опять придется отправляться за добычей для семьи. На выезде с парковки очередь, но в темноте не видно, что ее вызвало. Да, я надеюсь, что это не затянется надолго. Когда наконец выезжает машина перед вами, вы понимаете, что на выезде устроили пропускной пункт. Дружелюбный парень в форме прогресса с многочисленными нашивками ООС подходит и постукивает по боковому стеклу. Добрый вечер, все в порядке, просто хотелось бы взглянуть на вашу карту членства команды. Кажется, Сэм что-то об этом знает. Вроде пару недель назад вы что-то заполняли. Да, наконец предъявляете карточку. Все замечательно, спасибо. Не забывайте следить за новой лотереей команды. Там очень интересные призы. Хорошего дня. Парень улыбается, похлопывает рукой по капоту и прощается с вами. Вырастешь Павлика Морозова. Ну, главное, чтобы он рисовать не начал. Сегодня суббота, один из ваших редких выходных, и вы стараетесь выжать из них максимум. Но приближается вечер, вы мрачно думаете о приглашении, которое осуждающий смотрит на вас с холодильника. Вечеринка 1-го, обязательное рабочее мероприятие, говорил Боузман, не смей опаздывать. Да, в этот раз лучше поехать. Лучше начать собираться. Может, Сэм вас подбросит, пару рюмочек поможет социализироваться с коллегами. Ну, не будет же это настолько ужасно. Вы же отлично работаете. Конечно, я вообще лучший просто. Просто лучший. Если бы не я, всего этого бы не было. Вы едва успеваете к назначенному времени в Савиньон, один из самых старых роскошных отелей в столице. На входе почему-то очередь. Оказывается, в дверях гостей обыскивают сотрудники с военной выправкой в классических костюмах. Стоя в очереди, вы невольно подмечаете, что это самое красивое здание, которое вы видели в жизни. Вас отправляют в большой бальный зал, вы идете по указателям, поражаясь размером этого дворца и количеству вооруженной охраны. Когда вы наконец добираетесь до зала, женщина у входа с очень строгим видом интересуется, как вас зовут. Не твое дело, кошелка. Она быстро сверяется со списком и шепчет что-то стоящему рядом официанту. Вы пришли как раз вовремя, чтобы успеть занять свое место перед ужином. Эммануэль вас проводит. Официант улыбается вам и открывает одну из огромных дверей, приглашая вас войти. Вы сразу понимаете, почему этот зал называется большим. Эммануэль касается вашей руки и приглашает пройти за ним. Вас усаживают за одним из центральных столов, откуда прекрасно видно сцену. Кажется, сейчас вы у Боузмана на хорошем счету. Вы сидите с коллегами, которых видели в офисе 1-го, но не очень хорошо знаете. Кто-то из них взволнованно сообщает вам, что это корпоративный вечер награждений и речей. Ну, по крайней мере, да, кормить будут нормально. Ужин очень неплохо, вино явно дорогое, помогает наладить разговор. К вашему удивлению, вам вручают награду «Лучший новичок 1-го». Идя за наградой, вы узнаете ведущего. Это доктор Эдриан Аткинсон Блайми, известный благодаря участию в «Резцах». Он благодарит «Прогресс» за спонсирование праздника в этом году, а премьер-министров «Жирную» и «Алкаша» за участие в мероприятии. Поднимаясь на сцену, вы видите, что за самыми лучшими столами действительно сидят премьер-министры и другие богатенькие типы, которых вы не узнаете, ну, естественно, вы элита. Это, конечно, объясняет, зачем здесь столько охраны. Вручая награду, доктор Аткинсон Блайми спрашивает: «Не хотите ли вы сказать пару слов?» Ну, естественно. Вы благодарите «Прогресс», зал взрывается аплодисментами. Питер и Джулия благословенно принимают ваши слова, хоть и отмечают, что не они герои вечера. Возвращаясь на свое место, вы видите, что покрасневший Боузман довольно кивает вам. Это были правильные слова, но очевидно. Вы доедаете ужин, и кто-то из сидящих за столом тычет вам за спину. Обернувшись, вы видите Боузмана, который быстро проходит мимо, сопровождаемый этими вот двумя вот этими. Вы уверены, что он специально вас игнорирует? Кажется, он представляет премьер-министром некоторых гостей. Вы доедаете ужин, выслушиваете последние речи и уходите домой. Удивительно, но вечер получился довольно неплохим. Нужно будет сходить и на следующий. Ну, если вас пригласят, конечно. Вопрос в том, какая у нее длительность, кстати. Сдой! Сейчас, минуточку. Даешь до талона, нет. Не получится. Мне надо сегодня в 3-й раз переустановить винду на ноуте. Починить кассетную деку. И что-то еще я хотел сделать. И пироженки на завтра сделать. Я тут сделал экспериментальные корзиночки. Лимонно-медовые. Больше 10 часов. Ну, отлично, значит, на 2 стрима. Не трави, поняшь, я там скину потом фотки. Там разрез, господи, какой разрез. Как здесь за полис, где тебе говорят год, а потом случайно полгода проводишь в коме. С пальчиками, с какими пальчиками? How long to be, говорит, от 4 до 10 часов. Ну, учитывая, что это я, это 10 часов. Корзиночки с пальчиками. Сейчас я у Белки узнаю, как она сегодня. Ну, я говорю, значит, часов до 7 посидим. 7:30, что-нибудь такое. И офнемся. А там уже Завтра, наверное, будем заканчивать. Да, и завтра день считать придется. Да. Ну, завтра, наверное, до упора уже будем. Так, сейчас я отправлю ей смс-ки, чтобы забрать пасеки. Пасеки на пасеки. все. Давайте продолжать.
What, you've got someone to hose down the sun, have you?
Yes, they've just strapped on their wax wings.
Classical illusions are no substitute for air conditioning.
You know, I genuinely thought you'd be in a better mood today. She's not even here.
Yes, but he is. Our gun-toting handler.
Who, Andy?
I don't know what the fuck his name is, do I?
He's here to keep us safe when people like disrupt.
More like keep us in line. Stupid guns. Good evening, I'm Jeremy Dawson. Our main headlines tonight. Siege mentality. The World Council today established a military blockade to enforce the unjust and punitive sanctions now entering their 10th week. In a statement from team headquarters a short time ago, Prime Minister Julia Salisbury issued a commanding response to this unprovoked escalation.
The World Council should make no mistake. This blockade and the illegal sanctions it seeks to enforce
Да,
are
не
an
говори.
act of war and will be treated as such. Any incursion, however slight, into our territory will be met with swift and deadly force. You have been warned.
Popping the question. Sickly striker Johnny Handsleeves has finally asked his long-term partner to marry him. With his girlfriend Tiffany Lamore standing by him during his long illness, it seems Johnny may have finally turned a corner. Now, as this candid photo shows, it seems he's well enough to propose to her from his sickbed. But judging by her expression, the reaction might not have been as positive as he'd hoped. Is this the face of a blushing bride-to-be or someone passing a kidney stone? Let's hope that ring wasn't too pricey. In it to win it, exciting news from Advance today with the announcement of a new monthly prize draw for all team membership card holders. Every month, lucky winners from across the country will be picked at random to receive what Team HQ are describing as unique prizes worth more than money used to be. Take-up on the scheme has been much higher than expected, and if this lucky winner's delighted face is anything to go by, it looks like pretty soon everyone's going to have one. Flawed-hearted, a shocking inspection of Remington Smith's new Flood factory has revealed health concerns that could leave the groundbreaking facility's future in doubt. After the public's lukewarm response to the industrial plant, the troubling report that found a possible long-term risk to shop floor workers could be the final nail in the coffin. CEO Sophia Remington, however, was optimistic that her employees would remain loyal. But perhaps she spoke too soon. As these photos clearly show, workers are taking the warnings very seriously, and some have even abandoned their posts to seek medical advice. It seems like my mother was wrong. A flood a day won't keep the doctor away. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Progress today for the stranded scientists of Dante's Taint, as the captain leading their rescue mission is announced. The trapped team have survived in the cave system for many months now, but hope is on the horizon as the
Тётка будет
expedition
спасать,
is
конечно.
announced by the Board of Underground Theoretics. A respected professional with decades of experience, training and knowledge, Captain Audrey Aerospace is said to be the only real choice to successfully save the troubled scientific excursion, but an unfortunate one to be sat next to at a dinner party or social occasion. Burning down the house? The capital was put on high alert last night after disrupt terrorists set an emblematic fire in the heart of Parliament Park. Violent conflict broke out at the demonstration after a mob of so-called protesters from the radical group launched an unprovoked attack on community cohesion officers in attendance. While the burning fist of resistance certainly seems a powerful image in these difficult times, fire officials were quick to point out that had they not arrived in time, and I quote, the whole bloody city might be yesterday's burnt crumpets. All this, and I'll be talking to some people with fascinating medical conditions, as well as one of the contenders in this year's Feline Football Championship, and her proud owner. That's all up on tonight's National Nightly News.
Бля, я уж забыл, что она здесь это ездит иногда. Да что такое-то?
But first tonight, our team of correspondents has been dispatched to every corner of the country to see how the people of this great nation of ours
Вот
are
этот
coping
перегрев,
with
конечно,
unprecedented
вообще.
hot weather. First, let's go to Megan Wolf in Shining-on-Sea to see what the scientific community has to say. Megan, how's the weather there?
It's absolutely glorious, Jeremy. Thank you for asking. I'm here with Dr. Anna Burns at the University of Princeford. Are you enjoying the weather as much as I am?
Oh, yes, it's wonderful, isn't it? My eyelids are sweating.
And you're part of a team carrying out a study into just what's causing this unbelievable heat, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, we want to be able to reassure the public once and for all that there's absolutely nothing to worry about and that they can enjoy their sunstroke and fossil fuels in peace.
You sound very confident about that.
Oh, very much so. I can say without any hesitation, there's really no cause for any concern here. I've actually left my car running.
So tell us about this experiment.
Well, we take data from weather stations from all over the world, along with atmospheric samples, and we take all that and we feed it into this state-of-the-art computer, and very soon we'll be getting a high-tech readout of the results.
Blimey, that sounds very fancy.
I should just say, none of this would be possible without the generous support of Remington's Fist. This is all thanks to their unrivaled investment in our future, and may I just say, compliments. And, as expected...
Да, она мгновенно вырубается.
Hang on. This can't be right.
Right, but obviously you said a second ago that editing is absolutely fine, so...
Well, actually, under concern level, it just says, why, God, why?
We should be celebrating these wonderful results, I think.
Yeah? We need to evolve gills within 40 years.
You look thirsty.
Here it just says, shit.
Look at you. This is meant to be a celebration. Can't go around looking like that.
Shit.
There you go, much better. Can I just say thank you again to Sophia Remington for providing all of this?
Everyone, we don't have long. Time is running out.
It's running out. Absolutely right. That is all we have time for.
Abandon hope and return to the forest.
Enjoy that. I'd like to thank Dr. Burns for just one opinion on the climate.
The sea will reclaim us all.
Да бля!
Megan Wolf there, attempting to do some actual news. Next, heads over to Robin Short, who's in Scritchford with some of the winners of
Жопа.
this week's team membership lottery. Robin?
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm here in Scritchford with Gary Failsafe, a janitor at the local school, and Amelia Jackhammer, an aspiring poet. Both of you were drawn at random from those who hold team membership cards to receive this week's amazing prize.
Да твою ж мать-то! Чё началось-то? Нормально ж сидели.
And all that we had to do was fill in a quick form or two. Wow, that sounds so convenient.
Положение вентилятора.
To know, what have you won? That's right, Robin. I've won dinner with...
А как?
Invited to Peter Clement's house to help him dredge the gutter in.
Прок, здорово.
That's absolutely
Да, это я
terrific.
подопустил.
You must both be over the moon. I've written a poem about it. So, can you tell me about the moment when you first heard the news?
Well, I was battling against a particularly difficult floater, probably one of the 6th formers, when the headmaster came and found me.
I was involved in a similarly brutal conflict with a particularly arduous stanza. So you were both polishing turds?
No, I don't like to polish them. I like to keep them intact for my collection.
Oh. How unexpected.
I don't polish turds. I write poetry.
Potato, potato. So, Gary...
Do you think Peter Clement's going to let me keep the contents of his downpipe?
There's no harm in asking.
Жопа какая.
Would you like to hear one? No, thank you. Gary, when you signed up for team
Да,
membership, was
играется
it in
8
hopes
раз
of winning
дольше.
the lottery, or were there other reasons?
I like a flutter, of course.
Не знаю. У нас это стоит дешевле походу в кино, мне кажется.
Sensible. It's important to know who we're trusting around our children.
Oh, I have an unpublished book of sonnets about children. Perhaps you'd like to hear one.
No.
Or an anthology of haikus on the death of innocence.
I'd rather hear about Gary's turd collection.
Really? I thought you might say that.
Да как ты задрала?
Are you all right?
Yes, it's coming. It's inspiration and it's delicious.
Right you are.
Today on the show there's no news. Just a man who keeps multiple poos.
Here, this big one's my favourite. See how it's fibrous, really lovely texture.
Would you encourage other people to enter?
150-200 последний раз IMAX 3D был, а тут что-то типа 250. Ну, мне кажется, у нас рублей 300-350 сейчас билет в кино и стоит.
Maybe that was unfair.
В обычный типа RLD там что-нибудь такое.
Back to you, Jeremy.
Надо вообще
Thanks,
посмотреть.
Robin. What a lucky pair they are. And finally in this segment, it's over to Patrick Bannon, who's gone to the smelliest town in the country to see how the unprecedented weather is affecting the locals. Patrick?
Hello there, Jeremy. Hello, yes. I'm here live in Grizzleford, which has recently voted the smelliest town in the country. And I have to say that, you know, in this heat, the smell really is. I mean, it's
Работай, сика.
something else. Barry Lardons, mate, you've lived here your whole life. How'd you put up with the sting?
Well, we're just all very proud of our achievement, to be honest with you. You can tell that, look at him, proud as punch. Do you know what it's like, son, being the second smelliest town? No, I don't. Living in the shadow of Arseminster. Those smug fucks. But who's laughing now, eh?
What, not me, that's for sure. So what happened, mate?
Right, the good people from Remington's Fist came in and saved the day with their factory.
You're talking, of course, about the newly built flour factory.
Yeah, they gave us this big presentation on jobs and growth. But as soon as we heard about the stench, we paid them whatever they wanted to put it here.
Does the stink not affect your life in every way, Barry? I mean, perhaps if you're filling in a tax return or completing the physical act of love.
It's strong at first, but you get used to it after several weeks of your first bout of sickness. The judges were very impressed.
So, what's the sickness?
Oh, that's nothing to worry about. It takes a few minutes before you develop any symptoms. Now, folk are saying something about the production line and how they dump carcasses directly into the water main, but I think it's probably a few valves on the high street.
On the high street? Should I see a doctor? What are the symptoms?
Well, the first one is asking stupid questions. Then folk experience a loss of inhibition.
Cops, do they? When was the last time you brushed your teeth, you stinking old tramp?
Next according is a period of randomly bursting into song, followed immediately by delusions of grandeur.
Oh, that's not really a problem. It was sung in my life. Hello, it's sexy Patrick Bannon, and he's wearing sexy shorts now. Oh my God, look at me. I'm like a stallion. I'm gorgeous. Why didn't you tell me? I should take my shirt off. You know what? I'll even let you touch me if you want.
That will be the bout of undeserved self-confidence.
Love the Bannon. Feel the Bannon. Oh, man. What's the point?
And the ennui. All that's left now are the hallucinations and unconsciousness.
Nana Dottie? Was that you? Why are you made out of elbows? You know I don't eat opinions.
Oh, don't worry, folks. Once he wakes up, he'll be just fine. We'll just find a place to stick him where it won't matter how many times he evacuates his bowels. Right, that's all here from Grizzleford, a town that's really making a stink. I'm Barry Lardons. Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Barry. With a naval blockade being set up around our coastline as we speak, when we come back, I'll be talking to 3 members of the general public who appear to be here purely for medical reasons. Don't go away. Unless, of course, you've got something better to do. We'll be back after these messages.
1 minute back.
This next section features a potentially controversial guest, and Barnes may request some censorship if it goes too off-topic. You've done a great job so far keeping everyone happy, so let's keep up the good work.
And I can't do this anymore.
You say this every Friday.
I've done something.
What do you mean? Jeremy?
My mic is still on.
Сценарий сложности 42 часа, 57 минут, 52 секунды новостей, рекламы, интервью. Ага. Ну, они долго его делали.
That's what I'm talking about? Cat football? We should be doing an interview with the War Minister, or a report from Grentham Downs. Even the weather would be more fucking relevant than this.
Jeremy, please, just breathe. It's just something light to keep people's minds off things.
Exactly, which is wrong. People's minds should be very much on things. Christ, it's so fucking hot!
Please take your seats as quickly as you can.
I can't do this anymore, Jenny. I've had enough. That's it. This is just
10 seconds! Get over yourself, Jeremy. Why don't you stop feeling sorry for yourself for 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News with me, your host, Jeremy Donaldson. Later, we'll be talking to the captain of the Territory's first cat football team, Professor Pumpkin. But first, I'm joined by 3 guests with some balmy bodily behaviours. Joining me is a woman who's been
А чё такого-то?
for over 9 months. Isn't that right, Miss Piercy?
Yes, that's right.
Yes. Tell us, what brought all this on?
Well, it's all a bit of a blur, Jeremy, to be totally frank with you.
А,
I've been
только
watching your show
вторую и
and
четвертую
heard some
можно.
news about the election, and it hasn't stopped since.
Fascinating stuff. Also here is Frankie Steampipe. Perhaps you could explain to us exactly what your physiological foreboil is.
I'm here to say it's high time people like me were respected. We're constantly overlooked in the workplace, we're whispered about on buses, and we're asked politely
Blah, blah, blah,
to
blah, blah.
leave children's birthday parties. And it's disgusting. I'm sorry, my bowels have comic timing.
And finally, I'm joined by a man who answers every question honestly, even when it isn't aimed at him. How do you cope with that, Mr. Truman?
With a combination of booze, self-hatred.
Да, Шрам сказал, я понял. Я поздно обратил внимание на лампочки.
Well, in that case, let's speak to Rose. Tell me, how does the hiccuping impact you?
I get shushed a lot, which is hard. At work, they've asked me to stop answering the phones. It's really affected my confidence.
Well, I find it really fucking irritating.
And believe your story?
Fuck no.
Поздно среагировал.
I'm surprised at how much support I've received.
And Frankie, why have you come here today?
Because my wife left me, and I was hoping that the fame would win her back.
We've started a group for people with ailments deemed broadly comical by society. It's called Take Us Seriously.
That's right. And we bloody
Да бля, да это невозможно успевать.
A bunch of fucking losers.
It's just us so far.
And how much success have you had?
Well, we've seen some real positive changes.
I don't want to toot my own horn, but it's been a runaway success.
Shit all. Not a single person come to our fun run, and all of our leaflets fell in the canal.
Well, Miss Piercy, some people are saying your condition was actually caused by the shocking events of that night. What do you think?
Come on, Mr. Donaldson. Let's have some
Сучка судорога и
What it'd be
смерть, да.
like to have a pair of tits.
Could you? I'm sorry, it's very hot. What was I thinking?
That you're a team fuck puppet?
No.
Or a sellout cunt?
Apologies. Just reminded that he can't help it. And hey, if this isn't live television, then what is it?
Fuckfest of propaganda masquerading as journalism.
Right, Frankie, Rose, tell us, how can the viewers get involved with your cause?
Yes, we're holding a sponsored run in Capital Park next weekend. It's called the No Smiles 13 Miles.
No, it's called the No Laugh Half. What did I say before the show?
That it was the team pulling Jeremy Donaldson's strings.
No, wow, we may have to end that there, unfortunately. What a harmless bit of fun.
Steady on! This is exactly what I'm talking about. We demand respect.
Yes, well, later, I'll be talking to Professor Pumpkin. A ginger tabby with a world-class pair of penalty paws. Is that really necessary?
No, it isn't. Let go. Not you.
Unhand him at once! Enough! That's enough! Enough!
What are you doing?
Try not to piss myself.
Alex,
don't you dare! Don't you fucking dare cut to the ads before I tell you to.
Бля.
You in the
Я
broadcast
что-то
center.
уже это...
Bozeman's little scapegoat. You listen to me. You cut to the ads before I tell you to, and I will kill every single person in this studio. I am thinking about what I'm doing. I've been thinking about it for a long time. We all should be. Christ, it's so fucking hot in here. Do you remember when we used to do the real news? Before it was all lottery winners? Bloody cat football? We are on the brink of a siege, the likes of which the world hasn't seen in hundreds of years. The enemy is at the gates, and I'm stuck here talking to these three fucking idiots.
I think my hiccups have stopped.
You three, get the fuck out of my studio. Go on, now, go! Before I change my mind. Jenny, lock the doors. Lock the doors.
Yes, Jeremy.
Now. Good. Yes. Now. Good. Right then. Yes. You in the broadcast centre. Alex, you listen to me. You pay attention. Now, I'm sure you've already loaded up exactly what you're going to play in the commercial, but today is going to be a little bit different. Look to your right. Yes, really. Look to your right. There is a VHS tape, and I want you to load it into one of your machines, and when I say so, and not before, you play it. You've got about 15 seconds, so I wouldn't waste any time. Now, all cameras.
I assume you won't be playing that tape.
Конечно, не собираюсь.
Negotiate with terrorists. I hope I've made myself clear. You seem to know what to do.
Every single thing that comes out of this studio is either one-sided or banal. We're going to show the other side for you. For a bit of fucking balance. Like the good old days. Alex, play the fucking tape. I don't want to hurt any of you. If I see anything I don't like, I will not hesitate to start.
Да пусть валят.
Reset the system for the third segment. I imagine the ratings are going to be through the roof.
О, А плюс оценка блока. Я красавчик. Я красавчик. Да, ну, людям нравится такая фигня.
To be alive. Surely games can't get any better than this. And that sound.
It's like a digital symphony, Brad. Are they playing more than one note at the same time?
Up to 4.
Конечно, я.
4 notes at the same time. That's enough for a chord.
But, Sophia, surely a home computer entertainment system needs games. Damn straight. And with the RS Rainbow, there's an incredible 3 of them. You could be solving puzzles in Zone, or jumping about in Twitchy Builder, or even taking on your friends in our incredible 2-player game Fighting. Yes, you heard me. 2 players at the same time.
What do you mean they didn't play it? Why the fuck did they play it? Alex, what the fuck is wrong with you?
So you can have
You're a chance
whatever
to make
game
a
you
real
can dream
fucking
of.
difference.
Jeremy, calm down. I'm Sophia
You
Release.
fucking calm
And
down.
I
How
can't
long?
wait to turn on, load up, and
You.
as the cool kids
What's
say,
your name?
Zone out.
Of course it fucking is.
Jeremy, put the gun down, please.
How long?
Going live now.
Welcome back to what's left of the National Night. Welcome back to what's left of the National Story tonight. There is a fucking massive military blockade being set up around this country. We are surrounded and outgunned, as incidentally am I. Now I have asked for all the security doors to be locked, the studio doors to be locked, but security is on its way. So, I doubt we'll have much time. But while there is, let's try and do the fucking news. Our first guest tonight is Jenny. She works here in production, and earlier today she told me she put forward several news stories. Older viewers will remember those, but they've all been rejected. So tell us, Jenny, what's somehow less important than Barnum and Bailey's Amazing Shit Circus and Commander Pumplenuts, the fucking cat footballer?
It's Professor Pumpkin.
Really, Jenny? There isn't much time. Come on, us one real news story.
I don't know. I can't think. I'm trying.
Christ! You haven't even taken into public ownership yet. I mean, might as well be one from Julia fucking Salisbury's no doubt immaculate kill room.
Leave her alone.
And this gallant knight, in slightly shattered armour, is Andy. He's a CCO. What's that stand for, Andy?
Community Cohesion Officer.
And what does that mean, Andy?
Well, we aim to strive...
No, you utter prick. I mean, what does that mean? What is a CCO? What are you?
Community...
Policeman! You're a policeman, a fucking policeman!
Yeah, that's what we used to be called.
Used to be? It was less than 2 months ago. What the hell is wrong with you all? Jenny, any recollections yet?
Nothing springing to mind.
All right then. Looks like you're in the hot seat, Andy. Exciting, eh? I mean, that's what you joined up for, wasn't it? Excitement? Is this your first hostage situation?
Yeah.
Yes. Pretty shitty you ended up being the hostage, eh? Never mind. How many people have you arrested for not carrying or having their ID cards?
Well, firstly, we don't arrest anymore. We invite for consultation. And they're not ID cards.
Don't be a bell end all your life, Andy. You know what I mean. Answer the question.
Well, it shouldn't have to be a big deal to prove who you are.
Only the guilty have something to fear?
Well, yes, actually.
How desperately naive.
Look, I'm just a police officer. Fucking CCO.
Just following orders?
Oh, come on, mate. That's not fair.
It was rhetorical. Jenny, ready to spill the beans yet?
Jeremy, please stop. I'm scared. Alex didn't even play your tape. This is pointless. It's over, Jeremy.
I was going to quit tonight. I had notes. See? There's a recording. A VHS tape. A message from Disrupt. I haven't heard it, but I know what it's trying to say, and I wanted you at home to hear it. To listen to the other side and make up your own minds. But Alex Winston, who works in production, decided it was not for your eyes and ears. It was not.
Чё он на продакшн гонит?
Maybe Alex will play it
Гниль.
out for the next break.
Сидит там, выеживается перед камерой. Ну, в смысле,
Tomorrow morning
стоит.
will arrive in every major news broadcaster worldwide. But I wanted you to hear it first. To listen to what Disrupt had to say about this unreported country. Because Disrupt and I, well, we swapped places while I wasn't looking. They're now the ones investigating, looking for evidence, trying to make the world a better place. And me, I'm in this newsroom interviewing Jeff fucking Algebra. What Disrupt have to say is important. You might not agree with all of it, but you should still hear it and make up your own minds.
Are you serious? Disrupt. A credible source. Get more objectivity out of Alan fucking James.
Oh my God, are you being deliberately obtuse? Why can't any of you understand there's no such thing as a credible news source anymore? Aaron, shit! Aaron! Oh shit, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
He's bleeding. It's in his shoulder.
First aid! Whoa, we need first aid.
He doesn't need first aid, he needs a fucking ambulance.
Paramedics. There'll be paramedics for the security.
Unlock those doors.
No! Don't do that!
Jeremy, he's bleeding. He could die.
Yes, but if you open the door, that's a gift.
How did you think this was going to end?
Why are you even here today? It's supposed to be your day off!
My date cancelled. I thought it'd be more fun to be here than moping around at home. Truth be told, I wanted to see you. Being annoyed with you is like wearing a comfy jumper.
I think that's the nicest thing you've said to me.
Let's not make it the last.
Right. All remaining cameras on me. In a minute, I'm going to ask Jenny to unlock the doors. No. Only Aaron, our cameraman, can get the medical attention he needs. I should imagine I'll get arrested for this. It wasn't the graceful. I had a speech. I was meant to be resigning with a flourish of honour. A last hurrah. I was going to wish you all one last peaceful night. I can't see that happening now. Still, I want to have one last stab at the news before I go. You see, there's so much more we're not telling you. There's large groups of scientists, and they're testing something. Something loud and something. What was that? I didn't think it over the.
Don't shoot him. Stay back, please.
Mr. Donaldson, you have 10 seconds to lower your weapon. If you do not comply, we will open fire.
God,
10.
cut to the ads!
9.
Alex, cut
8.
to the ads!
Alex, think of the consequences.
6.
For God's
5.
sake, put the gun down!
4. 3. 2.
I think we both know I wouldn't do very well in prison.
Jeremy, no!
Норм вообще отработал, идеально. Отлично, безумный Нил прям здесь зайдет сейчас на контрасте, вообще конфетка. Ну, нормально, нормально. Сложно. Она прям сложная. Если вы думали, что это... Что это прям фигня? Нет, ребята. Плохой тайминг, перерыв на рекламу. Fuck you, bitch, блин. Недоволен языком. Так я ж все это. Все того этого. О, нормально. Я же все сделал по указке вот этих. Почему доволен? Окей, хорошо. Не проблема. Хорошо. Вы встаете, не в силах полностью отойти от шока после вчерашних новостей. После тех правок, которые вы лично в них внесли. Спустившись, вы видите, что семья сидит в гостиной и ждет вас. Сэм нервно сглатывает, не решаясь заговорить. Мы вчера очень за тебя беспокоились. Джереми, пистолет. Сэм чуть не всхлипывает. Это ужасно. Прямо на федеральном телевидении. Как он мог? А теперь, после жуткой паузы, Сэм наконец спрашивает. Ты в порядке, солнце? Да, со мной все будет хорошо. Сэм смотрит на Чарли, потом на вас. Мы видели, что эта запись не попала в эфир. Сэм надолго замолкает. Но почему? Мне казалось, что так будет правильно. Мне кажется, это правильно. Да, ситуация дикая, но эта запись правда опасна, тихо говорит Чарли. Вы и не думали раньше, что его поддержка так важна для вас. Не знаю, чего это тебе стоило, Алекс. Ситуация была безвыходной, но каким-то образом тебе удалось сделать правильный выбор. Сам обнимает вас. Только ты знаешь, чего это стоило. Никто не может тебя осуждать. Я тобой горжусь. Вы вздыхаете и собираетесь с мыслями. Нужно многое обдумать. Вы не до конца понимаете, что именно вчера произошло, и уж точно не готовы к осознанию того, что думает об этом Чарли и Сэм. Вы не думали, что были так напряжены, но вот Чарли глупо шутит, все смеются. И вас тут же отпускает. Сэм гладит вас по спине и просит Чарли включить телевизор. Сэм и вы последний раз обсуждали растущие расходы на медицину полгода назад. Тема очень милая, но обходится довольно дорого, как вы и боялись. Поверить невозможно, что прошло уже так много времени, но санкции правда действуют. Единственная помощь больным пожилым людям от правительства – поездка в центр ухода. Почему все всегда сводится к деньгам? Потому что это капитализм, дружок. Теперь вы сидите за кухонным столом в окружении счетов и бумаг. И такое началось-то. И Сэм присоединяется к вам. Сегодня Эмма сказала вам, что больше ничего нельзя сделать. Вот разве что дорогое экспериментальное лекарство, которое может еще не помочь. Иногда мама хочет лечиться, но чаще говорит о центре ухода. Трудно понять, чего она хочет на самом деле. Сэм берет вас за руку. Что будем делать, солнце? Это твоя мать выбирать тебе. Времена тяжелые. Пора. На самом деле выбора нет. Вы надеетесь, что дети поймут. Вы больше ничего не могли сделать, учитывая обстоятельства. Едва вы заканчиваете завтракать, как ходит Сэм с почты. Открытка от Сьюзи. Надеюсь, ей там весело. Сэм читает открытку вслух, пока вы собираетесь на работу. Я уже повидала почти весь Иркистан. Тут круто, но очень холодно. Надеюсь, Чипи понравился подарок. И, кстати, спасибо, что положили мне лишние носки. Потом мы сели на поезд до Каниславы. Здесь намного теплее, куча пляжей. Я бы тут поселилась, но пришлось уехать на Сан-Пальмарино, пока не похолодало. И с этим мы не прогадали. Наверное, мы заедем еще в пару мест, но к Рождеству я обязательно вернусь. Надеюсь, у вас все хорошо. Люблю, целую, Сьюзи. Хера она там год катается. Ой. Ой.
A can of condensed milk, a cow's tongue, and some rhubarb. Not one to miss.
So, Julian's team have asked me to ask you to keep it light.
What does that mean?
It means to do that thing you do where you turn politicians into human. Just don't get drawn into talking about the war or politics in general.
They do know this is the news, don't they?
You didn't hear this from me,
Давай. Релиз. Ну, естественно, бешеного Нила качаем.
Oh, great. So they get the brains and we get the performing monkey.
Sometimes you sound just
Так,
like
ну вроде все готово.
How are you?
Видимо, надо выключать.
10 seconds, everybody.
Going
in 5, 4, 3.
It's time to join Megan and the team for the National Nightly
Good evening. This is the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Wolfe. It's the 140th day of war. Our main headlines tonight. Company of heroes. Skirmishes on land and sea again today as our armed forces tested the mettle of the World Council's illegal blockade. Advance's strategy of multiple small-scale incursions into the disputed zone is certainly keeping the enemy on high alert, unable to work out where or when the next strike will come. Proud parents throughout the territory find themselves ever more impressed by the bravery and commitment of their incredible children and the job they're doing keeping supply lines open against all possible odds. Don't starve. Advance's food programme moved from strength to strength today as rationing depots were opened in the last remaining unfed areas of the territory. The rationing depots have been constructed in record time, and the government's agricultural coordination strategy has seen shelves restocked with increasing regularity.
Ну, прям драма же.
By the looks on this happy family's faces,
Это вроде как юмор юмором, а ведь
they'll be
драма.
getting a good meal tonight on the government, just like the rest of us. 7 days to die. The recent decision to allow those with long-term health conditions to access transition centres has today been declared an overwhelming success. Previously available only to those in their final years, the expansion of the service has been met with relief by the many organisations calling for it to be opened up to the wider community. The transition centres have reported larger than expected numbers, but report that they are coping well and able to provide a complete and meaningful service to all who choose to use it. Populace. More than 11% of the population have thus far failed to register for a team membership card, a worrying statistic given that the cards are a legal requirement from midnight tonight. It's up to the other 89% of us to remind our tardy friends that not taking advantage of all the exclusive services available to cardholders is now, as it should be, absolutely criminal. Sympathy for the devils? A poorly attended protest was held today by struggling self-styled resistance movement Disrupt. Support for the organisation has been falling after this and other news outlets showed the public their true colours. And while it's easy to feel some sympathy for them now, as their numbers dwindle and their attempts to garner support grow more desperate, let's not forget how threatening they could be in greater numbers. And finally, absent friends. Sad news today as the grave of former National Nightly News host Jeremy Donaldson is vandalised by radical Disrupt activists. The much-loved broadcaster suffered a very tragic public breakdown 10 weeks ago in an incident which ultimately cost him his life. Disrupt spokesman Alan James, whose organisation last week named Mr. Donaldson as the cause's first martyr, described the graffiti as a fitting tribute to a hero of the resistance.
О, это еще и 85-й год.
But first tonight, with the war about to enter its 21st week, I'll be chatting with Peter Clement live in an exclusive team talk from his home in Lancashire. Don't go away. You won't want to miss a second of tonight's National Nightly News.
Да твою же медь-то.
Later in the programme, I'm thrilled to say I'll be chatting with mega pop star Lil C, who's going to be treating us to a world premiere of her new single. And then after that, in part 3, we've got something new I promise you won't want to miss. But first tonight, let's check in with Prime Minister Peter Clement, who's coming to us through the magic of television all the way from his home in Lancashire. Are you receiving me, Prime Minister?
Loud and clear, Miss Wolf. Loud and clear.
Well, let's start with the obvious. What's that in your hand, Prime Minister?
Cheeky cow. Cheeky cow. 75 days without an alcoholic drink, and I've got to say, I'm beginning to feel the benefits.
It certainly looks that way.
Well, I made a promise to Mrs. C, and as my old man used to say...
a promise is worth keeping?
With something like that, only with assholes.
So, I've heard from my sources that you and the illustrious Mrs. C plan to take your winter break somewhere a little different this year.
That's right. We're planning a walking holiday right here in the territories, which is different for us because, like you, Megan, I've always been a big fan of those warm foreign beaches.
Did you make this decision because of the blockade, Prime Minister?
Well, now that's a good question. Well, as you know, while the blockade has effectively restricted the flow of goods into the country, we and our neighbours have continued to allow unimpeded travel for business leaders, ministers and such. So, although me and the missus could theoretically go to that gorgeous beach I just mentioned, it just doesn't smell much like team spirit to me. After all, as my old man used to say, when life gives you shite, make shite pie.
It works just as well with lemons and lemonade.
I suppose it does.
Prime Minister, maintaining a healthy body like yours at a time of national crisis must...
Это прям что-то какая-то сложная история, я не очень понимаю.
Well, the truth be told, it's all down to Claude, my infinitely patient personal trainer. He's a man with a plan. I'm just a crap with a fat.
Wow, on that very subject, how are you and Mrs. C handling living on rations?
Well, let me tell you, Megan, back in the 50s, when I worked for you backstage for your Patrick Brannan's dad, did you know I did that?
I think everyone knows that, Prime Minister.
Well, what you probably didn't know was that Graham Bannon was a right tightwad, paid the bare bloody minimum and still found every possible excuse he could to dock your pay even further. I remember he once docked me a whole $5 for having an unacceptably smelly lunchbox type bastard. Anyway, What I'm saying is back then I ate a lot less than I am now, even under rationing. We all did. And let's face it,
Да ну невозможно. Я не могу двумя глазами в разные стороны смотреть.
What are you implying? No, but seriously, Prime Minister, we know you're very busy, but one final question, if I may.
Oh, go on then.
When you get home from a long day, your head full of the territory.
Не играй в StarCraft. StarCraft проще
What
играть.
music do you listen to when you work out to take your mind off things?
Well, I know I've got a bit of a reputation for being an old fuddy-duddy, but I'd be lying if I didn't say there's something about Little C that just demands one's attention.
Well, let's hope you stay watching, Prime Minister, because she is going to be talking and performing live after the break.
Oh, I'll be watching. After all, as my old man used to say, everything's a treat on a boring Friday with nothing but the wind up your shunt.
It's Wednesday, Prime Minister.
I think the expression still stands.
Peter Clement, thank you for joining me. I don't know about you at home, but I think there's something kind of inspirational there. I know I feel safer. When we come back, Lil C is going to be giving us the debut performance of her new single, and I'll be getting to meet her. As her biggest fan, I don't mind telling you I'm pretty excited. Don't go away. We'll be back after these messages.
1 minute back. Gripping stuff.
What's that even news?
I think you forgot to ask him what his favourite number is.
Oh, I must have forgotten that in all the excitement.
So assuming it's not vodka, what do you think's actually in that milk? I reckon it's the tears of his enemies.
You are one disturbed individual.
That's how I cope.
To make sure that you stay free to enjoy all of the benefits of our new society. We are not a territory that chooses to live in fear. We will not cower or avert our eyes at the sight of injustice. But we are a brave.
You'll no doubt have spotted the updated mixing disc. You'll need the new buttons during the next sections. First, we'll need applause when the guest enters and before her song. Don't worry, I'll walk you through it when we get there.
As a team,
Окей. Оценка блока C. Ё-моё!
we have kept our people well fed throughout this war. Because as a team, we cannot fail to thrive, even in this most challenging of times. And one day, soon now, when this turbulent
I've never heard of her before.
Oh, she's big, really big.
Really? Is she any good?
Nah, of course not.
Повстанцы.
The kids go mad for her, absolutely mad.
Live in 10 seconds.
Hang on, Colin, you've got kids.
Yeah, I've got about 6 or 7, I think.
Це cool. Ага.
5, 4, 3.
Thanks for coming back. Later, we have an exciting new feature that we just know you're going to love, so stay tuned for that. But first, I'm really excited for our next guest. She rose to prominence as the delightful Susie May in All My Daughter's Children's Men, before taking the music industry by storm this year with her debut album smashing the chart records at the age of just 20. Let's give it up and welcome Lil C! May I just say, you look incredible.
Oh, thanks, babe. I'm doing this new regime and it really does work.
What's the regime?
My manager suggested it to me. It basically involves bathing in like cabbage water and then having the leaves sucked out of you while you sleep.
Wow, is that healthy?
Well, look at me, Meg. The leaves are my only nourishment.
Yep, they certainly are. Now, you'll have to forgive me, but I'm somewhat of a super fan, so I'm sorry if I get a bit starstruck.
Oh, bless you. I've never actually heard of you before, so if you do get a little tongue-tied, I can always carry the interview.
Oh, that's good to know. So your first album, F My Face Together, it hit shelves this summer and it just exploded. I mean, what was that like for you?
Bonkers, just so weird. I was in all the papers and the magazines. Overnight, I went from that like annoying little girl from that show to that like sexy little girl from that show.
Wow, that must have been bizarre.
Not really, it was just like any other morning. You know, get up at 5, go on a 4-mile run, have 3 meetings on my cabbage bath, but then only then was my dad actually talking to me.
Oh, of course. I mean, the famed country singer, Billy Bob Jean Short. I didn't know you'd been estranged.
There's nothing that strange about it, Megan. Okay, yes, he may believe that aliens told him to hate women, but there really isn't anything to prove that he's wrong.
So, this newfound explosion into your popularity, I mean, did that change your life?
Well, I had to start wearing like nicer underwear, you know, for the paparazzi. But as my manager says, best to make the most of it before I'm 30.
Is that right? So what's the album about?
So I thought it was about like how pretty and great I am, but actually it's about monetizing youth, I think, or about like promoting an unrealistic standard of beauty or something.
Your manager again?
Yeah, he says insecurity is an opportunity.
Oh, do you think he'd be happy with you telling us all this?
Telling you all what? It really doesn't matter what I say here. I'll do my dancing and then this part will all be forgotten about.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, we're going to see some of those famous dance moves very shortly because you're going to be performing your new single, aren't you?
Yep, it's from my album Put It In My A Together and it's out tomorrow.
So soon, after the last one?
Oh yeah, I've actually released 2 albums since lunchtime and a clothing line during this interview. See, this is called Cry for Help and it's going to be in all the best high school and retailer shops and it's out now. So girlies, you know what to do. Scream and cry until somebody gets it for you.
Ooh, there she goes. Blimey. All these projects, they're keeping you very busy, aren't they? It must be tough.
Yeah, it can get tough and I hate it sometimes and I hate myself. I just want to like cry into a bath of root veg. But then I think thousands of girls would do anything to be me, so I must be quite lucky.
Well, you know you don't have to do this though, don't you?
Yeah, I do think that sometimes. Most nights between like my 4th vodka and the 8th time a stranger slaps me around the arse. I think things could have been different, you know, like better. But I don't know. I love doing autographs and having somebody dress me and tell me what to wear.
Did you always want to do music?
Вообще
Since I was
жесть.
a little girl, I did. I'd sit in front of the radio, and as soon as my favourite girl group would come on, I'd press record on my cassette. But then my dad would come in and tell me to turn it off and to go back upstairs and start practicing again.
Sorry, is your dad your manager?
Yeah, which can be tough. And sometimes when it gets really hard, he'll say, "Make Quagler proud, and you might just survive childbirth."
Well, you know what, despite anything, you'll make me proud.
Oh, if only your opinion was as valuable as his.
Оно в
On
записи
that
идет.
problematic note, you're going to be singing
Там
a
его
song for
потом
us soon,
собирают.
aren't you? Tell me about it.
So it's called These Babies Gonna Bring You Home, and I actually got sent the lyrics in the car on the way up here. You know what? It's actually all right. And don't worry, all my work is team approved.
All right then. Well, you can go and get ready for that. We'll see you in a little bit. It was a very specific type of pleasure to chat to her, and I just can't wait to hear this. Oh, so here is Lil C with an exclusive first performance of her new track, These Babies Gonna Bring You Home. Take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Да я же нажал.
it's the force's favorite, the queen of team. Lil C.
В смысле?
Oh baby, can't you see I'm hungry? There's a place in me that's empty. I want that meat you're packing, only you can fill that crack in me. I'm under siege, so come and free me. Ain't no disruption here, boy, I got no agenda. Just want the no dirty foreign river. Don't stop no morning drill, there's holes in me that ain't been filled yet. I only scream this loud when you do your country proud. I ain't no Vickers, but I come and skirmish on my border. Quick before I get much older, tie me down and pull me like an enemy soldier. An enemy soldier. So let them try and break our dream. We fight and love and die at two. So what a Peter Clemens boys can come and use me as a toy. I wanna see some action, so come and break my sanctions. I've been this wild and free since Mama burdened me. She was only 53 but gave to save her family. There's no one judging me if I'm the one that's in your fantasy. Don't die alone, this baby is gonna bring you home.
Камера всрата вообще берет ракурсы.
See some action, so come and break my sanctions.
Да, это точно. Отличный ракурс.
Well, if that doesn't distract you from the world outside, I don't know what will. I'd like to thank Kelsey for doing that. Don't go anywhere. After the break, we'll finally be revealing the new segment of our show that we just know you're going to love. We'll be back right after this.
And we're out.
Я жал на кнопку аплодисментов, когда она еще зеленым горела, вот эта фигня, и здесь еще желтенькое было. Я хер знает, почему она не сработала. Мне не очень понятно, как это устроено.
Стримлер.
Так, Роман, иди, проходи, не мешай эфиру.
Watch out for that father of yours.
Oh, no. I manage myself. It's just, for the public to have that certain perspective. It's like...
Oh, right.
And Michael? Michael?
What about Billy Bob Jean Short?
Oh, my dad. He's such a sweetheart. We both had the same agents, like it just made sense. Both of us for our image together.
Wow.
And Michael, I want to see the revenue share for the clothing line and get me a G&T before my meeting with the lube guys. If they say for your pleasure, I'm going to start needing it.
Такая прям... Ух, ну это прям Южный парк сейчас был, прям хорошо. Да ты издеваешься, что ли?
No, not anymore. I'm better than that now. I'll tell you what, just keep adding flowers until it feels like 12. Got it?
Absolutely, right away. 10 seconds.
Чего? О, да, потянусь тогда. Потянусь, водички глотну. Бритня, конечно, не дает покоя сердцам и умам граждан. И у мам, и у пап. Лаки, доброго. Игра про режиссера. Про режиссера трансляции. На минуточку. Я когда пробовал пользоваться в качестве стримингового софта Wirecast'ом, вот это практически то, что происходит в игре, происходит во время стрима. Особенно если в несколько камер делать трансляцию. Там прям... Да, прям один в один. Только мудаков не толпа, а как бы минимальное количество на экране. Ща, погоди, мне теперь стало интересно, что мне тут за сообщение пришло. Новое устройство iPad. Нет. Я тут подглядываю за трафиком заказчика. Удаленно. Ага, угу. Да, все понятно. Та-та-да-дам. Только на стриме оно куда как медленнее. Ну да. Не, ну у меня же была когда-то идея замутить нормальный кукинг-стрим, чтобы Белка сидела в качестве режиссера именно трансляции и переключала камеры. То есть поставить 3 камеры. Общий план, крупный на ведущего и крупный на эту кухонную зону. И туда-сюда тыркать их. Чтобы не самому тыркать приходилось, а чтобы она переключала. Вот. Это, в общем, ну... Я это собирался через Wirecast как раз реализовывать. И где эти планы? Ну ты чё, это надо ее вытащить на этот стрим, надо ее еще заставить все это делать. Да, ну это нереально. Это нереально. Если в игре так сложно, как по мне, то как же транслируют турниры по играм? Там же вообще жесть. Ну, во-первых, у тебя работает команда из режиссеров трансляции, и плюс главный бегает. Во-вторых, все на самом деле не так сложно, потому что ты планируешь заранее происходящее. Можно там в какой-то момент там, включай быстрее вот эту камеру. Но чаще всего это происходит типа там камера 2, через 10 секунд включим тебя. Камера 3, все время сопровождаешь вот это. Камера 4, все время показываешь там, не знаю, там, чего-нибудь. То есть это все достаточно такой прописанный процесс в рамках. Понятно, что всегда есть моменты и варианты, но в целом все достаточно это. Наедь крупнее. Да-да-да-да-да-да-да. Ладно, погнали.
5, 4, 3.
Плюс вот это включение камер может быть и автоматическим. Клип нарезки — это жесть. Это да. Согласен.
I can reveal that every night on the show we'll be treated to an episode of an informative and hilarious new segment called The Notice Board. It stars some top talent and we're very excited about it. But before we see it, let's have a quick chat with the writer, director and phenomenon, may I say, Jeff Algebra, guys!
Actually, I've dropped the algebra. I go by Jeff DePlume now. How'd you like that?
Well, yeah, very fancy. I suppose you need a new name now that you're a successful artiste.
Well, exactly. I'm earning enough to pay taxes now.
Oh.
It's shit.
And how does Angela feel about all this? Your wife. Your wife.
Oh, God, no. No. No, she's long gone. No, she was holding me back. I'm with Norm now. We were married last month.
Norm de Plume.
Yeah.
And why did you write this? What was your inspiration?
Бля, я был уверен, что он сейчас отвечать начнет. Осуждение? Нет, это удивление, мне кажется. Нет? Вот осуждение.
You listen here, boy. You make hay while the sun shines. You wring every penny you can get out of this.
So I wheeled him down to the transition centre, got out my typewriter and started clacking. Utter shite.
And without further ado,
Не успел.
for the notice board.
Да хорош, так времени мало дается. Я даже кликнуть не успел.
Good morning, Miss Craven.
Oh, morning, Ray.
Everything all right, Mrs. Craven? You look as worried as the vicar in closing time.
Oh, Ray, it's those young louts. They've vandalized my shop again.
No!
Yes! They've written all sorts of obscene.
Я даже не успеваю следить за тем, что там происходит.
No, it's those damn youths.
I don't know. It could be the vicar at closing time.
Я нажал. Да идите вы нахер, бля.
Ever become productive members of the community? What if they never see the error of their ways and end up as social outcasts, such as shoplifters or bong rats?
Пусть смеются.
Don't worry, Mrs. Craven. This is a very supportive community, and I'm sure that in time they will fit into this society like this key into this lock.
Нет, оно показывает в конце уже.
See? Works like a charm.
What a lovely way to put it, Ray. And just like that, we can unlock their future.
Yes, yes. Wow! Look at all the letters in my collection today.
Oh, I think that one's addressed to me.
What? This one? Oh, so you're right. Here it is.
It's a letter from my granddaughter.
Ну, естественно, тайминги должны быть другие.
Says she got an A on her maths exam because one of her friends has been helping her. She was always a team player, was our Brenda.
Нахер. Здесь они уже подсказывать начали, потому что до этого просто оранжевым все горело.
Oh, no! It's Brad! He's the coolest guy in the village.
That's right. I just got here on my motorbike.
Oh, clear off, Brad. We don't want any of your ilk around here.
What? Rad dudes?
No, ruffians. Have you come to tag the notice board with your gang signs?
No way. I've actually come to pin my resume on that notice board. I'm looking to do some tutoring after school.
What? Did you say tutoring?
That's right. Maths is very important.
Бля, не успел. Засмотрелся.
Not at all.
So you, a young person, have been spending your time helping others and not just urinating on churches or huffing glue?
Hey, I haven't huffed glue for months.
Well, blow me down!
You know what? We misjudged you based on how young and cool you are and not on your actions.
No doy.
So it wasn't you who vandalized my shop last night or called me a rancid old crone from the back of a chopper?
No way.
Коза старая.
I was too busy helping my friend Brenda with her maths homework.
Could you speak up there? I thought for a minute there that you said Brenda.
I did, you daft old sow.
Did you hear that, Ray?
Oh, yes, what a wonderful surprise. I now respect you as a man.
Put her there, Ray. Oh, what the heck? Give us a hug.
Что-то бабахнуло.
Sorry to interrupt the first groundbreaking episode of the notice board, but we are receiving some breaking news. I'm being told we are picking up reports from across the continent of what appear to be
what appear to be nuclear explosions in 4 major foreign cities. Initial estimates put the death toll into. They put them into millions. I'm being told we're experiencing some power shortages as a result, so apologies for the interruption.
Кошак, это не я.
And apparently we can go live now to team headquarters for an emergency broadcast from Prime Minister Julia Salisbury any moment. Yes, let's go to that now.
Good evening, citizens and leaders of the world. Minutes ago, operatives working for Advance detonated nuclear explosives simultaneously in 4 major cities across the continent. We have similar devices in 58 other urban centres and will not hesitate to detonate them if our conditions are not met in full and without delay. The people of our territory will no longer tolerate your illegal and genocidal blockade. You are to remove it immediately. We will accept nothing less than your unconditional surrender. Your territories will be taken under our control. We will install replacement governments to ensure that your citizens become part of the new future. Your borders are now our borders. Your people are our people. They will finally be fed and clothed and educated and healed. But for your privileged few, the moment that they feared is now upon them. Allow me to be crystal clear. If you fire a single shot at our territory or harm a single one of our citizens, we will not hesitate to detonate further devices.
Они взорвали города на своей территории.
Then no doubt you are already searching for them. Our technology is decades ahead of yours. We will expect your complete acceptance of our terms by midnight tonight. Thank you.
I don't really talk about my personal life in my job. It's not relevant or important. So many of you may be surprised to learn that I have a brother. His name is David. And right now
Так я и говорю, она в своей стране города заминировала. Типа, мы умрем все за царя-батюшку. В таком плане. Про медведя пела?
And I should imagine that there are many of you sitting at home tonight digesting this news, and you also
Типа, бей своих, да.
in Urkistan, or Havia, or San Palmerino, or Konislava, which is where David was when I last spoke to him 3 days ago. So when I tell you, I know how you are
Сказано было про иностранные города. Вот я что-то пропустил, пока там это ездила фигня. Она сказала все-таки foreign. Я вот это пропустил. Я слышу, типа, по всему континенту у нас... Они же в морской блокаде были, типа остров, типа Британия. Ну или что, на что они там делают? Это пародию. Всех заминировали? Блин, я вот это пропустил, конечно, пока там это шипела фигня, и туда-сюда возил. Я говорю, вот даже на нормале все равно сложно следить за происходящим на экране, конечно. Да, какая реклама. Ну там сейчас будут оценки, да, конечно, говно. Видали, как я поднял эфир? Ой. успешно заставили разлом замолчать. Ну, да. Иностранные я даже читать не успеваю. Не слушать, не читать, вообще ничего. Так, кусками успею шурувать, что происходит на экране, и все. Да, конечно, я. Конечно, я. Ужасный монтаж. Да, это постоянно. Здесь вот это правило дегенератское, не более 3 секунд на крупном плане. Это просто какой-то трешак. Просто трешак. Я понимаю, что надо, наверное, вообще не париться по тому, что ты показываешь. А наоборот это... Типа пофигу, просто вот в 3 секунды, 3 секунды, 3 секунды, общий план 10 секунд, 3 секунды, 3 секунды. Ну, хочется, чтобы это, попытаться хоть что-то смонтировалось, чтобы прикольно. Ну, не знаю. Понятно, что это нереально, но как-то... Это внутренняя тяга попытаться в качество. Понятно, что попытаться, ничего не получится, все говно. Но, да, механика против. Надо тупо кликать и все. Здесь я еще, конечно, в самой первой версии в раннем доступе, я тут, конечно, с игрой прям не соглашался. Так, ну давайте еще, наверное, денек. И я пойду. I don't want to sell the world. Сюжет, конечно, мрачный. Но они, конечно, стебут леваков современных, западных. Вот. Прям стебут. И в целом стебут всю ситуацию на Западе. Прям хорошо. Остаток вашей смены прошел как во сне. В голове повторялись одни и те же слова. Оперативники прогресса детонировали ядерные устройства. По первым оценкам, жертвы исчисляются миллионами. Вы паркуетесь возле дома, хотя совсем не помните, как сюда доехали. В гостиной горит свет, похоже, кто-то до сих пор не спит. Приоткрыв дверь в гостиную, вы видите, что Сэм сидит на диване перед телевизором. Телевизор выключен, Сэм невидящим взглядом смотрит на погасший экран. Не глядя на вас, Сэм накрывает ладонью вашу руку и быстро утирает глаза, но вы видите, что лицо оставалось совершенно мокрое от слез. Наша девочка. Ну да, хер пойми, что делать. Что нам теперь делать? Они убили Сьюзи, они убили миллионы людей. Из-за этой проклятой войны, которая нам вообще не нужна. Сэм плачет, но за слезами вы видите такое пламя ненависти, что вас это даже пугает. Алекс, я знаю, ты поддерживаешь прогресс, но теперь-то тебе очевидно, что они чудовища. Мне надо знать, что ты это понимаешь, что мы больше... не будем помогать им. Ну подожди, во-первых, не факт, что девочку убили. Во-вторых, политично рассуждаешь, слушай, да? Прогресс поступил так, как требовалось. Хорошо, что они были готовы сделать все необходимое для нашей защиты. Не все так просто, мы с вами страдаем от этой войны. Пора положить этому конец. Этому нет прощения, ну... Короче, я за прогресс, пошла ты в жопу, коза. Всхлипнув, Сэм встает, подходит к каминной полке, берет в руки вашу свадебную фотографию. Раз тебе плевать на нашу семью, тогда зачем вообще все это? Ответить вы не успеваете, потому что вам приходится поспешно уворачиваться. Сэм швыряет в вас снимок в тяжелой рамке. Убирайся прочь из моего дома, катись к черту, Алекс. Ну и... Встав спиной к двери, вы прислушиваетесь и ждете, что в вашу сторону полетит еще что-нибудь. Но слышите лишь приглушенные рыдания. Вы молча берете ключи и уходите в ночь, понятия не имея, куда собираетесь поехать. Последняя неделя прошла как во сне. Вы переделали кучу дел, но тут же о них забывали, память будто туманом заволокло. С так называемой ночи освобождения, начала нового будущего прогресса, прошло 9 дней. Сегодня, когда вы зашли в церковь, там уже толпился народ. Удивительно, как много людей пришли разделить ваши горя. У вас с ними одна общая боль, общее чувство утраты. Это написано на их лицах, так же, как и на вашем. Ваша дочь, ее больше нет. С того вечера вы и Сэм не проронили ни слова, никто из вас не хотел отступать. Но сейчас кажется, что все это не имеет никакого значения. Все ваши мысли только о Сьюзи. На этих похоронах не было даже гроба. Ну, кстати, странно. Вернувшись в квартиру после долгого рабочего дня, вы обнаруживаете пухлый конверт. Вы до сих пор не привыкли к тишине одинокой жизни, поэтому первым делом включаете радио. Затем вы садитесь за кухонный стол и распечатываете конверт. Здравствуйте, Алекс Уинстон. Доводим до вашего сведения, что Сэм Уинстон начинает бракоразводный процесс. У вас все сжимается внутри, вы надеялись, что поживете отдельно и снова сойдетесь, но это, похоже, не так. Глядя в свою квартиру-студию, вы думаете о Чарли. Вы лишились Сьюзи, а теперь Сэм пытается и сына у вас отнять. Звук радио вдруг кажется вам скрежетом пенопласта по стеклу, и вы смахиваете приемник на стол. Сегодня вполне обычное утро, но идя к своему рабочему месту, вы замечаете, что в комнате отдыха толпится народ. Вы заходите налить себе чайку, невольно слышите взволнованный разговор. Да-да, еще один пропал без вести. Это уже который по счету? Да уже больше сотни. Это еще далеко не всех объявили в розыск. А что случилось? Одна из коллег начинает объяснять вам ситуацию. В университете Квинсвью пропал еще один профессор. Судя по тому, как исчезали люди в прошлом году, ученые, доктора, исследователи. Она делает паузу и переходит на шепот. Разлом охотится на тех, кто его критикует. Я слышала, будто прогрессу никак не удается предотвращать новое. Знакомый низкий голос, прозвучавший у вас за спиной, перебивает ее. Так, что здесь происходит, мазафаки? Откашлившись, Боузман продолжает. Я ведь говорил, что даже слышать не хочу про эти так называемые исчезновения. Бросьте эту ерунду. Прогресс ведь ясно объяснил, что беспокоиться не о чем. А значит, это не наша проблема. Пока они не начали причислять к интеллигенции всех любителей капучино, никому из здесь присутствующих бояться нечего. Идите работайте, мазафаки. Все поспешно расходятся по своим местам, но вам, Штирлиц, Боузман жестом приказывает остаться. Слушай, только между нами. Бредовый приказ не трогать эту тему пришел сверху, я бессилен. Очень прошу тебя проследить, чтобы новости не выходили за рамки и не распространяться об этом в нашем разговоре, ладно? Он улыбается вам, хлопает по плечу и уходит заниматься своими делами. Да. Расстрел шефа в прямом эфире. Да, он чё? Но он всего лишь управляет продакшн-компанией, не более того. Его пожелания и мысли не имеют никакого значения. Чарли опять заставляет себя ждать, вы нетерпеливо барабаните пальцами по рулю. Конечно, хорошо, что Чарли так нравится быть кадетом общественного содружества, но неужели так нужно задерживаться у них каждую неделю? Работает он, а свой субботний вечер впустую тратите вы. Он так светится радостью, что вы невольно улыбаетесь ему в ответ. Обняв друзей на прощание, Чарли идет к машине и садится. Его лицо излучает восторг. Но как прошел, не в силах себя сдерживать, он перебивает вас. Угадай, что было? Так, что? В общем, ты знаешь, кадет — это первый шаг в ряды общественного содружества. Наши заявки на вступление будут рассматривать в числе первых. Чарли так спешит рассказать свои новости, что проглатывает половину слов. И нам сказали, что со следующего года 5% лучших будут зачисляться в специальную программу и станут кураторами общественного содружества. Угадай, кого туда позвали. Он улыбается, глядя на вас. Ну что ж, это отличная новость. Широко улыбаясь, он откидывается на сиденье. Я рад, что вступил. Хочу скорее всем рассказать. Вы усмехаетесь. Такое событие надо отметить. Возьмем что-нибудь по пути домой? Давай в Креспа. Или нет, лучше, всю оставшуюся дорогу вы слушаете, как Чарли перечисляет названия всех известных ему закусочных. Да, хорошо, что у него дела идут, хорошо. Good. Такие мальчики нужны Германии. из искры возгорится пламя. Ничего подобного. Мы потушим все костры. Вы уже привыкли рано просыпаться по выходным, вы живете в одиночку, а значит, вам надо чем-то себя занять. Вы так скучаете по шумной суете родного дома. Соорудив себе завтрак, вы включаете телевизор. Экстренный выпуск новостей. Из разных уголков страны мы получаем сообщения о пожарах, охвативших вчера вечером крупные участки сельскохозяйственных земель. Власти уже назвали это событие гнусным, хорошо распланированным терактом, за которым стоит группировка «Разлом». Нападению подверглись продуктовые склады. Из-за этого, по словам источников правительства, увеличится нагрузка на центры стандартного меню по всей стране. Также в ходе вчерашней атаки пострадали некоторые ООС и общественные здания. Как заявила премьер-министр Жирная, боевики атаковали тюрьмы и центры переобучения и исправления, чтобы насильно вывести ряд неблагонадежных извините, что-то прям вообще как-то зевать начало. И потенциально опасных личностей. К счастью, ООС хорошо подготовились к подобной атаке, а действия боевиков «Разлома» были безграмотными. В результате столкновения есть убитые, но потери, может, понесли только террористы «Разлома». Лишь 3 ООС получили ранения в ходе стычек в разных районах страны. Множество активистов «Разлома» были арестованы и ожидают перевода в центры исправления. Мы будем держать вас в курсе новых подробностей. Сидя в тишине квартиры, вы обдумываете ночь пламени. Разлом действует все более решительно, и вас не покидает мысль, что это только начало. Та-да-та-та-та-та. Пам-пам-пам-пам-пам-пам. Пам-пам-пам-пам-пам-пам-пам. Я прям не могу. Сейчас прям вот должна заиграть та самая. А потом голос должен сказать 3 слова. Через 1,5 года после дочи освобождения.
Alex, are you receiving? This is Alan James. The revolution starts tonight, Alex, and to be frank, we need your help. I know you've never been that sympathetic to our cause, but since the bombs, well, you've seen what happened. They have to be stopped, Alex. You know it in your heart, and tonight, well, it might be our very last chance. Play our tape at the second break. It's on your right. And please, when I hack in, let my message reach the people just once, just tonight.
Пошли вы нахер. Пидоры взяли, сожгли поля.
What have you got to lose?
Dignity, my reputation.
It's all right once you get past the teeth and the problematic tattoo.
I am perfectly capable of messing up my own love life. Sorry about that. David wouldn't get off the phone.
Oh, is David single?
For Christ's sake, Colin, stay out of it.
I can help you. I'm an expert at romance. Ask my ex-wives.
Please don't set me up with your brother. That's 10 seconds, everybody. You're not as tight, babe.
Too short?
Too smart. Going in 5, 4, 3. Good evening. This is the National Nightly News, broadcasting across the territories. My name is Megan Wolfe. Our top stories tonight. Ashes to ashes. It's been 40 days since Disrupt conducted attacks across the territories. The coordinated action, dubbed the Night of Fire by commentators, was seen as an attempt to subvert the supply chain, but there may have been more to it. After a roadside IED toppled the convoy, prisoners, including Portia Hamilton-Mann, the daughter of the former Prime Minister, were freed and have subsequently vanished. The escapees are presumed to have fled the territories. Here at Channel 1, we say good riddance to bad rubbish. Food, glorious food. With the last of the menu centres opening in territories 5, 8 and 14 today, Advance confirmed that the programme is now in full operation, providing free food for every citizen of the new future. What started as rationing during the 20-week war has blossomed into a social contract that is the envy of the unawakened world.
Вот это.
Promising a healthy, nutritious diet designed to keep all citizens at peak performance, The menu centres used locally sourced produce for that farm-to-plate experience without the need for spreading manure in your tighty whities. Happy talk. Record happiness levels have been reported today across the territories. As more and more former countries join the new future, a survey carried out by scientists at Queensview University reveals a stunning fall in depression, self-harm and suicides, especially in those territories which have historically faced the most unjust of indivisions. Professors Whiff Piffle and Grantley Major said that their rigorous statistical analysis left them in no doubt that things are numerically better for everyone everywhere. So if you think you're feeling down in the dumps tonight, you're empirically wrong. Something's coming. Unsubstantiated rumours here in Territory 1 of armed protests tonight by increasingly desperate disrupt terrorists. Despite the best efforts by the government, the self-styled resistance movement has continued to carry out a series of ever more extreme attacks. Increasingly unstable disrupt spokesperson, the conspiracy nut Alan James, has not ceased in his lurid attempts to radicalise the public against advance. And final headlines tonight for three stories we've been following closely for the last 2.5 years. Foreign soil, a glimpse today of failed CEO Sophia Remington, who, facing serious criminal
Две абсолютно одинаковых картинки. А игра не отпускает. Но я же говорю, еще один день. Ну, в смысле, еще один рабочий день, и все.
The board of Remington's Fist removed her as CEO in absentia this morning by a unanimous vote. Sophia was heard to yell something obscene in Malvalian at the assembled journalists before slinking back inside. We didn't catch all of it, but it was something about our mother and a goat. Fun guy. Unexpected news today as two familiar scientists announced the birth of an extraordinary child. The underground struggle of doctors David Wong and Ingrid Sporsborg and Horgensvoort captured the hearts of people around the world. And after an arduous return voyage, which took over a year, the couple say they've never been happier. Baby Dante is said to be healthy, if a bit partial to the airing cupboard. Taking a dive. It seems a former sporting icon, mired with misfortune, has found himself at his lowest ebb. Johnny Hamsleeves, who was once paid thousands a week to play at national level, has wound up sleeping rough on the streets of the capital. Speaking this morning, he said, "I don't mind too much. I always like the outdoors, and you're never too old for the Pigeon League." All that, plus we'll be taking a trip to Dangley Parks for the notice board, as well as getting a sneak peek at the hottest ticket in town. That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News. But first, 500 days. Great man. The start of tonight's program is dedicated to remembering and celebrating the life.
Это говно меня отвлекло настолько, что надо бы, конечно, вот эту фигню переиграть. Ну, просто глупо. Вот сейчас просто глупо получилось.
Bitch, lying through her teeth about missing that poor bastard.
Patrick,
I don't know what I'm going to do.
we're live.
Things were better with Peter, weren't they?
Patrick?
They were, and I don't mind saying it. They were, because he held her back. But now there's no stopping her.
Hello, Patrick, we're
Of
live.
course, can't say that, can I, Francis? No, not with public ownership. No, with public ownership, you can't say anything these days.
There.
No, she's lost it, mate. She's completely off the rocker. I heard from an aide that...
Нет, все, я что-то это... А я не знаю где. Давай контрольную точку. Я что-то уже плыву. Давайте на этом. Да, всрался вообще просто суровейше. Чё-то пока эту фигню выравнивал, пропала оранжевая. Ну чё красная? Почему красная? Там оранжевая уже нет, я этого даже не вижу. Да, давай в главное меню. Окей. Ну, блин, конечно, да. Конечно, да. Это прям да. Что за комната заданий? Понятно. Телемарафон. Не-не-не-не-не-не-не. О, сильная херня, да. Хороша. Игра, конечно, я был уверен, что игра будет огонь. И, к счастью, моя уверенность подтвердилась, что нынче с современным геймдевом редкость. Я, конечно, думал, что она будет довольно короткой. И завтра мы попробуем этот вот, ну, про Рим, короче, вот это вот. Может быть, мы оттуда достанем еще какой-нибудь смайл для канала неожиданно. Вот, но... Я редко что-то кроме шимибирцев слышу. Шимибирцов. Да. Вот, в общем, завтра будем продолжать, и я надеюсь заканчивать Not for Broadcast. Ее на самом деле можно переигрывать. Поэтому, может быть, как-нибудь мы к ней вернемся и попробуем что-нибудь оппозиционное такое заиграть. Ну, посмотрим. Значит, по всей видимости, у нас тогда получается, что завтра еще... У нас четверг же завтра, да? Wednesday. Значит, завтра Saturday. А тут кого прям просится. В две руки. Да. Значит, завтра у нас Not for Broadcast. В пятницу у нас Икарус. И в субботу, наверное, днем. Ну, надо еще в Дискорде списаться, надо бы это, позамбоидить. Вот, какие-то такие примерно планы. Потом выходной. Ну, а потом все достаточно должно быть стандартно. У нас должен пойти в эфир 7 Days. Мы должны посмотреть на завоевание Рима. Жужмент надо бы продолжить, хотя там такая духота. Господи, невозможно. Молоток. Ну, блин, мы пробахали фонарик, который провалился. Так, мы завели электричество. У нас там работает этот холодос, поэтому прям норм. Не побив Пикарус, не пройдем Икарус, да. Вот, а так Гуч вроде там, да. Ну там надо бежать, блин, добывать медь, не знаю. Ну, это будет уже прям отдых, потому что прям эта игра подзагрузит, конечно. Подзагрузит. Фонари это эпик, да. Да, фонарик это эпик прям. Сика. Так и... Ну ладно. Плакать. В общем, друзья, прекрасная игра. Стоит недорого по нынешним временам. Поэтому, если что, поддерживайте этих прекрасных разработчиков этой прекрасной игры рублем. Это замечательно. Наверняка дальше будет кокаин, алкоголь, связи всяческие и сплошное говно в виде игр. Но как бы все равно. Вот, я на этом. Про сохранение предметов при улете. Так мы же не уехали. Мы даже не продвинули... Ну, мы первую галочку еще по сюжету не выполнили в этом задании. Мы только к ней продвинулись. Ну, так неплохо продвинулись, но только продвинулись. Поэтому там еще херачить и херачить. Там еще часов на 5, наверное. Я надеюсь, мы будем втроем и будет проще. Вот. Тем более, что Троллай у нас теперь домосед. Вот, поэтому должны мы все-таки быть втроем, я думаю. Короче, человеки, давайте прощаться. Завтра часа в 2 продолжим. Нагулял, да, карантин, все. Троллай подтвержденный этот ковидник. А значит, у него сертификат от прививки падает до 6 месяцев. И значит, он через 6 месяцев будет ревакцинироваться. Вот. Завтра в 2 продолжим творить телевизионное добро на отдельно взятых территориях. Большое вам всем спасибо. Анонс, как обычно, всегда будет в Дискорде. Сабайтесь, фоловьтесь, будьте как дварф. Бухать вместо Икаруса. Правильно. Паняша говорит правду. Надо заскринить и отправить Терлаю. Вот, так что сохранение предметов Гуч мы проверим в пятницу как раз, я думаю. Вот. В общем, всем вам еще раз огромное спасибо. Давайте, до завтра. Пойду я чуть-чуть выдохну, а то даже что-то голова начинает болеть. Слишком... Он такая прям... Она слишком концентрированная, конечно. Все, всем пока. Где здесь? Куда здесь лежать? Проведены исследования. 4 стакана красного на 17% уменьшают риск заразиться. 2 стакана, 3 стакана белого на 8%, а пиво увеличивает риск. Да, понятно, это точно. 4 кнопки в ОБС, ну, там, к счастью, 1 кнопка. Все, всем пока.